Oh, we're live. We're live. I'm just a doofus. I forgot to change the stream frame. I think that did it. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm a doofus for multiple reasons. Forgot to change the stream frame. I forgot to get my mic out. The hell kind of a live streamer am I? Good morning, everybody. It's Halloween today. Happy Halloween. Let's get our magazines cleaned up here. Bunch of loose rounds. Why don't we shove those into another one here? Cooking a bit of breakfast. Should come out to be 30s, I'm hoping. Make some coffee while we're at it. Should have some on me. I have plenty on me. Let's make some more. I actually have a mug full of water. Is that all the potatoes? No, we're good. Coffee should be in Meals on Wheels here, but it's not. Gonna have to fix that. I know I have a lot of coffee. I have a lot of coffee all over the place on the map here. I really should kind of consolidate that now that I've got Meals on Wheels. I'm procrastinating, but we are going to have to look at the second floor of this place. It'll make an okay warm-up activity for this stream. I was going to do a Zomboid yesterday. I didn't actually get around to any streaming yesterday. We did a little bit of interesting stuff the day before since the Terra Invicta run came to a short drop and a sudden stop. I recognized where that was going and I decided to cut it off before it became a source of misery for me. Terra Invicta is one game where it's just a lot harder to play a unfinished beta build of a game because the balance of the game isn't something you can bypass as easily as you can in a game like this. In a game like this, you can, if something feels unbalanced, like right now, spears. Spears suck right now. A lot of streamers have complained about them. I just use other weapons right now. That's fine. There are many, many weapons to choose from. I thought spears were great. I would love to use them more often against fence spammers, fence spamming zombies. But let's water under the bridge as far as I'm concerned. So we are now cleaning up the upper floor here. Y'all may notice I have 7-zip running in the background. I was afraid that it might tank my frame rate, but I think we're good. I am currently compressing my saves of this game into a little bit of a chunk. And I had this idea. At some point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to post all the saves, all of my save backups, rather. Just going to post all my save backups. Nice. Thank you. And that way, if people who see how I play out on this character, if you guys want to pick up where I left off at some point, those will all be available. But of course, they're going to be available in compressed form. There's the trash can. That's what I was looking for. So we're on the second floor of our little castle here in Louisville. But we are cleaning it up because the place has been looted and trashed. The first floor looks great. I love the first floor. But the second floor, of course, full of trash still. Get out a garbage bag for all the garbage up here. Oh, there's where I put the flooring. I was wondering what I did with it. There's a garbage bag just right up here full of flooring. Okay. Mystery solved. I have a tendency to put things in garbage bags, and then, of course, ideally I would leave the garbage bag somewhere where I could see them. If I fail to do that, well, that's a straight-up skill issue. Let's pull 4 of these out, because we're going to put these... Oops, don't favorite them. We're going to put these right here. Here we are. Beautiful. Now I still have a couple left. We'll save those for elsewhere. Actually, save those for elsewhere. We have a spot for them right here. This area right here, I need 1, 2, 3, so I actually do need one more than I already have. I might have to steal that from a... Oh, yeah, no. We've been on this character for almost 500 hours here. So skills, I mean, you know, at this point, the skills I care about are mostly maxed. Certain things that I would like to have maxed that are just going to take forever because that's how they are. Reloading, for example. I'm actually surprisingly close to reloading level 8. And then I'll finally have the last book for it. I've been sitting on that for a long time. And I read the last book. I don't know if I'll ever get to reloading level 9 on this character. I feel like the game might update and break our save long before I get to reloading level 9 or 10. Just based on how long it's taken me so far. Like, I've literally gotten to aiming 10. That's been no problem, but reloading, no boy. Not even close. Yeah, so we are short by 1 of those flooring units. We could always steal some from the neighbors. There's a lot of redwood slat floors up here in Louisville, as it were. That's everything in that room. I should probably have the sledgehammer up here so I can get rid of those walls, or those railings, rather. I removed the original staircase from this place and swapped it out for one of my own placement. But of course the railing is still there. I don't think I can use carpentry to dismantle that, can I? No. I've got to use the sledgehammer, sadly. There's some really strange gaps on what you can remove with regular versus... No. Okay, yeah, you can do that. When it comes to magazines, I do have I have an ungodly amount. I think in my ammo van I have at least another 2, maybe 1.5, just full bags, full military backpacks of 9mm magazines. That's what I was thinking. 9mm. Of course, I can only sledgehammer twice in a row before building up muscle strain, so we drop that and continue cleaning up trash. Hey, good morning. Richard, how you doing today? Oh, you're pretty early, actually. Does that mean you just finished that night shift again? Nasty night shift. I have a buddy who just started it himself. He's covering our covering our Asian region. My client has sites all over the world, but we have a smaller presence on the in the Asian Pacific region. Oh, this is B42, of course. Actually, probably should have put that in the title. Oops, my bad. But yeah, B42, latest build in all of its mostly unmodded glory. I say mostly unmodded because there's 2 things, just 2 mods that I'm rocking right now. The stat bar, of course. I will never play this game without a stat bar ever again. Not after how tedious I've discovered protein management to be. And then, of course, our military backpack is a recolored version of the olive drab, the really ugly olive drab one. I just recolored it, I ported somebody's recolor for build 41 to B42. Those are the only 2 mods right now. We want to keep it really light on the mods for, it'll help prevent our save from getting broken when there's a game update. Not a foolproof measure, but, yeah, we're good. Not a foolproof measure, but it'll help. Alright, a little bit more trash up here. Speaking of trash, my trash bag is here. Oh, just a random flashlight on the ground. Neat. I've almost finished reading the next electrical book. I'll take the scrap. The battery is basically trash. I put some flooring in here. I don't know, why did I do that? Okay, I could actually use that right now. Those are empty. I put chairs in the desk. I don't remember exactly what was going through my mind when I did that, but that was not the best of ideas. Let's put that flooring we just found. Let's put that right here. So there are pretty things there now to be happy. And trash into the trash bin. Just the dead battery. Okay. Clean this room out, and then we can probably go and... There's a lot of trash. Look at that, a key. I can get a key to the office, even though there's practically no doors left to lock. Oh yeah, we are definitely killing lots of zombies today. I'm Kind of waiting for the fog to lift. When I ended last stream and I saw that it was foggy, and I was like, oh crap, that's gonna suck for next time. Most of up here I might actually just leave intact. There's just a few things that I'm going to want to delete. Mostly I do need to get roof access. And getting roof access on default buildings that are multiple stories is a bit touchy. Generally what I like to do, I don't even know if there's actually many other ways to do it. What I like to do is go outside and build a staircase to the roof of the building outside. Do that first, and then once I'm up to the roof, sledgehammer out the correct place to the correct area in order to build an inside staircase. Sounds a little bit convoluted, but it's kind of what you got to. I mean, you can't sledgehammer a ceiling tile from indoors, so it's kind of what you have to do. I don't know if there is any other way to go about that. It's almost all the loose crap. That's good, because this garbage bag is basically full. Get downstairs and get rid of this one. Now, I have been thinking about it in the background. I do think I'm going to... go for the next staircase to be 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles away on this side. And one of the reasons for that is if you build a staircase on an upper level, the support beams for it, these two little support beams at the bottom of this staircase, these support beams go all the way down to the bottom floor, regardless of what floor you build the staircase on. So it actually would look really weird if I built another staircase like right in front of this one, for example. So it would look a little bit more nice if I put it in the... Oh yeah, thank you. So this is the Reed office building here in Louisville. We are pretty close to First and Broadway here, which is a bit of a hot spot in Louisville. I'll open the map so you guys can see where exactly I am right now. They're right across from defensive position X-ray. Seeing as we set up Zulu, we started backwards on the phonetic alphabet. So we've got Zulu, we've got Yankee, and then we've got X-ray here, and then Reed is the Reed office building. I just set up here because Reed is my last name, IRL. And yeah, 100%. It's you can't just plaster my name on the front of an office building and be like, don't set up a base. No. I'm setting up a base here. But I also do kind of need an outpost in the urban center here. Zulu was never meant to be a base. I had stuff there. It was mostly meant to be a kill position. And it still is a good kill position, but yeah, we're moving a lot of the stuff from Zulu to Reed now, and I'm going to set up probably another parking garage in here in this office. Of course, I got to be wary about the switches, right? The switches, efficient, free lighting, well, free, high quantity lighting, I guess is the best way to phrase it. So I want this room's lighting to be intact, which means I need to leave the switch intact, which means these particular walls right here probably shouldn't sledge out. So that might be my kitchen. I'm coming back to that later. I'll figure that out. For now, we are going to have to go outside and build a staircase up to the ceiling so that we can sledge out ceiling tiles. And we're going to do it like right here, I think. Yeah, just 4 over from there on the other side of the bathroom here. Which means we are going to want to grab the sledgehammer, finish up this sledge work right here. The car funnel is at Zulu. That was a very fun thing to set up. and I got a lot of use out of it. And believe it or not, I could still use it again because there are still a lot of buildings, multi-story buildings near Zulu that I have not finished all of the floors thereof. So I can go back to Zulu and empty the floor of another floor on another building up there if I wanted to just get a lot of kills just right away. I am kind of... I don't want to say I want to conserve my shotgun ammo. I mean, this is exactly what I've been saving it for, is inner Louisville, urban Louisville specifically. The only other thing that I really want to kind of conserve my shotgun ammo until I've explored it is the Grand Ohio Mall, which I have seen pictures of how many zombies we should expect here. This is probably one of the single biggest buildings in the game total. Just because it's all one building, obviously, and it's just full of smaller stores and whatnot. A couple thousand zombies, multiple thousands. I don't actually know exactly how many. But yeah, that is... I do want to save a fair couple of cartons for that, and I think I'm down to about at least 6 cartons of shotgun total still. However, as we get closer to First and Main here, something I realized is First and Liberty, right here, is the police department. And the police department is... I missed this one on my initial scans of Louisville. The police department here is multiple stories. So we do have multiple stories of the... Hey there, Anima, how's it going? We do have multiple stories of potential gunnery. Potential gunnery. Oh yeah, I mean, well, we've hit many POIs here with over 1,000 total. One of the earlier things we did in this on this character's run was we hit Ekron Community College, which in my estimations had about somewhere between 1,500 and about 2,000. I mean, if we're talking about kills, I mean, kills are just a number. We've got about 34,723 kills at the moment. Probably by the end of the stream we'll be 35 something, maybe 36. I'm not particularly... like I said, kill's just a number. Especially considering the base game doesn't currently count fire kills. And I don't usually like to use fire. I may have to at the Grand Ohio Mall. I remember seeing some pictures of the Grand Ohio Mall with, like, just massive swarms of zombies stuck behind one of those stupid invulnerable fences. And not the chain link fences, but like the actual like little security gate fences that are like made specifically to be invulnerable, so that players can't get past them without a fucking sledgehammer. Those things. There's a lot of those at the mall apparently, and I just remember seeing the screenshot on Reddit, and there were just literally thousands. The guy who took a screenshot, his stress was at 100 out of 100, obviously. And that was where I first started yapping about the problem of stress gain when zombies are smacking things. I don't think that it shouldn't cause stress, I just think it needs to be reworked a little bit. It shouldn't send you from 0 to 100 instantly. Like, I do 100% agree that a lot of zombies smacking a fence, yes, that's going to be stressful. But stress is not something that goes from 0 to 100 instantly. Stress is a slow and silent killer. In fact, there should be some gates to that. Like, it should not be possible to go from no stress to the breaking point in half a day. I genuinely don't think that should be possible. I think that the human breaking point is something that you build up to. And it just doesn't feel right if you can just build up to the breaking point and, like, instantly. That feels horrifically wrong. But, you know, even if you can do it within, like, half a day, it still just doesn't feel right for stress. I mean, I am somebody who has dealt with a lot of stress in my life, and, it's always been something very slow and insidious to build up. It's never been something that just instantly 0 to 100. Like, even in the worst times of my life, it has always been something that has just kind of been gradually building up, you know? But, I mean, I'm pretty sure most people have experienced stress before and can understand what I'm getting at there. It is usually not something that just appears out of nowhere. Oh, wow, yeah. No, and that's a good thing. Okay, so, Rich, I don't know if you were around when we first figured this out, but we have figured out that you can put battery connectors onto these floodlights now, and the battery connectors do stay there with the battery if you pick up and move the light, which, that was something, for some reason I got stuck in my head that wasn't a thing, but now it is, I've confirmed, it is definitely a thing. You do not waste anything if you slap on a battery connector and pick up the light afterwards. So that is a very good thing. Look at that. There's been a crowbar in this place the whole time. Oh, that's really funny. That's really funny. A couple streams ago, or last stream, I can't remember exactly, we had to go all the way back to Jericho for a crowbar. But no, there was one here this whole time. Hey, a fountain pen. That's actually pretty. I like using those for decorations. We will probably actually use this bleach and broom. We'll probably actually use that at some point here. No, I probably should not be putting that in the garbage bag. That needs to go elsewhere. I mean, this particular room may actually just stay intact as is. Every place needs a janitor closet, right? Looking good up here. I think we've gotten most of the garbage. Most of the garbage. And the fog is cleared up, too. So we can actually... I'm going to take a break from building and go outside and do a little patrol in a minute here. We're just going to put the garbage bag down over here in the to-be-sorted area. And then we will do a little neighborhood patrol and see what kind of respawns and other shenanigans we've got to worry about in the main road here. Empty pan. Let's put that away. Yeah, just being able to pick up and put down, whatchamacallit, floodlights with batteries in them already, without even having to think about a generator, that has been a game changer for my defensive positions. I'm very happy about all that. We have got this one out here. This one is still just regularly powered by the generator, but over here at X-Ray, defensive position X-Ray over here, this one here is battery powered. So all we got to do is... whenever we, if we have to do some fighting over here at night, you just click on that. Ain't no generator around, don't need one. The battery is, surprisingly, I left it on all night at one point, and it only used like 10% of the battery, just being left on all night. So, yeah, we got another one up here too. I almost forgot about this one. It's kind of clipping into the, Okay, ammo check. We are good. Let's have a bite to eat, and then we're going to go on a patrol. Just a regular neighborhood patrol. This is almost a daily thing that you want to do in Louisville if you're, Now, what buildings have we cleared here? We've, the single-story buildings, any single-story building further down, Main Street here, mostly clear. Now, this apartment complex right here, lots of zombies in there yet. As you can see by the skeletons spilling out of the, this little closet here, the upper floors have not spawned in yet. This building averages, I don't know, maybe something like about, not quite 1,000, but maybe like about 800 something per floor. And we have cleared up to the 3rd floor. Now, when I say cleared, there's probably still stragglers on the 3rd floor. Yeah, I have not gone all the way up there and actually looked around. Now, with the 1st and 2nd floors, you don't usually have to... You don't really have to go in and look around as long as you keep making enough noise outside. Zeds that can hear you will eventually make their presence known. So, and if they're on the 1st and 2nd floors, they can hear you if you're right outside. But if they are on the 3rd floor, I think they will struggle to hear you, sometimes even if they've spawned in. Couple of nothing burgers there. The Gigamart up here was still spilling out a large group up until very recently. But I do think we've taken care of Gigamart for the most part here. I was far more concerned about whatever was coming out of this building and the ones next to it and coming out and smacking this stupid fence up here. For anybody joining, if you're not familiar, we are not enjoyers of fences here. Not the big iron fences. No, just because you can shoot through them or poke a spear through them. No. We don't. The zombies smacking them and the way they get stuck smacking them when you're trying to lead them around. Not a fan. Nobody's ever accused zombies of being smart, but generally speaking, their behavior should be consistent to a certain extent. And the way that they just get stuck randomly on fences instead of chasing the player like their behavioral motives would suggest otherwise. All right, so we that was First and Broadway right there, I think, right? Yeah, no, that's First and Liberty. Okay, so between us, First and Industry. Industry is that is not a through road right there. That's just a bit of a side road. Hello. Okay, yeah. First and Jefferson comes up after that, and then First and Main. But now that I'm looking at the map a little bit more, and I'm realizing that some of the buildings have multiple stories that I didn't know had multiple stories. Hey Hassan, doing all right today. Today we are celebrating a silly American holiday called Halloween, where everything gets spooky. We do spooky, scary things on Halloween. So I might actually do some night fighting on this character. A little bit of night fighting today. I don't know how much, because, you know, I mean, night fighting is a bit dangerous. So this building right here is part of a complex. A law enforcement complex, I guess. The actual police department is over here. This is the police department, I believe. It's one of these. You can see how they're all interconnected. I do think this one, this to the north, is the police department. And then I think like these sky bridges are connecting the police department to some Govy leased buildings, probably full of desk personnel. That's the best way to put it. The civvies that work with law enforcement but aren't actually directly employed. I think even as far early as the 90s, I'm pretty sure plenty of state and local law enforcement were already on board with the outsource as much as possible to your civvy folks working with you. You know, the days of the auteur detective, your Sherlock Holmes, who just do everything in his own lab. Those days are long past us. Now, if you need lab work, you just send it down to the lab. And the lab is usually a third-party, non-government, on a government contract, charging the government a lot of money. That's probably what this building right here is full of. The fact that it has a sky bridge to an actual law enforcement building, that's a little unique. I haven't seen that in any of my, I don't know, my client doesn't do anything like that. Probably because it's silly. I mean, it'd be really silly. It's a lot of money. Sharpen check. Yeah. How can Project Zomboid be spooky? Fighting at night, that's one thing you can do to make it spooky. I mean, just by happenstance, I happened to find the witch hat a while ago, and it has never been more appropriate than it is today, because of course, you know, witches are classically spooky. That sounds like a lot of, that's more than just what we're seeing right here. Yeah, there's a number of them inside there. We've actually gone a little bit outside the remit of a patrol here. There's going to be a lot of them coming out of these buildings, and we're not interested in spilling these buildings in their entirety right now. Especially not if I need to do a sharpen right now. Let's fall back just a little bit, kill the fast ones, sharpen, then we'll mop up. You know what? Okay. Alright, here's something I will do that is special for Halloween, that is a little bit more interesting than what I normally do on this game. Just for today, just for Halloween, I will turn jump scare sound effects back on. I'm usually not a fan of them, but for Halloween. Yeah, let's add just a little bit of spooky to the game, I guess. So this game, if you guys, I'm pretty sure most people are familiar with this. But yeah, let's do jump scare sound effects. I won't do it too loud, but yeah, 75%. I think the music is already broken, so we're gonna have to turn our own music on shortly. You know, there we go. Wanted to hold off. Sword needs a sharpen. Oh well. So we've got jump scare sound effects on now, so now when we see a zombie that our character is not expecting, we'll get the spooky violin, the spooky violin spike. What was the proper term for that? The spooky violin stinger, the spooky stinger. Yeah, see, the first floor of this building is a lab. Yeah. You need lab work, send it across the sky bridge. I'm sure my client would probably love that. I don't know who we work with, but it's, they're definitely a civvy that overcharges. What else is new, am I right? I mean, the current administration is all about trying to, well, at least they right after the election, they were all about, yeah, let's cut some federal workers, let's reduce the bloat. They don't seem to be talking about that anymore. Now they've moved on to other things. And I think it's because, well, there's only so many federal workers you can cut without completely annihilating the mission purpose. As bureaucratic as it is, a lot of that bureaucracy is necessary. There's a lot of things that you would have to change laws first if you wanted to be actually... there's so many... Okay, so one of the things that not a lot of people think about is why is there so many of these people who just work desk jobs in the federal government? And the truth behind that is, well, there's laws that say that you have to have this kind of person, you gotta have this kind of person, this kind of person, and gotta get rid of those laws first. Otherwise, well, you can't really make any progress on that. Getting rid of laws is a lot harder than passing them these days. Anything from that? I did look at this one, right? Always on the lookout for a D6 with a good engine. Of course not, shitty engine. As always. Anyway, that wasn't a bad patrol. We did get a bit of a taste of the police department up there. I think I'm going to put some kind of a target there. I could put, yeah. That's the main building of the police department, so that works. So the first floor of this building, we reinforced everything with iron bars. Of course, we did learn at Jericho that iron bars are not enough to ensure that if you're on the other side of the building and you can't hear Zed smacking, iron bars won't hold them for very long. You got to be able to still hear them, which is why this building is actually probably a great size. Jericho is too big. Jericho is too big. If I'm on the other side of the base, I literally can't hear the zombies smacking the defenses. So I thought I turned that off. Okay, so we are continuing a little bit of cleanup on the third floor. Then we need to get some planks together to build a stairwell to the roof. And then once we have a stairwell to the roof, we can trailing off for a second there because I am wondering if I want to do that a little bit differently. See, if I build a staircase to the roof from the outside, that will actually leave behind some unwanted tiles that I won't be able to get rid of. Now, I could just build a back porch. If I built a back porch on the upper level, then I wouldn't have to worry about that. I think I'll do that. Yes. Where would I do that? So let's get a where. So if you guys don't know, when you build a staircase, at the very top of it, it spawns a tile of flooring. You can remove that tile, but if you want to get rid of it completely, you can't really do that very easily. So what I think I'll do here... 1, 2, 3, 4. This is where I need a sledge again. Let me get the sledgehammer. I do need to remove this banister, but it's not one of the ones that forces my character to jump over it, so I don't actually care about it right now. Obstructions are more important than visuals. Alright, so we got our hole cleaned there. Now we need to get this desk picked up. Ah, these weigh, two of them weigh 24, and the desk can fit 26. Most excellent. Put a desk into another desk. That is the power of being organized. Okay, so we've got a nice open space here, and we're going to put the next one right here, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, starting 7 tiles out from the far corner. I'll just have to keep that number in mind. 7 tiles out from the far corner. And I'll go ahead and get the note board out of the way there. Now we've got a window to remove. Gonna need a crowbar for that. Boom. And then the mahogany round table. We don't actually have a lot of these here, the round tables. Everything else is square here. One is a 10. I'll just put it over here, next to the other obscure mahogany furniture. Now, the lower level has a door that is 1 away from the corner there. I suppose I'm also thinking about the the differing colorations here of the wall. And I cannot, as far as I know right now, I cannot replicate the different colorations of the wall. If I were to remove some walls and replace them with my own walls, even if I plaster them, I know there's wallpaper. I don't think there are any wallpaper types that will match the, or that will replace the mahogany trimming here. What is that, a baseboard? Mahogany baseboard? That, the baseboard is smaller than that. Anyway, there's nothing that will replace that specifically. So it actually may be better to just put the back porch right here. I mean, I could just put a on the second floor, just put another gate, and put a little back porch up here. That feels like an okay thing. Let's get rid of the urinals here. Hey, one of them finally broke. Took a while for one to break. Most of the bathroom fixtures we've tried to pick up have not broken yet. Okay, muscle strain check, none. We're going to go ahead and sledge out. Oh, we need to do all 4. Yeah, let's just do all 4. Alright, and now we go to acquire 13. I mean, we could just go for both at once. If we just went for both at once, then we could just go get 26 planks, which we could fit 26 planks. We would need a few more than that. We would need 3 plus 3. We'd need 6. Okay, we'll just do separate trips then, because at that point we're going to need both backpacks either way. So let's go ahead and saw 2 logs then. Okay, I think that will get us all the floors we need. Well, yeah. Now that I've decided to do what I'm doing there, I don't actually need to put one on the ground floor. Yeah, I'm good. I can do everything outside. So we will just put 2 more floors here so that we have a back porch. I already decided I'm going through with this, so there we got. And then here we've got 1, 2, 3 over here. And still got enough for stairs. So right now we're just building it outside instead of inside, because obviously can't build it inside. All we got to do is use this to go upstairs. Now, as the game, we use walk 2 up here. Reminder that walk 2 is your best way of telling whether there is a safe place to walk on a roof or not. Sometimes roofs are a bit incomplete in this game. If it turns red, you can't walk there. If it turns green, you can walk there. So we know that we can safely walk here. And apparently we just no-clip through that. I thought that was going to be like a low fence, but we can just walk through it. Important to know. It will not prevent you from falling off the edge there. Now, we need to... starting here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, starting right there. That is where we sledge out those 3 tiles, so that we have an indoor staircase instead of an outdoor one. Always got to be careful going down those. Going to cause muscle strain because I did it 3 times in a row, but that's alright for this particular instance. Oh, we didn't quite get to the red there. That's good. Alright, so now the 3 roof tiles are removed from this spot right here, so we can now build a staircase on that spot right there. And we want to get the outdoor stairs out of the way now. Make sure I'm not leaving any planks behind, just lying there on a tile that's been removed. Boom. There's our indoor staircase. I like it. Now, if I wanted to build rain barrels, I don't actually know exactly where I would want to do it yet. So, I will just leave the leftover planks up here for now. Yeah. Well, actually, 2, 3. Could always build a little sky bridge of our own here. Interesting. Okay. So the little elevated glass ceiling thing there, you can't go around it. Or well, you can't walk directly over it. You can walk directly over the glass over it, or partially. See, look at the roof here is just really... That's some isometric bullshit right there is what that is. Yeah. Okay. Because the isometric view actually makes it a little bit unclear why we can walk on some of those roof tiles but not others. So the roof over there on Hugo Plush is actually a little bit confusing. In which case, if I wanted to build my own little sky bridge, I would have to kind of want to go around that. And the reason I would do that, of course, is because then I could snipe from up here. Then again, of course, sniping is a questionable thing in this game because if the Zeds are always going to know how to get to you. In which case, if they hear me sniping from a long distance, they'll mosey on up and start smacking the back fence here, or one of the many windows downstairs. And because of that, I wouldn't hear them if I'm over here sniping. So, yeah, I'm probably not going to go forward with that idea. I'm just going to leave the planks here for now. As fun as it sounds to snipe in this game, you got to think about what the acoustics are going to do. And pretty rarely is it something that I want to happen. Usually the acoustics in this game from gunshots, because of how far they carry, you got to be wary of where the zombies are going to come from if and when they hear your gunshot. So we actually should have already gone to bed here. We have been up a little bit late. That is okay. Gonna drop the sledgehammer and we will have a sleep after we grab a quick bite to eat. Alrighty. So this L-shaped room, definitely want to keep the lights there. And the big meeting room, of course, really big. Whenever I'm thinking about whether to keep the lights on or not, or whether to keep the light switch, rather. Always thinking about how big the room actually is, and that's a pretty big one right there, so. So there's 2 doors up here that are actually, 3 doors that are up here that are actually intact. Pretty mahogany doors. I wish I could pick them up and put them elsewhere. Yes, there is a mod for that. No, we would never want to install that on an unstable build because what it does, and I actually looked into this, the mod for doors and windows that makes them capable of picking them up, what it's actually doing is it's adding things to it's adding items to the game that were not there before. And that is a vector of save breaking on an update right there. So you got to be very, very careful adding items that were not there before. See, one of the reasons I didn't hesitate to add the recolor mod for this backpack is because we didn't add a new item. We just recolored an existing one. So this is almost, I can't foresee any reason why this would ever be a threat to our stability, because all it does is change a single texture. If that texture gets removed, the mod no longer does anything. So, I mean, that's really, we have no threat to us from a mod like that. But something that adds a new item to the game, after a save update, if something gets shifted around and the item is no longer there, the save will probably throw some significant erroring. I don't know what the error recovery is for this game if it tries to load a container with items that don't exist. But like in 7 Days to Die, you would get you get null reference exceptions, which is actually rather bad. Kind of don't want you don't want null reference exceptions in a video game if you can avoid them. Actually, at one point, I did make my own mods for 7 Days to Die, and yeah, stopped doing that. It was fun. It was fun while it lasted. I mean, but the fun pimps made a few subtle changes to things that broke it, and I was just like, oh, do I really want to keep up with this rat race? I decided not to. Where's a garbage can when you need it? You keep better track of those. Here we are. Let's just take all the hinges and knobs out of these bags and put them somewhere else. I have a tendency to just put my doorknobs and door hinges all on the floor near my forging area. This is not going to be my forging area, most likely, but principle is similar. We're doing the disorganized thing of just leaving things on floor tiles, because we don't have a lot of containers here to store them. Shout out to my homies who play the game with the disorganized trait. I don't know how you do it. It's painful for me. Too painful. Can't live with it. Milk chocolate bar can go in the Meals on Wheels here. Okay, so here we are. See these little. Oh, look at this out here. Look at this out here. The support beams for the stairs we deleted is still there. I don't know if that would go away ever. Let me go get the sledgehammer. I'm curious to see if that would ever actually go away. I didn't know that they would still be there afterwards. I'm feeling very, very good about the fact that I built the staircase around there instead of in front of the back door here. So if I had built in front of the back door, do they still block me? They still block me. Please tell me I can. Yes, I can destroy them. Okay, good. It's kind of silly that those spawn there in the first place, but well, it makes sense, but it also doesn't, because where's the wood coming from? The cost of the stairwell isn't changing. We need to do one sledging before we stop for the night, otherwise we'll be just wasting some perfectly good muscle strain. Alright, set the sack. Whoop! I kind of do feel like I should move the bedroom upstairs. I mean, as much as it's convenient to be downstairs. We could probably fit another parking spot right there if we got rid of that. Keeping the... how did I die the last time? Okay, so that's an interesting question. Glad you asked that. It's always important. The last time I died, I overextended myself. What I did is... So, Combat Tactics 101 for the way I play this game. I have a concept called the angle of approach. if you're going to approach an area of zombies, make sure that there is an angle that you're approaching from which there are not going to be zombies. Generally speaking, in this case, it's we're moving down First Street, right? This is First Street right here, and we have wiped out most zombies that we would ever see further down the south direction of this road. So as we approach northwards here on First Street, our secure angle of approach is further down the street to the south. We can generally say that there will not be large groups of zombies coming at us from that direction. When I lost my last character, her name was Barb the Builder. Rest in peace. I ignored that basic principle of combat. I was in Muldra with an ambulance, and I had the sirens on. I was just trying to clear a road, and I was pushing a little too far forward. I overextended myself, and I pulled a bunch of zombies at once that I wasn't ready to deal with from every angle. Had my back to a fence. Just imagine that there's a low fence behind me right here, and there's a tree right here. Now, I was not... Trees are like hard corners in this game. The zombie can pop out of them at any moment. So I was not initially in front of the tree. I was right here. There's a low fence right here. A zombie on the floor right here next to me had flipped over the fence. I did a ground attack. I missed the zombie. The zombie, because it was right there next to me, it did the little ground charge and backed my ankles. That caused me to stumble. I stumbled backwards towards the tree. A zombie came right out of the fucking tree. I had turned to face it when it grabbed me. I pushed it back automatically. When a zombie grabs you, you have an auto push mechanic that has a sort of a chance to succeed based on your strength, fitness. Weapon equipped is probably one of the most important things. I had short blunt at the time, so I actually successfully pushed it back. The problem was, while I was stumbling, there were two other zombies from the south coming at me. And when the zombie here that came just popped out of the fucking tree, when it grabbed me, and I auto-pushed it back, while I was auto-pushing it back, the two zombies from the south nailed me. And I was grabbed from 3 different angles at that point. That was game over. I didn't even watch her die. I just did escape, and I ended it there. That was the end. If you want to watch it for yourself, feel free. On my channel, the series is Barb the Builder. Longplay 42.8. Yeah, 42.8.1. The whole playlist, just go to the end of the playlist, and then the end of the last video. You can see it for yourself. You can watch the soul drain from my body as Barb meets her demise, thanks to a stupid mistake that I made. But no, with Annie here, we have been very careful not to overextend. And that's part of the reason we're still alive after, like, I don't know, some 500 hours of this character here. We are being very careful about our angle of approach. It's one of the reasons I stopped what I'm doing here on our War for First and Main. I stopped what I'm doing to set up another base, just to make it even easier to patrol my angle of approach as we get deeper and deeper into this zombie-infested area. But yeah, that's just sort of a reenactment without the footage. I don't have the footage right in front of me. I thought I had a Premiere project with it open, but I couldn't find it, so... I always do, I like reminding myself of how that happened. That is always a very important thing to be aware of. Never overextend yourself. Always make sure that you have a fallback plan, and then a fallback plan for the fallback plan. And, fall back. Just, I mean, like, you know, I could have gotten out of that situation so many different ways if I had not kept going when, things were starting to look really bad. Like, things were starting to look really bad before they actually got bad. But, no, I was vibing. I had some music playing. I was vibing, and I wasn't thinking. And that was it. Carelessness. Take a shot every time somebody tells you about how they died due to carelessness in this game. Okay. Anyway, we are now considering our next build operation. That would have to involve some rain barrels, ideally. Problem with that, of course, is this is a multi-story building, and I don't think, well, now, what better time than now to see if the devs fixed multi-story plumbing. So what we can do there is we're just going to get 2 logs sawed. And I actually think we have room for that in my backpack. Yeah. I'm going to take the book out, and then I can fit these planks. And I'm going to go find a tarp. I know I have a tarp somewhere. I'm full of shit. I couldn't flip that. Oops. And we need a tarp because a tarp is what I'm going to build the rain barrel out of. Garbage bags are actually a little bit too useful for me right now. If I was a tarp, where would I put myself? Probably in here. In one of the RTB bags. This is one of the RTB bags, but no. I'm almost 100% sure we'll have a tarp down at Zulu. Do I have any vehicles outside right now? I do not. I need to free up a little bit of room. Driving the Jorgensen and Sons vehicle here is not the best of ideas, because I can't back up the ambulance while it's parked right there. So let's try that. Let's go grab the ambulance here. Let's put down the planks. We don't need to be carrying those around right now. And we will head down to Zulu. In the process, we'll do a patrol. Check all the back roads, make sure we don't have any zombie obstructions. I'm gonna risk this. I'm pretty sure these switches, you can drive right through them, right? Okay, good. You know what? That changes my calculus a little bit. Maybe I can actually sledge some of these walls out of the way then. I'll come back to that later. See, I've always been really hesitant to sledge away a wall that's behind a switch when the switch controls floor lights for a large area. Because, of course, floor lights are sometimes very, very useful things if you're rebuilding a POI into something more useful. Speaking of useful, I do think most of the skeletons on first are finally going to be despawned now. Okay, so I just remembered this blockade is here. I'm glad I remembered that. I would like to not have this blockade here anymore, because it's one of the problems with it is it's really hard to see. This stupid building doesn't call until you're like right in front of it sometimes, especially while you're driving. And what do I mean by call? I mean like it disappears so that you can see what's behind it. Like this one right here, this other building. Because this building hasn't called yet, I can't see and not being able to see that until the last second. This is not a good place to have a blockade. We're gonna pull some of this out of the way. Two of these vans should still have batteries in them, I think. Yeah, this one's still got a battery. So we can just pull this one up and out of the way here. You know, we can leave these in somewhere where they'll be useful. If I just park it right here. That is a denial of this back alley. A mutual denial, so I can't use it either. Oh, I can't get out at all. That's funny. Imagine if the battery died right there. There we go. See, now if I want to go through that back alley, she's got to go through the building. Now, the zombies go through the building, they'll flip over the windows first and present themselves as a target. I prefer that. One of these two vans still had a battery. Probably not this one. Not that one. This one still had a battery. Almost no fuel, but that's okay. I mean, it's just a blockade vehicle. It's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and pull some gas. Or no, not gas, just the battery out of this bad boy. Well, actually, I probably should. This has got a lot of gas in it, actually. I should probably move it somewhere where I can still siphon the gas. Welcome to Zomboid. This is why we don't mess with low-quality engines. Okay, so I think with that column, we might be close enough. Yes, okay, so we are still blocking it. However, now we have access to the full breadth of the vehicle, so we can, and most importantly, we're not blocking ourselves. We can go through the vehicle now, and we can use that alley. Zombies cannot. It's a little bit cheesy, of course, that you have to do this. This is the only way to block an area in such a way that zombies will not attack what you use to block it. That should not be the problem. That should not be a problem that we have to solve. There should be things that the player can create that the zombies will not just stop and start attacking. But that's a conversation for game design that I don't know if we'll win against the devs on that. In any case, if I need gasoline, I think I'm actually still blocking the tank, aren't I? Whatever. I don't care. I don't care. I am okay. I particularly enjoy the slogan for the CNN stand-in here. Trust us. You know, a good news corporation would be like trust but verify. No. These guys trust us. Okay. I mean, these are pretty looking vans, but they some of the worst engines in the game. The same as the and we can just block up this alleyway with this one, so it's still doing something useful. This one has like the 270 horsepower engine. Terrible. There's still a lot of stuff in there. Almost nothing that I need. However, what I will do is empty it. And the reason I'm doing that is because the some of these electrical things that I can disassemble are going to be more worth the experience points after I finish reading the next electrical book. So you just want to hold on to those for now. There was a generator magazine in one of these vans. Just chalk up another van that could have been a resource for those of you struggling to find a generator magazine. The news vans, in addition to the Electromax vans. Which one do we want to block with this? You know what? We could just turn the blockade up there. Just turn the blockade into a blockade of the windows on this building. That would actually be very useful. Because as you guys can see, there's still many floors on this building, none of which have been woken up yet. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th floors there, we have not woken them up yet. So there are, technically speaking, there's probably still more than 1,000 zombies in this building total. We just can't, we haven't woken them up because zombies don't spawn on the upper floors if you are outside of the building and on the lower floors. You would have to, I would have to go inside, to the 2nd floor, maybe, and start making a lot of noise, and then maybe we'll get 3rd floor spawns, and so on and so forth. It's better than 7 Days to Die, but it's also still kind of silly. Most of this I'll just leave in this van since I can still access it. And we'll do the same thing with the other 2 vehicles there. Now, the taxi, I don't think I ever actually got a key in it, did I? Yeah, the taxi has always just been a tow job. So we'll just give it a tow job to get out of there. And we will leave the taxi somewhere. The Hardy Har Bar. I only just really paid attention to that name. That's a funny name. Hardy Har Har. So we can block some windows with this bad boy if we do a little bit of that maneuver. And then we'll have to ram it a little bit to get into place, which we will do with a throwaway vehicle, not with our lovely ambulance here. Can't remember if this bad boy had a battery or not. I know I got it keyed, but I might have took the battery out. Yeah, I took the battery out. So we'll take the battery from one of the other vans then. There's just a battery over there on the floor over there. Just yet another one that is not charged. I guess I should explain, if anybody is, if anybody watching is not familiar with really late game Zomboid. Really late game Zomboid, basically every vehicle you find, with a few exceptions, almost every vehicle you find, the battery's going to be dead. What are we, 600 days in? We're not quite to the 2-year mark. We are at 1 year, 9 months. But apparently, I guess 1 year, 9 months is enough for every battery in the world, with just a few exceptions, to die. Okay. I do think that some of the world evolution mechanics in this game are just a little rushed. And it might be a little bit of a problem with people not being able to survive very long on the default settings. Perfect. And we can even further reduce this so that this whole area is now blocked. Perfect. And I'll leave the battery in the news vans, just because the news vans look cool. I mean, I doubt I'll ever recover them just for their appearance, but they're the only ones in this assembly that I would recover for the sake of looking cool. See, like, using a news van for my Meals on Wheels, I might actually do that just for the sake of it. But that's something to think about later. For now, we have successfully cleaned up the blockade at Yankee here. Yankee does not have any more assets, except for that I need to remember to get this floodlight out of here, because it does not need to be a Yankee anymore. Yankee is not my forward position for defense at the moment. So we'll just toss that in the ambulance. Might actually be useful to just keep one of those floodlights with the battery in it in the ambulance at all times. That might be worth it. Oh, and we are out of perishable food. That is okay. And here we are back at Zulu, and all of the corpses are gone. That is nice. That is very nice. So I can actually do a little circle around Zulu and patrol it, and not have to go bumpity-bump over too many corpses. I love it. There used to be many corpses here. Y'all can tell from the bloodstains on the floor there. Lots and lots of corpses. Even the walking ones like this. Of course, this is a gas station. You should always expect respawns around a gas station. Actually, now that I think about it, we are in a position where I am going to go loud with guns, because if there are Zeds waiting in the wings, I want to get them out of the way. I expect approach from the south here. Primarily, there may be some from the other side there. We've been using more 45 auto lately, and I've been feeling really good about it. Even though it doesn't have any attachments, you get some pretty decent range on it. And the range actually could be even better if we started using the 1911, because the 1911 has the tritium sights. So a future loadout may be the 38 Special, the 1911, and the M9, maybe. I also, of course, I enjoy the big iron here, the M625. I enjoy this a lot because it is high caliber, decent range, can drop a target from a pretty decent. I already said that, really. And it's a revolver. The fact that it's a revolver and I can reload it piece by piece is a big yes. This guy had a knife in him. Was it hunting? Yeah, hunting. Okay. I'll take that. Okay, not much Zed here overall. So if we need to gas up, gas station's clear now. This is the farthest forward gas station I have here in Louisville. Gas to go a little bit near First Street there. Might be the one that's closest to LSU as well. I'm not 100%. Don't quote me there. Oh no, we don't need no gas. Not in this one. We are good. So this here is defense position Zulu. If anybody joining didn't see it last time, it is a very large encircled area that's not supposed to have zombies in it, but of course respawns. Can't do anything about that. But of course, while there are not respawns in the dead middle of the place, this place is pretty heavily locked down so that zombies from outside of this back parking lot area basically cannot come in from the outside. Of course, these zombies didn't come from the outside; they just fucking appeared here because that's how respawns work. I have put it to bed that these are not migrations, because if they were migrations, they would have had to follow a very unusually specific path to get to me here. These are not migrations; these are respawns, literal straight up respawns. Learned something new here. And because this parking lot has got a lot of vehicles I care about, or kind of care about, we actually don't want to leave corpses all over the place. My corpse management strategy is generally to make them walk to the correct place and then kill them. Moving corpses has never been more annoying. You can put them in vehicles now, so that is slightly better than it has been for B42, but you still have a lot of animation locks and slow movement, and not the biggest fan of it. But it is what it is. You want your realism in your zombie game, then you gotta be able to move big things very slowly. Okay, putting away the handy knife. So these two vans right here, I need to get these moved up to Reed at some point when I have a better parking garage for it. These two vans contain basically all of the ammo on the map outside of Louisville. Okay, not quite all of the ammo, but like all of the major gun stores and police departments, with the exception of Irvington. I have not cleared Irvington. All the way on the opposite side of the map. Otherwise, the vast majority of the ammo on the map, in its large forms, has been consolidated into these two vehicles. So we've got just garbage bags full of cartons of shotgun shells here, for example. I thought I had 6. I'm down to 5. So in addition to the shotgun shells that I currently have in my ambulance, we have 5 more cartons. And then that's it for shotgun for the most part. I mean, of course we can still use it, but we can't spam it. There is one caliber right now that I'm actually coming down the home stretch on running out of. Two possibly. 2, because, okay, so this is my last garbage bag full of 223. 223 is what I use for long-range shooting. So that is unfortunate. And what that means, though, we're probably never going to use the M14 again on this character. The M14 and the MSR 788 are 2 guns that use 308. However, the M14 is a medium range with a magazine size of 15. Oh, wait. No. Magazine size of 20? I actually can't remember exactly. But the point being, the magazine size is vastly inferior to the M16. The M16, in terms of its aiming capabilities, pretty much similar to the M14 in my experience. I haven't used the M14 a lot post 42.12. Especially not at aiming level 10. But still, I generally prefer the M16 at this point because the magazine size. That's really long and short of it there. The magazine size is what makes it good. Yeah, I got it right here. So we're probably never going to touch the M14 again because we want to save our 308 for the MSR 788, which is another hunting rifle. I think a slightly more powerful one than the 223. I'm not 100% on that. Don't quote me. I am no gun expert. I just know what I need to know. Oh yeah, so homie was asking about magazines earlier in the chat. If you're still here, yeah, we've got a backpack, military backpack, full of loaded M9 magazines here, and that is one of several. I think the other one we have is up here in driver's seat. Yeah, we have another 40 loaded M9 magazines in a military backpack on the driver's seat here. I think the other van's driver's seat has been emptied. Oh no, it's got backup weapons. Okay. So if you want to repair weapons in this game, you've got to use another weapon, right? So when it comes time to repair my 38 Special, for example, we will use this M36 that's already been repaired a couple times and is low condition. We'll use this to repair the other one over here. So that is that's why we have those. They're just backups. This is an RTB bag. Over here is where my tarps are going to be. That's one of the reasons, one of our impetuses for coming in this direction. A tarp, one tarp. Okay, that's fine. A lot of the rest of this stuff here needs to come with me anyway. I'll take maybe half of the magazines. I do want to keep some reading material here in case I get stressed out in the field. And I did take all of my food out of this place. Yeah, all of my food, 100% of it. I should have taken most of the stuff out of the... Yes, most of the stuff has been removed from the bedroom here, a ghetto bedroom. It's just a kitchen I converted into a bedroom. Couple of cans of gas. We're taking both of those. Car battery charger up here. We are going to take that with us, as well as the generator. Now on the ground here are car batteries of 3 different types: standard, heavy duty, and sports. So theoretically, these 3 car batteries will enable me to restore anything I find out in the field, at least make it start, as long as I find some gas. Found a megaphone. I was considering using it. Kind of hard to find the niche. If I need to make noise, I usually I just use a gun. If I need to make noise, I'll just use a gun. The water buckets can stay here for now, or I'll see if I can make room for them elsewhere. We will establish this bag as an RTB bag. And what constitutes RTB? RTB, return to base, if anybody is not familiar. Usually there's things I want to bring forward with me into the field, and then things I want to bring back with me to a field base. Mason's trowel is probably something I want to hold on to in case I want to do brick work up at Reed. Out of these electronics, batteries, light bulbs, that's all RTB. Cosmetics, RTB. Sacks, definitely RTB. I actually have a garden at Jericho now. All this medical stuff, fire source, and entertainment, yeah, that's all RTB. And there's, of course, this stuff I literally don't care about, like these empty cartons and shit. I don't care about that. We don't have much room left anyway, so there we go. Oh, not enough room. That is unfortunate. Sounds like it sounds like the music has finally died completely. So let's fix that, shall we? Music volume down, and our music, which is just the game's music, but playing on a playlist instead. Yep. Okay. I changed the music volume and my backpacks disappear. Why did my backpacks disappear? I don't know. If your backpacks disappear for some stupid reason from the icons up here, you can fix it by removing and putting back on one of your bags. So I will drop my main military backpack on the ground here. And look at that, it fixed. Okay. So now I just got to take some stuff out of it so that I actually can pick it back up again. Because otherwise it'll be too heavy to pick back up. Slight problem with organized people with military backpacks is they sometimes will get literally too heavy to put back on. There we go. Alright, and my other military backpack I'll put in my offhand here. Use that as an RTB itself. And we'll just go ahead and move forward with an RTB operation here so that we can get this cleaned up out here. In order to do that, I'm going to need to get the hunger to shut up here. We will replace the chip supply in the van when we get back. I always keep some emergency foods on my driver's seat. Now, the stuff I want to keep here is cigarettes in the hopes that they someday fix smoking. Right now smoking is broken. It doesn't reduce your stress to smoke. So it is literally a waste of time to even try to smoke. I'm not even a smoker and that annoys me, but that's, well, Sunder is annoyed. What else is new, am I right? A half-mask respirator that has some respirator filters in it, except currently they are broken. You cannot replace the filters. Okay, so a little bit of reading material. Some of this we'll probably move forward to read on our way back. The rest of it can stay. That gas can is just some water. That can stay there. So RTB to Jericho is underway. Hang on, one question. If I remove the floodlights, does that leave me with enough room to... It does. I can put the... Except I don't need to right now. I was going to move that forward to read. Yeah. So that can stay there for now. Sorry, I didn't necessarily come with a intention to go full RTB, but I did want to dismantle some of the assets I had left here. I did hear somebody smacking, but I'm not interested. I think it was the office there. Yeah, it's whatever. We've got respawns in the train yard parking lot. Fantastic. I should have known. It's a hotspot. I could go around that. In the future, I probably will have to. Because as those respawns start congregating in this narrower, fenced area there, that will get harder and harder to drive through. So why am I driving this way to get back to Jericho? I made a shortcut myself. I did not consider how many respawns would be in the train yard when I made this. I always expected respawns to be up here, but train yard is... that's exceedingly unfortunate. But that's respawns. That's Zomboid. There's a lot of people who have been like, what the hell, you play with respawns on? Yeah, folks, we play all default settings here. Somebody needs to do it. You guys need to see exactly how tedious this game is on its default settings. Now, of course, most people who have played Zomboid a lot know. The people who've never tried it, they need to be made aware. They need to be made aware what the default settings look like and how bad some things can be. The devs may have given up on listening to us for some aspects of that, but maybe they will still listen to new players. Maybe. So this is Jericho. It is a lovely place. I like it. It is a I think it was a Gigamart, or a Gigamart adjacent grocery store of some kind. General materials I've been keeping over here. I have a feeling that's going to fill up fast if I just keep putting everything here without thinking about it. I always say to myself that I will keep a fire extinguisher at all of my bases. And then here, of course, Jericho, one of my central ones, does not have one in a conspicuous location. Fix that. I do not think I will build a forge and a furnace at Reed. No, that's a little much. Reed is very strategically useful in its position, but it is not... Once I'm done with the deep inner-city Louisville area, once I'm done with that, I don't foresee Reed being very much useful beyond that. So I do think Reed does have a limited lifespan. This place, on the other hand, this place was useful as we were progressing inwards to this residential area. And then forward towards the urban center, it will also be useful as we progress in this direction towards additional residential in this way. So Jericho here is sort of a really good staging ground for just our progression in both directions here. Now Reed can also be used to progress into this area. And of course, why are we still hitting residential when we're like 500 hours in? Well, residential is one of the only last places we can find Longblade books. Got to find a survivor house, and if we find a survivor house, we can find a chance to find a Longblade book. Just a chance. But one of the last survivor houses that we cleared out, actually just randomly passing through West Point, we cleared it. It had several books we were missing, so, I mean, you know, always a chance, always a chance. And sometimes that is all you need. Okay, this bag is cleared. Now, if I just clear the freezer out here, I can shut down the generator here. Because that is just one freezer. That's all that's left of my perishables at the moment. I have more perishables growing outside here, but it's going to be a long time before they're ready to harvest. Let's take a look at our compost. We did start a few compost bins here. Seeing a little bit of compost there. That's good. Yeah, look at that. A lot of this has been starting to process, so we can actually make use of that. Let us keep that. We're going to keep the bag in our offhand there. We're going to take those sacks that we had for the RTB bag, all 6 of them, and we're going to go fill those up with compost. Also, the temperature has gotten nice enough. We've got outdoors directly out back, and we just got tired, so that's annoying. Yep, I see them both there. Okay, so we've got Zeds to kill, and fatigue just hit, so we're using firearms. These guys don't seem to know how to get to me right now, even though I know they heard that. Yeah, that's right. Iced your homie, bitch. What you can do about it? Bring your mumbling ass into my effective range. Now, of course, respawns at Jericho are not the worst because of Jericho's very valuable construction. Right, so the base POI, the grocery store that was here, absolutely no points of ingress on 2 entire directions here. So this wall right here, the north wall, and this wall right here, the I guess that's south, what is that, southeast? Yeah, the southeast wall. The southeast wall, and the northeast wall, southeast and northeast. No way in whatsoever. Zeds who are out here, behind and around the building here, they got to go all the way around. And that's one of the reasons I got low fences up there that'll tip me off when they flip over them and make noise. Oh, Jesus. Am I going insane, or was she not visible until she started charging? If she was visible... that was some interesting camouflage right there. I didn't catch her outline. Alright, we got somebody smacking my back door here. That's not allowed. Absolutely unacceptable. Let's get some free kills here. Come on over. Oh, come on, homie. Why you gotta be a slow shambler? Okay, I wasn't going insane. She really wasn't visible. Okay. That's good to know. I was, that felt really weird. She must have been, like partially clipped into the wall or something. I feel like I saw, like, a little bit of a shadow, but it just went right through my brain because I didn't see an outline for a zombie. The zombie outlines in this game, for better or worse, there's not very many different ways for them to appear. So you kind of program yourself to identify profiles. Profiles, that's what we're looking for. Yeah, now this is a bit of a problem. The anything coming from this direction could end up smacking this fence I built. But I figure the location for it is kind of makes that an alright thing. Okay. This is a empty van right here, nothing in it. Let us, now that I'm thinking about food, let us put some chips into my van here, because I used up all the chips that were in it. This being a grocery store, tons and tons of chips. 5 bags of chips on the driver's seat as emergency food if I fail to plan, which of course, you know, no, not fail to plan. That is that having chips on the driver's seat, that's my plan to fail right there. It's right the opposite. Alright, so we've got... Wow, it's showing us compost. It's only 11% full. Okay, that's alright. Something has definitely changed about compost degradation. I don't really know what it is, but something. So a bag of compost constitutes 4 crop plots composted. So we definitely aren't going to have enough for the whole set. And I suppose that's okay. Ideally, we would want 5 bags of compost. That one's 6% full. This one's 9% full. And that's 8%. Okay, so if it's not entirely full... That's weird. You can empty it entirely, but so compost, because you can only use it 4 times, it will... 2.5% increments, I think. Yeah. So technically speaking, we wasted a little bit of compost just now. Which is, you know, it's whatever. Okay, so we got another full bag. We've got 5 bags now. 5 bags equals 2 rows, because I do rows of 10. 5 times 4 crop plots each. That's a total of 20. Look at this. We have a fucking guest. Directly in the fucking dead center, too. That's really annoying. Alright. I want to be over encumbered. Right this way, please. Of my base. I don't want blood all over my pretty floors. Welcome to Louisville. It is a bit tiresome, but that's Louisville for you right there. Alright, so potatoes or kale? I'm thinking potatoes. Potatoes have a longer growth phase, so they would benefit. It would be removing more time, I think. I think that's how it works. Compost has changed a little bit. I'm pretty sure the wiki entry for it is still active, or still accurate, but, oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Always enjoy having more subs. I do play other games other than Zomboid, but Zomboid is the go-to. The rest of the stuff on my channel is, just sort of a mix of, low-effort stuff. Either low-effort or silly stuff. Sometimes I'll do high-effort stuff, but it will, not exactly be the kind of stuff I would want to put on my main channel. Not that I actually put things on my main channel. I haven't touched my main channel in over 12 years now. But that's a story for another time right there. The only other game right now that I play that people seem to really like is Darktide. 40k Darktide. It's a really fun game. It's sort of like Left 4 Dead, but in the 40k universe. Yeah, I've been on YouTube for a very long time. I mean, this channel goes back almost 15 years in and of itself, but what I did is, I had like a bit of a weird phase back in 2012-ish, 2012 through 2015. I was obsessed with fan fiction at the time, and I did what fan fiction authors probably shouldn't do, and used music links in the story. And so what I needed was extended soundtracks. So on my main channel, my main channel was actually my pen name at one point for fan fiction, but now it's just a place that has gotten a lot of people really enjoyed the soundtrack extensions, and well, that's good. I'm glad that I made stuff that people have vibed to. But particularly my main channel ended up getting about like 80,000 subs because I made a remix of and again, I'm never not going to laugh about this. I spent about 20 minutes making a 30-minute soundtrack extension to Jack Sparrow's theme from Pirates of the Caribbean. He's a pirate. Klaus Badelt, Hans Zimmer. That blew up so hard that it's YouTube currently recommends it more than the original. Something like 96 million views, and that's where most of my subs came from. People were just like, "Oh, that's cool. This guy does soundtrack extensions. Let me sub." Except I haven't wanted to do that in a very long time. I don't know if I ever will, except for video game soundtracks, because video game soundtracks currently don't trip the YouTube copyright system. I have decided not to be. After dealing with it myself and watching other YouTubers that'll like deal with it, no, I'm not dealing with that shit. I do not do the whole messing with copyrighted stuff, for the most part. If I can make a really strong argument for fair use, then I probably would, but soundtrack extensions, no, that does not. You'll never get away with fair use arguments on those. If somebody decides they don't want them on YouTube anymore, then you can't have them on YouTube anymore. I haven't gotten any strikes yet, but I could someday, and that's enough to make me want to be very careful. Very, very, very careful. More sack. Not that I need any right now. Let's just remove from here that and that. Yeah, no. Sunderbraze is my identity elsewhere. I mean, so it's my Steam tag. It's my whatchamacallit, my Sunderbraze is my pen name. It's a sort of my identity online for the most part. Ginfidel is just, like I said, this was always supposed to be a lower effort channel, but I would never be able to make it my main channel considering how many subs are over there on my main channel, and seeing as the handle is what I go by. So this axe head and this sword need to get put over here to get slated for rebuild. And I hear another Zed outside, because of course I do. Let's just go ahead and dismantle the sword now. I'm just going to dismantle both of these. Yeah. Yep. It's not fully linked so that the Steam won't automatically put anything that I post onto Steam. I don't really want that, but yeah, whatchamacallit. I mean, I own the domain too, sunderbraze.com and whatnot. It's I mean, right now it's just a landing page for something else. The what's the best way to describe it? A placeholder. One of the only reasons I'm live streaming is to build up an audience. And then, of course, eventually what I'll do is use the footage I'm streaming onto this channel for supercuts and more interesting edited videos on my main channel. That's the long-term plan there. I did do a survey a few years ago of the audience that subscribed to me on my main channel, and I got a pretty solid response that they'd be perfectly fine watching video game content. The people who subbed to me, I guess, for my soundtracks, that like I posted a poll, and like the options, like 80% of them were like, yeah, video game content's fine. If I could be anything as a YouTuber, I would want to be like Louis Rossmann. I love that guy. He's really good. He's basically turned his channel into a number of different things over the years, but his core theme is just consumer advocacy. And of course, I hate the term consumer, but I'm forced to use it because we don't have a lot of other good terms for consumer advocacy at the moment. I mean, okay, so that should just be a real sign of the times right there, that we even need a word for consumer advocacy. Why does somebody need to go out there, put themselves out there and be an advocate for people who buy stuff? What the actual fuck is that? Why do we need consumer and it's because corporations have been allowed to get way too fucking big. Way too fucking big. I'm not an anti-capitalist, not in the slightest, but the current system that we have is way too corrupt, and it needs to have mega corporations brought down a peg, in my opinion. Okay, we've got two fuckers here. And unfortunately, there's no easy way to do that. There's no easy way to do that. A lot of the things that you would do to fuck with big corporations has a way of backfiring and fucking with your not big corporations. And another problem with it, of course, is if all you do is fuck with the big corporations, then they're just going to leave your country and go operate out of another jurisdiction, and then you get even less control over them. It's a very difficult world to regulate right now. The only regulations that are allowed to get passed are the ones that seem to benefit the very large corporations. See, I'll have a lot of people who would just be like, no, capitalism is to blame, and they're not 100% wrong, which is one of the reasons that that idea is so strong. But the governments and corporations working together, there used to be a word for that. Now that the word people used to use for that is just thrown around all over the place. Doesn't really have any fucking meaning anymore. But yeah, I don't intend on being very political on this particular channel. My main channel might be a different story someday. I don't know 100% about that. Because you see, my role model, Mr. Rossmann, he doesn't hesitate to get political when it comes to certain issues, but he does it in a very non-partisan way. and he's actually successful about it. I've never seen somebody be successfully nonpartisan as much as that guy, and that's one of the reasons I like him so much. In this day and age, trying to be nonpartisan is a very uphill battle. Trying to bring the various political factions together instead of just driving them apart. Because, man, you can make some big money if you just play into the polarization and try to divide everybody. That's a very easy thing to do. I could probably be making a lot of money right now just by going out there and making really loud mouth noises about certain political factions that I'm not a big fan of. But no, I don't want to do that. Just because I don't like certain political factions. I mean, my personal life, I have friends from almost every persuasion. I have one friend who's a communist. I have one friend who is a climate science major. Well, I don't know if he's still into activism for that. He's been very black-pilled on the climate. But, yeah, I mean, I get a lot of buddies on the right, several people on the left. My own parents are like just the most MAGA boomers you could ever imagine. Just the kind of people who post on Facebook in all caps, those kind. Still love them though. But that's a dangerous thing in this day and age. You're not allowed to like people across the aisle anymore. That's not allowed no more. No. You gotta hate. Everybody's gotta hate. And I don't like that. I don't like that. Anyway, why are we screwing around in the middle of the night? We need to sleep again at 2 a.m. What I should probably do as an overnight activity is I could get started some leather dryings here. I don't know where I would build a forge next, but seeing as I'm out of medium leather, it would not hurt to put some of that together. That wouldn't hurt at all. What did I put in the ambulance that needs to come out? That can stay. That can stay. That needs to go forward with me. Floodlights, that also goes forward with me. So really everything that's in the van right now, that's staying. Okay. And I've already emptied out of my bags the stuff that I do not need. The gas cans, I don't have a plan for immediately. You know what? I probably need to do? Oh, no, I did not go. Oh, God, no, that's not happening anytime soon. Establishing a clean angle of approach to the Grand Ohio Mall, that is a very, that's going to be a colossal effort. What day is it now? We've only had about 2 days. So the default day length, as of the start of this character series, has been moved to 90 minutes. So if you were gone for 2 hours, you probably only missed about a day and a half in-game. We don't do too much fast-forwarding if there is a lot of things that we can still accomplish in a day. Now, that being said, we have a book to read, so we are actually going to fast-forward to the next hour and a half here. So at 4 a.m. we can have a sleep. My character's trait setup is restless sleeper plus wakeful. And those two things combined, you basically just want to sleep twice every night. And after you wake up the first time, you just screw around for a couple of hours. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think it is 6:30. I don't really keep track. To be entirely honest, when I open my streams, when I start a new stream, I actually go to a website that I don't even have bookmarked because I'm a goofer. Date, calc, this one, timeanddate.com, and I just go straight to count days, July 9th, 1993, to what is today, March 31st, 1995. We are on day 630. That's I just do that at the beginning of every stream before I do the title. I don't yet have I don't have the action economy to update it after every day. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. So we are going to go ahead and empty out our perishables here. And we are going to shut down the generator here at Jericho. It's about 16 encumbrance worth. Okay, before I do that, I do need light to work with here. I'm actually going to put that back really quick. Fun thing about, you can just put the entire bag in the freezer. That's what I'm going to do for now. Right, I mean, it's Halloween IRL. In game, it's March 31st. If this game had more Halloween decorations, I'd do it, but there are some Halloween decorations. They are, if I collected any of them, they're going to be back at Riverside, unfortunately. Riverside is quite far away, all the way up here. We made our own little road to bypass some of the respawns, but even then, that is a multiple-hour endeavor to go all the way back to Riverside. I'm not going to do that just for a few things that I'm not even sure are there. Unfortunate, but that is the current situation. Swords. I am reforging 2 swords, and I'm just using the sword blades that are already right there. Beautiful. Times 2. And then we just go ahead and assemble both of them. That was, I think, actually just 42.11. That is not a mod, no. We did at one point have a draw on the map mod, but that didn't add names or anything. No. Names were added. I can't remember if it was 42.11 or 12. It was one of the ones after we started this save. We started the save on 42.10, and we have successfully upgraded the game version from 10 to 11 and then to 12. So far, this is the longest save I've managed to keep going on build 42. I dread the day that we finally get our save broken by a random update, but it's coming. That is the reality of playing Zomboid in the current year on the latest build. You just gotta deal with a little bit of save breakage. I'm gonna take 2 of these axe heads with me. I think I might already have some out there, but just in case, I will take 2. It's just a bunch of random tools right there. Nothing that I need. Nothing that I need up at Reed right now. We're good. Okay, you know what? I will take these with me to Reed. I'll take the leather with me, just in case I do feel like drying it out and prepping to build another forge. Yeah, of course. They said unstable. And that is what we generally expect here. Instability, as it were. Should leave one of these griddle pans behind. Can I even pick that up? Nope, I have to drop some stuff again. There we go. Alright, got our frozen produce. Of course I hear footsteps outside, but the Zeds cannot get to me yet. They have to go all the way around. I would be surprised if they figured out how to go all the way around and not get stuck bashing one of the windows. But I'm not going to test that. I'm just going to shut the generator off now. And then we'll go kill whoever's walking around out there. Now, actually, they may have gotten in already. So I do need to be... We had to fast forward a minute there. Okay, everything looking okay here. Yeah, we have many yellow generators. If you are not familiar with the generator breakdown, there are now... there's a new type of generator called old. And then there's a blue generator, a red generator, and a yellow generator. The difference being the yellow ones are the ones that give really good, or rather they are really efficient at not taking condition damage over time. Alright, so our finger food is still frozen. I'm just going to drink one of these sodas. Because I'm going to need to get out and fight. I'm going to need to get out and fight. So basically with generators, whenever you leave them running, there is a percentage chance over time that they will take condition damage. And that chance increases as you go down the tier from the best to the worst. So the yellow one has the best quality, so its condition degrades the slowest. The red one is kind of mid, and the blue and the old generators are both pretty bad. All right, we got a lot here. I'm just gonna drop my bag. Hello, I didn't want to drop my knife. Damn it, wrong button. We're going loud because there's a lot of Zeds, and I want to get them off of my road so they can just come on over here to me. Come right on over here to me, folks. Out of my road. That will have lured a few of these guys, yeah. Both of these, I'd like to keep them where they are. So let's just nail them with a long range. A little closer. Cute. Okay for now, I think, yeah. We may be able to. And yeah, in B41, yep. That is the reality for B41. I should keep in mind I can actually... Both of those guns I was using just now, I can still use them while I got a bag in my hand, so I didn't have to drop that necessarily. One-handed guns. I don't think being over-encumbered messes with your aim. I could be wrong. No, that doesn't feel... No. Now we're getting a little closer to the rail yard. I don't want to go loud too close to it. R.I.P. R.I.P. Slowly working on short blade here. Mostly because, just like with the 38 special, it's got a slot that it's the only weapon that can go in it. Your webbing slots. And this is the reality of Louisville. You discharge a weapon, and people just, you never would have thought were there, are actually there. A lot of people. Damn it. Oh, he's still alive. Good. Get your ass back up. Get out of my road. Okay, I guess we're doing a bigger fight than I thought. This is what happens. Oh, shit. Well, there goes the... I dropped the bag. We're going loud. We're going loud. Fuck it. Ah, right in the middle of the road. Couldn't she fall backwards? No. So right now we actually still have ragdolls turned off. And the reason for that is ragdolls are currently broken. Well, they have a chance to be very broken for zombies that flip out of the third story buildings or higher. And because of that, like when I say broken, what I really mean is you'll get ragdolls that like flip all over the place and just go nuts. And they actually, if you hit them with a vehicle, you run the risk of crashing the game. And that, because of how many multi-story buildings there are in Louisville right now, I'm just not dealing with that at the moment. Now, well, the objective impact of that is that we are now, zombies, when we kill them with guns, normally they'd be ragdolls, but now they are not being ragdolls, which has a bit of a impact on how we fight them, actually. Actually want this guy's hoodie. It's a nice black hoodie. Might even be a match. Absolutely. They do have, okay, so there are, I did see somebody post on Reddit, just a screenshot of somebody's working on a mod for that. There is a train mod that somebody is messing around with. No idea what form that will take in its final form. All he really did was show off some models that he got in the game. I hear footsteps to the south. Other side of the fence. Yes? No? Yes. Multiple. Yeah. So if you're not familiar with B42, the color system, you get randomly generated colors of clothing on zombies. And when I say random, I mean like literal RGB, 16 million different color combinations. So because of that, some of which you're looking at on our character here has been very painstakingly located to ensure a match. Actually, to be honest, you're not seeing a lot of RNG colors right now. The leather pants, the leather jacket, those are both default blacks. Even the hat is also a default black. And the backpack we colored ourselves using a small recolor mod. See, look at this. Look at this. Welcome to Louisville, everybody. We tried to build a road. We tried to keep it open. And now we can't keep it open because this. Generally speaking, I don't find it overly useful to be discharging the firearm at respawns, because what do respawns constitute? Something that's going to come back. That being said, I also want to get done with this and move on. Fucking... The fence is not helping the situation. That would be a nice shot with the shotgun. There we go. They didn't die on the road that time. Excellent. I gotta keep in mind that the 45 auto here is not the 44 Magnum. I did at one point have a 44 Magnum with a scope. That was not a good shot. The 44 Magnum with the scope has a rather amazing long range. But I started running low on 44 Mag. I was finding so many good situations to use it. Alright, slow shamblers, we don't need firearms. He says as he pulls out a firearm and needlessly discharges. I'm going to need to do a sharpen check too. So I lost track of this, but at one point my sharpening stone actually broke. And I kept doing sharpen checks and not seeing any opportunities to sharpen. And I was like, what the hell's going on? But no, that was because our stone broke and there's no noise now when it breaks. So we need to actually manually check it every once in a while to make sure it's not going to break. Keep an eye on Chuck over there. Or Linda, whoever the fuck this is. Fuck you. Pretending she's not noticing me until the last second there. Not the kindest Zed to deal with. Yeah, there's a respirator. Yeah, filters are crap. Line me up here. Couldn't quite make it. See, there's a good shot there, but I'm starting to block places I would want to drive. One north. South is looking okay. I'm out of 45 auto. Get off the ambulance. I am right here. What the hell? Huh. I may need to respond to that. Just got a very weird notification on my work phone. Today's Friday, so actually I only work a half day on Friday, but I am still technically on the clock. I do got to keep an eye on things. Give me a minute to... I'll clean this up here, and then I will take a short break. I've been very lucky. I've never had anything come up on stream that I've had to just randomly cancel. So I don't think that trend will break. Unless something really stupid just came up. I don't know yet. Find out. Most likely not. I have a lot of gray hoodies back at Riverside right now. Yeah, I believe you. I believe you. Gray is not really in my repertoire, to be honest. There are a lot of potential colors in this game, and unfortunately, not a lot that match with your backpack. If you decide to rock a military backpack, you're stuck with a very, very small number of color combinations. Now, of course, the mod that I ported from B41 to B42 here, that's currently recoloring the ugly green to a nice, pretty black here. That one also came with a one that recolors the forest camo. Recolors the forest camo to urban camo. So, or urban camo is just sort of like a little bit of gray and black. Okay, finally. We spent a little bit more time doing that than I wanted to. And where did I drop my backpack? I wasn't quite expecting to drop it, but I dropped it. There it is. Okay. Probably also have kept in mind that I've got perishables in here. Not quite in danger of perishing yet, but soon. On the bright side, now that I'm hungry, I can just straight up eat some kale. Just gotta not get eaten by a zombie in the process. Oh, come on now. Look at all this shit. Thought we were done here. We're not done here. Actually do need to put the bandana back on. Okay. I just put the backpack back in my hand, guys. Do we really gotta do this? Alright, fine. You get the hammer then. I'll bonk you both on the noggin. One of the only reasons that I even bothered to pick up a black hoodie is because I don't have one out here. I have so many hoodies back at Riverside that I don't know if I would ever want to pick one up unless I immediately needed it, which I don't do. Now, another fun thing about clothing in this game is they did recently add the ability to, you can dye it yourself now. And also back at Riverside, we have large quantities of dye of various different colors. And all you got to do is mix the dye of different colors additively. And you can get yourself most color combinations. So, I mean, we've got like for example, we've got a bin of black and white. So we can make any shade of gray that we want. And hoodies are a valuable thing, or a valid choice of thing that you can dye. Something else that I only recently discovered, you can dye bandanas. And because of that, I have been considering redoing my current bandana. As my current bandana is not quite a perfect match of black. It's ever so slightly got a red tint to it. Folks might not even be able to see that if they don't have an HDR monitor. No, I'm not. I'm very far beyond picking things up off of zombies for the most part here. Every once in a while, I'll just grab something off of a corpse. But no, we are done here. We've got perishables to drop off in the fridge. See, lots more zombies. And the more we go back and forth on this road, the more they will group up until they become annoying to deal with, like that group we just killed. That is just the reality of Louisville. And that is why we do patrols on Main Street, to make sure that Main Street doesn't end up like that anytime soon. Now we are back at Zulu here. We don't have a lot of room, though, for the stuff that I wanted to bring forward. We don't have a lot of room at all right now. I mean, sure, I could tow a vehicle with me, but then I don't want to do that too much. I do have a parking lot at Reed, not an indoor parking lot, but an outdoor one. So it wouldn't be too difficult to just park outside. We could... take the fire truck if we need it. Do we need it? Fire truck has nothing in it right now. Yeah. We will take the fire truck with us. We will put some stuff in the fire truck. So here's the blue generator. This is, the blue generator, whatchamacallit, the blue generator is valuable because of its lightweightness. This is a generator that only weighs 30 encumbrance. A organized person can actually fit a generator of the blue variety into their backpack with a little bit of shenanigans. It takes a little bit of finagling, but it is possible. We're out of loose trash bags. We are out of loose trash bags, and I forgot to get more from the grocery store. I think there's a grocery store just right south of me here, where I could find more, but that's a problem I'll think about soonish. It wouldn't be too awful hard to find more garbage bags somewhere. I mean, there's always more garbage bags. I don't even know if I cleaned out these bins up here. Usually didn't die. Yeah, look at this. I haven't even cleaned out these bins. Okay, perfect. This is more of a B42 thing, but you'll find garbage bags full of quote-unquote garbage. You know the usual rule. One man's trash is another man's treasure. I'm already wearing a garter. Wish I could wear 2 garters. Yeah, that even had vinegar in it. And now that those trash bags are empty, I've got more trash bags. I think the other bins have emptied. Yes, other bins are empty. That's already... Nah, let's hook this up. Trying to tow out of Zulu is a bit of an annoyance. Leave just a few magazines and 1 paperback here. Everything else can come up with us. I certainly hope someday we'll make use of those, smokables again. final ride. Ride of the Valkyries, as it were. Oh, there is actual gas in this can. Cool. That'll come with us. Yeah, all this stuff is just basically field tools that no longer need to be at Zulu, because Zulu, the defense construction, is finished. Perfect, okay. So we're going to tow the fire truck out with us, which has a bunch of stuff I'm going to bring forward. Towing out of Zulu is a bit of a tight endeavor. Luckily, the fire truck is one that is allowed to take a few bumps if it has to. It also has good tires on it, really good tires. Yeah, okay, I just barely threaded that needle. Perfect. And because it has really good tires, I can tow forwards. If anybody here has played B42 a little bit, you'll know that towing forwards in B42, that sometimes it's a pipe dream. Sometimes you will bottom out as soon as you get to second gear. And I actually don't know yet if I will bottom out to second gear. We're going to have to find out momentarily here. So right now we're in first gear. Most cars can actually move a little bit while towing in first gear. Second gear, we are not bottoming out. Perfect. It's going to take us a long time to get out of second and into third, so it is actually more expedient to just tow backwards. And if we turn for like a second, turning sheds so much speed that you probably will bottom out in second. So it's fine, we'll just tow backwards. I only came over here to fill the gas tank of the fire truck. Does it need it? Hang on. Probably check that. No, it doesn't need it. I have one can. I have several empty cans. Bringing forward just a couple extra cans of gas is kind of one of the things I should do. Out of the pumps, please. Yeah, so we'll get a couple cans of gas into the trunk of the fire truck. We've got room for like 3. Yeah, we've got room for 3. Okay. Don't run with scissors and don't run with swords. Example of what not to do. Thankfully, I have never accidentally dropped the sword in this game and stabbed myself. I would never put it past the Zomboid devs to add something like that someday. I said we're going to get 2, but we only have 2. We only have 2 here. That is a crappy battery. I don't really care about that. Only going to spend the space carrying it if it's valuable. Okay, so what I'm going to do here actually is I'm going to sacrifice the car that I was using to act as a front gate. This one was front gate, right? It's parked at a perfect angle so that I can just do this and close the zombies can no longer go through. I can't go through either, but nobody can go through when it's parked like this. So the taxi was actually positioned perfectly to act as a front gate. I'm not going to be closing the front gate much more anymore. If I ever use Zulu again, it's going to be entirely from the north. So when I'm that far north, I don't really have to worry about ingress from the south. So we are going to use it to replace Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels was blocking these 2 doors. For anybody joining, welcome. Just as a quick recap, why do we use vehicles to block points of ingress? Vehicles are the only thing, and I mean the only thing, that the player can use to create an obstruction for zombies, wherein the zombies will not just fucking attack it. There is no other way to shape the movement of zombies without them stopping and attacking whatever you're trying to use to shape it, other than vehicles right now. And that is, I believe, a deliberate design decision. I don't like it, but there's nothing I can do about it. So, actually, this water can stay here. Yes, this is the last bit of fresh water I have at Zulu. That can stay here. Because I've emptied most of the other sinks already, so that's alright. That stays there. We've got our empty gas cans. We'll fill those up. And then we are headed back to Reed. And we will do a little bit of patrol further up at Reed before we call it for tonight. Only those two. Don't want anybody else popping out of the tree. Okay, we're good. So we can poke these guys with a knife through the fence. Boy, there we go. Just wanted to make sure that we wouldn't, why am I stressed right now? Fuck. No, literally, why am I stressed? Where did I build up 32 stress from? That's actually fucking infuriating. I have literally no idea why I have 31 stress right now. That is fucking... Okay, I'm not mad. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. Okay, I'm a little mad. That one's empty, this one's... Now the dev said there was something weird about filling gas cans from, or filling up from pumps, where you had to like hit the escape key to stop properly. Never really messed with that, so I'm not 100% sure how it works. Usually I just make sure that the gas pump is 100% clean before opening it. But sometimes you can't be perfect. Alright, 3 cans of gas, that's more than enough. Because, I mean, we've also got reservoirs in all the vehicles that we're not actively using, so we are stacked on gas at the moment. So we do have to tow backwards. Now that's never been easier to tow backwards on first because all of the dead zombie corpses on first have finally despawned. Of course, we're hungry and all of our perishables got put in the trunk here. Let's have a quick bite. Perfect. Now, the reason I'm towing backwards is because when I was towing forwards, I was struggling really hard to get to 3rd gear. And if you can manage to tow forwards, your goal is to get into 3rd gear. And if you can't get to 3rd gear, if you spend a lot of time in 2nd, even if you don't bottom out while you're stuck in 2nd, you're probably going to be going a lot slower than 30 miles an hour. If that's the case, then just tow backwards. Whenever you tow backwards, as long as you're not getting stuck, you're probably guaranteed to at least get to 30 miles an hour. So this is a lot faster than just hoping and praying that we'll eventually make it to 3rd. Because even if we do make it to 3rd, it'll probably take a very long time, and at that point it's not... We'll already be there by then, so... Faster to just go backwards. So that was Zulu we left, and here is Yankee. And then our new operations base is in front of X-Ray. So as we go further back up the alphabet, next would be Wilco, seeing as we are going backwards. I would probably build Wilco at 1st and Main, most likely. Definitely need more parking in here. Yeah, absolutely. We have a couple of spaces, but we need more than a couple spaces. Especially now that I know that I can probably just sledge away the, I can probably just sledge away the wall that has the light switch on it here. I can't get it out of my head that some walls with light switches, if you hit them with the sledgehammer, the switch goes away with it. But some of them don't, because we can see the little... There's literally 2 floating light switches here that are just floating there, and they don't stop you from running through them with on foot or vehicles. I think it might be that if you sledgehammer in the direction of the light switch, like if I were to sledgehammer this wall right here, I think it would take the light switch with it. But if I sledgehammer behind it, the switch might stick around. Now, that being said, this is all, we're just relying on glitches here. I'm pretty sure that the design decision there is that this switch is supposed to go away, but the fact that it doesn't, well, that's useful to me right now. Very useful to me, actually. Alright, so the fire truck, we're just going to put in the parking lot out back for now. I would like to get parking for the ammo vehicles inside. Any other vehicles that we would bring up here, we don't really need to make room for, as it were. It's mostly just vehicles that I want to be able to access from inside my base while I'm trying to do stuff inside my base. Never did find out where all that stress came from. I can only imagine there's got to be a number of zombies that they must have been on the upper floors of the office building at Zulu, which isn't really a threat to us necessarily, because they would just come out from the other side there. Now these gas bottles need to go over here, I guess. Now, we need a fridge, and of course, part of that, we need a real kitchen. Where would we put that? Let's get a few counters. We have counters over here that we just boxed up because we needed them out of the way. Something I would like to see is, what does it look like? I cannot put one there. So this little thing from the staircase is a hard wall. A kitchen on the back wall right here doesn't feel like a bad idea. We could put the stove there and then 3 counters here, and that would probably be more than enough. Yeah, let's get 2 more counters. Then we can move the stove, then we can get rid of the mini fridge. The mini fridge is just a temporary solution. I like using a mini fridge as a temporary solution because it is much easier to transport than a large fridge. Large fridges weigh 40 encumbrance, so you have to remove stuff from your inventory if you carry a lot of stuff like I do. I always carry around tons of stuff because, well, I like to be prepared for literally everything. Since we have a chrome oven, that demands a chrome fridge. So we will go acquire a chrome fridge. For that, we'll need to be able to pick it up. For that, I drop my backpack, my bandolier, my shotgun, my pistols, and my water bottle. And then just have a drink so that I don't get thirsty yet. And look at that, I have less than 10 encumbrance in my inventory, which means I can pick up something that weighs 40 encumbrance, such as a fridge. Your inventory, generally speaking, outside of a few niche scenarios, your inventory has a hard limit of 50 encumbrance. So if you're ever trying to pick up a fridge and you can't, very often that's one of the reasons why. As items. No, it doesn't. Get these out of here. Gives me that fridge. Put the fridge in the offhand. Now I steal a microwave as well. Go ahead and put that in my main hand. And we unequip the fridge from our offhand. And then we just put it right on down in the corner here. And look at that, it's a match. I like it. So now we can empty out this fridge. Why can't I pick it up? There we go. Wouldn't let me before. I mean, not really. I've not been able to see what it looks like. Whenever so okay, you're talking about a run. What is the context of a run in your mind? I ask that because I mean, when I say when I make a character in this game, generally speaking, I assume that they're going to live forever. That's how I play the game. Now, of course, I acknowledge that my character won't live forever. They'll either get destroyed by an update or a mistake that I make, but I plan as if they are going to live forever. Because that's what I would do in real life. I mean, okay, I would plan to die of old age in real life is what I would plan for, as any reasonable person in the world should. And since old age isn't a mechanic in this game, then yeah, I plan to live forever. So I mean, like when you're talking about a run, I'm like, okay, what exactly does that mean? Because we have different definitions, most likely. Not too many people want to just play this game as if it's going to go on forever, which is a perfectly understandable thing. Before I gear back up, is there anything else? I just need to get the perishables that I left in the truck. And all of these just go right into the fridge. Minus a little bit of kale, perhaps. Yeah, let's just put like that much kale into the fridge. Actually, let's just put all the 10s. All these are 10 kale, so that I've used a little bit of them so far. The rest go into the freezer. And one of the chickens just went stale, so the stale chicken, I'll just go ahead and cut it up. We'll make use of that. Chicken parts into the fridge. There we go. Yeah, that's what you're looking at right now, Hassan. We are building a not like a fully fledged base, just a it's got everything except a forge, basically. This will be a stronghold, but not a full-on base. I guess that's the best way to think of it, as a stronghold. In my mind, a base is something that has literally everything up to and including a forge, which we will not go out of our way to build a forge here, because that is not going to be worth the effort necessarily, as far as I can see so far. I mean, what can we hit from this base? Well, there is more residential up north, but it's limited. Once we explore Lace Curtain here in Kenmare, and then Broadway close, once we explore those two streets, and then I guess there's a little bit I haven't explored right here. We just explore residential to see if there's survivor homes. I don't necessarily go into residential areas in Louisville with the intent to fully clear them. Larger buildings, sure, because I don't know what's in these, and I would like to see what's in these buildings. We're here a little bit for the experience, so. Now all that would be left to do to set up the kitchen is to get it so that Meals on Wheels can actually drive into the kitchen, that's a little bit of sledgehammer work. Oh, I knew I was forgetting something. I wanted to be able to pick up the water container here. Somewhere in here, I guess. Don't have a good spot for it at the moment. Back here for now. This is Louisville. I will scroll out a little bit here. We are in Louisville. This is the dead center, a little bit north and west of the Iroquois Park, which is, I guess technically that's the dead center. But that being said, southeast Louisville is like 90% residential. Like there is a school here, and there's small form commercial up here. If you're in West Louisville, the real attraction is, of course, Grand Ohio, and the other, I don't know what else is up here. I've seen Grand Ohio, and that's about all I've seen. Now, Louisville General Hospital here, this is another major POI. We've already cleared a hospital. We have cleared St. Peregrine's up here. And because of that, I'm feeling a little bit less incentivized to clear Louisville General, just because that's a lot of zombies, and I've already got 1 billion medical supplies. And I don't get injured that often. If I got injured all the time, well, maybe I'd be rethinking that, but no, it's just one me. There's only one me right now. And that one me doesn't take too many injuries. A bit to the left and straight down. Oh, I see. Yeah. That is a in order to spawn in Louisville, that is a mod, I believe. I'm sure B42 has something similar. Left for the 625, right for the 9mm. The 9mm is actually short on rounds. Let's get a couple of rounds for that. Got some loose rounds here. We can cap that out. Eject this magazine. This magazine, rather. Perfect. I actually used up all of our loose rounds. I'm happy about it. Okay. Speaking of loose rounds, 45 auto. Opening a new box. Last box of 38 special in the ambulance. Good to know. Good to know. Oh, right, yeah. I mean, that's fine. Yeah, that's, as long as you control yourself and don't go too nuts with it. We have enabled admin on this character one time. Or rather, I guess not admin, but debug mode. We turned on debug mode for the silliest of reasons. We had to get rid of a piano. We had to get rid of a piano. And there was literally nothing we could do. Even the standard debug tools didn't work. For some reason, in Build 42, pianos are just... the game does not like it when you try to move them after you've moved them the first time. You move a piano for the first time, whenever you put it down, the game doesn't like it if you go anywhere else with it. The game will throw all kinds of errors when you try to pick it up, and if you try to rotate it, it duplicates itself. We had a problem of duplicating pianos. So we opened up debug mode, we tried to delete it that way, and we got the same errors. I had to go into the code base and find a very specific code that would delete something specific from a tile. And then write some dumb Lua in the Lua console. That was a nightmare. It was a fever dream. We spent like 2 hours just sorting that shit out. Most of the time the character was just paused. I like to imagine that from her perspective, she just got a little bit delirious while trying to move a piano and started seeing double. Alright, let us cook something ballin' here, because I am hungry. Got a pan in here already, I think. Yeah. Let's have a little bit of this chicken and, yeah, some of the rabbit's going bad, too. Two helpings of rabbit, perhaps. Potatoes are stale, but they will last a long time. And then just one of each. That is a certified baller roast right there. You know what? I don't even care about vinegar right now. Vinegar used to be the nectar of the gods for me. But now jarring food is just broken. So I don't even really care about it right now. Anything else? How about some nacho cheese and ranch? That's nacho cheese and salsa. Those are two things I don't get very many opportunities to use. And some hot sauce. That is a certified baller roast right there. This is going to come out probably almost 100. Mostly thanks to the chicken. Now, if I were to put a sink right here, I could do that. I could put a sink right here. And most importantly, the back porch that I've already started building up there, I could put some rain barrels down, and that would completely dodge the problem of multiple stories. Right, this building has multiple stories to it, right? In the plumbing system, I think in B41 you could attach fixtures to fixtures. Last time I tried to do that in 42, it didn't work. I have not tried in 42 since. For several builds, though, so maybe they fixed it, I don't know. I also don't think they have much incentive to put work into the plumbing system as it is, because they are actually working on a, they're working on like a full-on pipe-based plumbing system. So trying to fix the plumbing system that's currently got a few issues, I don't see them messing with that. I can put that there. I already have a sink just laying around, and it's chrome, so it's going to match. That is beautiful. And I'll go ahead and preemptively grab the coffee machine because it doesn't need to be here anymore. That little area back there is my bomb making area. Doesn't need to be my kitchen too. What do I got to put down first? Nothing, that works. Actually, that's a better fit over that. Look at that. I got a pretty kitchen right now. Maybe something behind the coffee machine. Otherwise, we are looking pretty right now, and I'm happy about that. And my roast just finished. It is a 100 roast, which means we, optimally, we would wait until we have 25 hunger before eating a quarter of that, which, look at that, we're at 74 hunger. Sometimes dominoes just fall down and you don't even have to go out of your way to set them up. It's beautiful, brilliant. That is just the stars aligning right there. I didn't do that, God did it. Or no, God didn't do that, you did. You just didn't pay attention to what you were doing, and it happened to work out. Always remember, God gave us free will. And the implications of that are quite astounding if you think about it. So a lot of people will be like, oh, God did that. No, you did that. You just weren't thinking about it. I'm pretty sure God would be happier if people thought more often. A lot of people don't think very much. Scrap wood, that needs to come out of here. I'm sort of doing a progressive cleanup of these bags. This shit that I can throw straight into the garbage like that. And including the rotten stuff. I'm not bringing that to, not bringing that back to where I could turn that into compost. It's just going in the garbage. Yeah, okay, everything else can just chill for now. And the scrap wood, actually got a pile for it right out here. I did a bit of a doof going back, doing an RTB because I have a sword here that needs to get, that needs to go into one of the RTB bins, but that's all right. When it comes to swords, I have a lot now. I have a certified lot of swords. Axe heads there are part of my tools. Technically, so are those. Once again, I've just allowed myself to completely ignore my bedtime. Not the best thing to do. My bedtime was almost an hour ago in this game. Let's hit the sack. It's alright, we did good things. Hello, gamer. I do think I can call myself that. I believe I am a gamer. Wrench into my Alice kit. So if we did want to do rain barrels, because of where we put the sink, we could do up to 3. And we would just put them right outside the back porch there. So that's not a bad idea. Let's go saw up some more logs and get that done as an overnight activity. We only have the 1 tarp, so we're only actually building 1. But we can leave room for a couple more. Once we get some of these trash bags sorted, we'll go back to having a lot. We have 4 logs right here. That is going to be... 4 logs is 2. But we are not going to be able to do 2. Wait a minute. What did I do with my other backpack? It's still in the trunk of the ambulance, isn't it? It is, and it is full of vehicle recovery stuff. And extra extinguishers. Extra extinguishers basically just go forward with me to my furthest forward base. As I experiment more and more with fire against zombies in certain situations. I don't know if there are going to be situations where I suddenly need to put out a lot of fires. So whenever I start fucking around with fire, I want to make sure that those are somewhere where I remember that they'll be. And the best way to remember where they'll be is going to be my furthest forward field base. Now we got a floodlight out here. This one should be battery powered. And because it is battery powered, we will put it over here at X-ray, along with the other battery powered ones. So we got one right there, we got one right there. The most likely spot we would want another one is over here, because this is where the zombies are most likely going to come from. That's about a dozen, so we'll do a dozen in this direction, and that will cover... This will cover the point of ingress of the Zeds from the, whatchamacallit, from this stairwell right here. Because that's where we expect a lot of them to come out of in the future, if we pull any of the upper floors here. I don't even know if we will, but if we do, that's where we'll be doing a lot more killing, is right in front of that door. Raven Creek, that's one of the custom maps, I think. I have not given that a shot, but I have heard good things about it. I remember seeing, if I'm thinking of the right one, I remember seeing very good Steam reviews. Yeah, that's rather terrifying. Why is it so dark? Good question. It's most likely because I'm wearing a dark shirt today. Sometimes I'll wear a lighter shirt, and well, actually, you know what? The focus ring. The focus ring is hand adjustable, as is the iris. The iris is hand adjustable. This is actually specifically why I bought this model, because I absolutely despise autofocus. I absolutely despise autofocus. I see other YouTubers use cameras that use autofocus, and they're just like, "Oh no, my camera's out of focus again. What do I do now?" Dude, just buy one that. Yeah, okay. So it's the whatchamacallit, the light ring is actually already at its farthest right now. Can't make myself darker. Can't make myself lighter. Unfortunate, but yeah, it's most likely because of the ambient lighting. I don't have very much ambient lighting in my room as it is. I have a chandelier above me, but the chandelier, several of the bulbs are out, and in order to reach the chandelier, I would need an A-frame ladder. I don't own an A-frame ladder yet. I mean, I'm an apartment resident. Generally speaking, apartment residents aren't going to need an A-frame. That's something for a homeowner, which I hope to be someday, but I ain't a homeowner right now, unfortunately. I am decidedly lower middle class for my area. You know, I've been thinking about that lately. Am I still lower middle class for my area, or am I officially lower class? I live in possibly one of the most wealthiest counties on the planet. Uh, no, that only does countries. There was actually a list of highest income counties in the United States. Yeah, yeah. Loudoun County, Virginia. That's where I live. We're still number one, thanks to all the fucking military contractors around here. I am a lowly government contractor, not a military contractor. Maybe I should go over to Mill. I mean, Jesus. And of course, the second wealthiest county is right down the road at Falls Church. We're just neck and neck with these guys. I'll link this if you guys are interested. It's like, it's unbelievable. Fucking Fairfax. Oh, that's actually Fairfax and Prince William have fallen pretty far on the list here. You would think something like it's like one of those Los Angeles counties, right? You would think one of the Los Angeles counties, maybe like something near Hollywood or something like that. You'd think one of them would be the wealthiest, the wealthiest. No, because you got the billionaire people who own their mansions, and then you got everybody who lives nearby to support the billionaire lifestyle. And there's a lot of them, and not a lot of them make a lot of money, and therefore that drags down the average. So actually, generally speaking, because the average is so high here, you would think that things are pretty good here. Life is great here if you have a job in the tech sector, I'll tell you that much. Ashburn is the world's second Silicon Valley that not a lot of people know about. Ashburn, Virginia, that's data center city out here. It's where a lot of big tech companies like Verizon is headquartered there. And it's also where Amazon US East is, you know, that one server that keeps going down and shutting down the entire fucking internet along with it. Yeah, US East for Amazon. It's just right down the road from me. If I wanted to be one of the data center monkeys. Sorry. It wasn't necessarily intended to be derogatory, but man, I have met some data center techs that they give developers a run for their money. I'm sorry, they give web devs a run for their money. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to be dissing my colleagues today. Today's a good day. I'm 20 minutes away from logging out, and I've already finished all of my morning transfers, and it's fantastic. Today is a good day. It's Halloween. Today's a great day. But yeah, no, I what is this? 147. This is gross before taxes. Something approximating half of that is my current day job. Something about half of that. And I think middle class is supposed to be like around the middle. I don't know what the standard deviation is, and I don't really know if there's supposed to be a former. I think upper middle class and lower middle class are probably a good measure of whether you're above or below the median for your area. That's probably a good way to phrase it. So in which case, I'm very much lower middle class. Definitely not. I'm not. Never hear me say that I am poor or anything like that. No. I'm doing a hell of a lot better than my colleagues who have debt. A lot of millennials my age are just fucking horrifically saddled with debt, and I'm so sorry for them. I mean, well, okay, they technically did it themselves, but I think it is a tragic situation of very poor financial education everywhere right now. I'm not going to act like I'm any sort of genius. I just kind of picked up the idea, don't be in debt. And I stuck with it as hard as I humanly could. The last major debt that I took on was student loans. And I worked 2 full-time jobs for about 4 months, I think it was. So my current job, I had that, and then I had a second full-time job working at a grocery store, and I maintained that for like 4 months. That was fucking insane. When I look back on it, that was fucking insane. But I managed to pay off my student loans completely by doing that. Thanks, of course. My parents let me live with them during that time. So basically, all the money I was making at the time from both of my day jobs just went straight into getting rid of those fucking student loans. There is no more insidious force in this world than compounding interest. I'll die on that quote. There's nothing more insidious than compounding interest. Now, we already have a bucket of water right out here. If we wanted to do cleanup, we could do it. I'm not quite ready to start doing cleanup yet, but I have my cleanup kit established. So we got a broom and water and bleach. That's all we need. I'm just going to put those together. Alright, should probably check the generator here. It's been a few days. Yeah, good thing I did. Needs a touch-up. That's why we brought gas cans with us. Brothicus makes a good point. Not all labor is equal. I have a lot of opinions on that. I don't want to get too political on this channel. But that is, I will say that is an objectively correct take. Oh, I don't know if I can respond to that. I do want to keep my channel. I'm not going to go as far as to say kosher. One of the things that I will say that a lot of people in the world either like or dislike the God's chosen people, and I have a much more simplistic opinion of them. They're just a people, an ethnic group that remembers how to care for their own over outsiders. There's a lot of ethnic groups who are forgetting how to do that. I'm not even going to go as far as to say whether that's a good or a bad thing. It's just a thing. And is a thing that is done, and that's not even a controversial take, because I'm pretty sure that a lot of the people of that community would proudly attest to that. They take care of their own. We need a few more, two more electrical components, and I have a huge collection right in here. Actually, this is one of the things I went all the way back to Riverside for. I don't need half of them. That should be more than enough. Let's just take a handful and leave it by the generator for now. Yeah, that's true. Fact check Wikipedia. You know, Wikipedia, that website that teachers literally won't let you use on your homework. Fact check. Confirmed. True. Did y'all hear about Grokpedia? I only just heard about it. I laughed when I saw that. As somebody who spends a lot of time screwing around with AI tools and has a fundamental respect for just how often they hallucinate, I can't wait to see some of the hallucinations that Grok does, and see how long they last on that on its little Wikipedia clone. I'm sure there will be some interesting things there. Some things that make it past the filter and just stay there for a while until somebody finally catches them and complains about it. Can't wait to see the outrage. Because you don't do anything with AI without lots of errors. What I particularly enjoy now is the trend within certain AI communities to use specific models to correct other models. Probably the most obvious example would be if you ever messed with Stable Diffusion, the open weights image generation things. Stable Diffusion, or many of its subsequent evolutions, it used to struggle with things like faces a lot. So people would make a separate, like an entirely separate thing. I think CodeFormer was the one that I used a lot. CodeFormer would just be like a separate AI tool to correct the errors of the other AI tool. And that's just, it's just a prominent example. There are so many other tools that do the exact same thing, that are just like, when you build an entire infrastructure around error correction, you should probably step back a little bit and reassess whether the tool that you're actually working with is worth that much effort on the error correction front. And I'm sure there's one of the biggest problems right now is people paying for AI. That is a big problem. I think, and this is just another silly little hot take from me, if you have a GPU and you play video games on that GPU, please, for the love of God, do yourself a favor and try running a local AI model instead of paying for AI. And of course, if you're not interested in AI, perfect, that's fine. But don't pay for AI that you could just run yourself. It's not that hard these days. You can run anything newer than like a... I mean, shit, my really old RTX 2080 Ti on my old PC, I can still run a 7B LLM on that. 7B, you know. Even on my 30B at Q4, I'm starting to see a lot of silly things that it puts out, as if it doesn't know how to handle things outside of its training data. But that's just every AI right there. So this will get us another 12 planks. We'll get the rain barrels put together, and then we will do another patrol. We'll probably move a little bit north after this. I feel like as soon as we get our backpack cleared, after we build this, we will go north. Do a little bit more probing of the first and main corner there. Abstract math behind ML and the specifics are always going to elude me. At no point would I ever try to represent myself as somebody who is good at math or is overly interested in things beyond certain curiosities. Right, there are a couple of things that I find curious about math that I would actually be willing to dig really deep into the weeds on. Euler's identity, Pythagorean stuff, you know, just like geometric things I find incredibly interesting. There's a hard limit, though. There's a hard limit. I do not have the strong enough love for mathematics, which is kind of sad. I mean, I got my grandfather's ex, and he has the same. My grandfather and my mom both have a very mathematically oriented. Or my grandfather, he's passed away for almost a decade now. They both had a very mathematically oriented brain. My mom was. She turned down a job offer for NASA at one point, and it was all because of some stuff that she did in college, math related. But yeah, that was interesting to learn about when she told me about that. But the bottom line being, I think I did get a little bit more of my dad in the when it comes to understanding just what you need to know. My dad does that a lot. He'll figure out something just as far as he needs to figure it out in order to make use of it in a way that's immediately relevant to him. Yes, I got a lot of that from my dad. Whether that's behavioral or genetic, I don't know. I know there is absolutely a bit of a genetic thing to my the predisposition that my brother and I got from my mom and from our granddad. But yeah, when it comes to only doing what you need to do to get by, definitely got a lot of that from my dad. Unfortunately, on the flip side, I didn't inherit his work ethic. My dad's got a much better work ethic than I do. That has always been a problem with me. I have a great work ethic when it's something that is immediately in front of me. But then I just then I lose interest and move on. We need to eat. That's what we need to eat, and then there's a couple of buckets of water that I'm gonna dump into the. I'll dump it into the rain barrel so I can get it plumbed, and then we move out for a patrol here. If I was a pipe wrench, where would I be right now? You know, I probably did leave one in Meals on Wheels. I probably did. Everything that's in here now can stay. And the rest of the stuff that's in here should also receive this stuff. Because I can make this, the fire truck is generally like a forward vehicle. And whether that means it's carrying around vehicle repair stuff or base building stuff, just whatever it needs to be to have in it for when it's going up ahead with me. Now this here, that is reading material, that's going to stay here. I'll find a bookshelf for it at some point. That bookshelf will probably go in here, maybe, near the kitchen, I don't know. Until then, I'll leave the garbage bag there with it. We got the rain barrel up. The buckets are back here. Now, if a rain barrel is empty, I don't actually know if the game will let you plumb it. I feel like I tried it once at one point and it didn't let me. I could be wrong about that. That may have just been something they've fixed since then. But in any case, now it has some water in it. And actually now, I can get rid of water sources that are still full of water here with a clean conscience, because I have a place to put it now. So after the water shut off, you got sinks that still have about 20 liters in them. And what is 2 buckets? 2 buckets is 20 liters. Now, we do not resort to toilet water here. That is not what we do here. We do not drink out of the toilet, no matter what. However, I'm not necessarily above putting toilet water into a rain barrel because the pipes clean it. But even then, you know what? This will be more than enough. We'll empty these 2 sinks, and that'll be it. $60 liters. That's already more than I could ask for a long time. Beautiful. And now the buckets, I'll just leave them out here, get filled up with rainwater. And I can do with that rainwater as I see fit. I should have 4 planks left somewhere, I think. Or did I use them all up already? Yeah, that's that's a whole lot of jargon that goes way over my head. I have read the word Diophantine somewhere. I don't even remember where. And I have heard the phrase Hodge identities somewhere. Again, the last thing that I remember reading about that piqued my interest in the field of AI was Riemann matrices. Riemann, I think I'm pronouncing that. Don't even know. It's another one of those lovely German names. But yeah, that was the last... and I again, do I remember anything specific about them? Not really, because when I read about it, it was just out of curiosity. Nothing that was immediately relevant to me at the time, and therefore it did not make the long-term brain storage. When it comes to learning new things, I have started to feel as though I have a full hard drive in my brain, because I realized that I had forgotten a lot of stuff that I didn't think I would ever forget. And right now, my current thing is to blame the fact that I'm just learning a little bit too much that I don't actually need to learn, and that is causing me to my long-term memory to just overwrite stuff. I don't know. I don't even think that's how it works, but that's kind of what it feels like sometimes. And we're allowed to say that's what that feels like, because that we're just talking about feels. Yeah, that is exactly what it feels like. There was one point in my life where I was like, I will never forget the names of my teachers, because those people, well, generally speaking, I don't remember more than like 3 or 4 now. And that I maintained that facade of not forgetting my teachers' names into my early 20s. But now here I am in my early 30s, soon to be mid 30s, and it's just like, no, that my brain clearly didn't make the cut. Hey, M Kid, how's it going? We almost got philosophical just now, but we're just chatting AI and whatnot. Homie in the chat is big on math, it seems. I enjoy some things about math. One of the things that's actually overtaken my interest, any potential interest I may have in deeper mathematics right now, is materials science. I went pretty far out of my way to learn some material science for the book I'm reading, and I have not regretted a single second spent on that. That was a lot of fun. I have a hot take on that. I think palladium is one of the single most undersold. Underrated. Yeah, underrated. That's the right word. One of the single most underrated materials on the elements on the periodic table. Now, of course, there's not a lot to work with. It is a rare metal. I don't know if it makes the rare earth metal threshold, but it is definitely rare. Not a lot of it. It's what is it, 48th by mass? It's double digits by math. There's not a lot to work with here. But the way it interacts with hydrogen, and the analogs of the way that palladium works with hydrogen, and the way it's analogous to the way iron and oxygen work together. I found that fucking fascinating as fuck, and I very much look forward to getting some people who have a more formal education in materials science to I don't know, maybe at some point I would actually pay them to fact check my book. Just be like, yeah, take a look at this. Does this sound realistic? How about that? Does that sound realistic? Blood cells that use a palladium metalloprotein instead of an iron metalloprotein. I didn't get too awful deep into biology, but that was actually kind of the driving force. Is a perfect construct made of diamondoids, aka carbonado, black diamonds. Is that enough to withstand vacuum? Fuck is it called? Vacuum. A vacuum structure, like maintain a vacuum within the structure, or will it implode? Because it is one of those things that could be really lightweight. You can make something out of carbonado and make it really lightweight, and yet have it be extremely hard. Literally made out of diamond. But I think there may be more to it than that. There may be some stress factors and buckling factors that I'm not fully versed on, seeing as I don't have a formal education. But we're doing patrol. And are there any ammo calibers I'm short on? Good on shoddy. Just refilled the bandolier. We'll open one more box of it. And how about one more box of 45 auto? I even have a backup sword. I hope I don't need it. Actually, there's no way I'm needing it for a patrol. That can go back here. We don't currently have any, we do not currently have any explosives built. That would be something very productive we could do this evening. I think that is something we will do this evening. Yep. Okay. Wait a minute, said I was going to do another 45 auto, and then I just did shotgun. There's some 45 auto. I could also do some sniping. It's a very nice day out still. We got a lot of daylight to work with. So I'll open another box of 223 here and take the 223 cash with me. We'll use that till it dries. So what I'm doing right now is I've got the MSR 788 in my hands, and I've got the shotgun on my back. So as long as I do not switch weapons, this is in my hands instead of just laying around in my inventory. Not a very convenient thing. Actually, to be honest, I should just put the shotgun into my backpack. Yeah, I will just put the shotgun into my backpack and pull it out if and when I see large groups. Now, you can't... Okay, chat, let me know if you guys know about this. You can't put a sawed-off shotgun on your belt, can you? There's no way. There's no way. No. I gotta look this up really quick. Is there actually... Like a sawed-off shotgun, I couldn't even tell you why I would ever use one. But if you could put it on a belt slot, or even just a regular, holster. If you could put a shot-off shotgun on your holster. Oh, that would be amazing. Sawed-off JS2000. It's still two-handed. No, that's not it. Slots. Where's slots? Slot attached. Back. That bothers me. That annoys me. But it makes sense. I mean, a sawed-off shot, even a sawed-off shotgun is still pretty hefty. Well, it says it's been revised for the current stable version. For the current stable, parts of this page may have automatically been up. So how is that any help? How is that any help? This page has been revised for the current stable version. Parts of this page may have been automatically updated to build 42. Like, how does that help anybody? Oh, I don't understand why the PZ Wiki isn't just completely split between stable and unstable. Yeah, okay. So the sawed-off double barrel and the regular sawed-off can only be stored on the back. I cannot tell you how much I would love it if I could have a sawed-off shotgun on my belt. Because then, or just my belt or my my holsters. Because then I would not have to have the back slot occupied by the rifle. Or rather, I would not have to have the back slot occupied by a, by a shotgun. That would be amazing for my loadouts. But right now, my optimal loadout is sniper for long range, 45 auto here, the 625 for medium range, 38 special for close range, and 9mm for medium or close range at high capacity. But the high capacity is really a lot more situational than like seeing a group of zombies that happen to be grouped together in like a multi-kill opportunity. So I would replace the M9 in a heartbeat with a sawed-off shotgun if one could fit on a thigh or a side holster, like a hip holster. I would really love like a drop holster for the thigh, like the kind of place where where your cargo pant pockets would be. Something like that could probably fit a sawed-off shotgun in real life if you were, I don't know, I've never worked with a sawed-off shotgun. Sawing them off is illegal. I have fired a shotgun before in real life, but I have never stored one on my person. I would just go to the range. Now the goal of that discharge there is to attract anybody from the radio station that may be awake right now, if we haven't already. Like that. We'll nail whoever we can coming out of the window, because that is a shot of opportunity. Ooh, look at all that. Look at all that. Boy, howdy, wouldn't it be amazing if I had a shotgun that I could just really quickly pull out? Except I don't. Alright, we're falling back a little bit because that's a lot of faster shamblers, more than I was expecting. Also, the Romero Center for the Performing Arts is not empty. Should have kept that in mind. Now, usually my long-range strategy when I got a big group coming at me is to nail the fast shamblers with something that shoots long range, in this case the 223, so that I can handle the slow shamblers with melee. That feels more sustainable than just using guns for everything. By splitting them up by speed, we make sure that the ones that cannot easily be managed in large numbers are dealt with ahead of time. Should never take that many shots for a single. That was 3 45 auto shots on a single zombie. I gotta be wary of that. Oops. Want to try reloading your rifle? Yeah, I mean, having trying to get more than one back slot in this game, in the vanilla game, I don't think we're ever going to get that. I think that is a fever dream that we're only ever going to get through mods. And of course, that would actually probably be one of the first mods that I grab when I start feeling like playing a modded game again. That'll easily be one of the first things I grab again, like the Authentic Z, which adds backpacks with more slots. Yeah, one of the first choices. Almost a no-brainer, just being able to store more stuff. But since most of these guys are slower, I can peel them apart and deal with them at my pace. Just gonna wait for that medium one to get to me. B42 101. Know your 3 speeds of zombie and know how to split them apart. If I didn't have a weapon that was as effective as a sword, I would have just pulled them a little farther apart. But we're good there. Constantly checking north because I know there are more. I know there are more in the Romero Center right now. Just don't know exactly where. Let's fall back, do a sharpen check, since we've only got slow ones at the moment. Yeah. Because they're slow. You can literally sharpen before they'll get to us. Yeah, see, this one right here. She coming out of Romero there. Ooh, that's a cop. That's a cop, I think, with a firearm. Likelihood of ammo is pretty low, but I'll take another magazine, always. Ah, nope, just an empty holster. Oh well. Thank you for your service anyway, I guess. Try carrying next time. Keep your duty weapon on your side. Maybe you won't end up like a Zed, maybe. Look at that. Oh, that's the hunting knife. Is due for another sharpen. Okay, so I need to wrap up a few things for the day job there, and I do need to step away briefly IRL. So once we clean up these last shamblers coming in our direction up here, I will step away briefly, and then we will, when I get back, we will do a few more kills in this direction, because this direction is actually very productive for my next operation that I do want to go to Grand Ohio Mall, but in order to do that, it would benefit me greatly to have a little bit more shotgun than I already do. I got like, what, five cartons total? I could see myself going through that really quick based on the numbers that I saw at Grand Ohio in that little Reddit video. Easily a couple thousand up there. And because of how many of them are in tight quarters, I do expect that lots of shotgun. Now, I actually do have a general understanding of how much shotgun I'll go through if I'm just constantly shooting a bunch of zombies. Because that's exactly what we did when we started fighting our way into the military checkpoint to get into Louisville from the start here. In order to get in here, we fought our way through the checkpoint on 31 West, coming here from Louisville, or from West Point. Dead center of the road, bitch. But yeah, since we can't, we'll never be able to negotiate from the devs another back slot. But I feel like it might not quite be out of the realm of possibility for something like a drop holster for your thigh, for something like a sawed-off shotgun. You can get some pretty big thigh holsters these days, especially if you're a big guy. IRL, like, you know, your height actually does have a bit of an effect on how much you can. How big of a weapon you could probably fit. Like, I'm somebody who's only 5 feet tall might actually not have the leg length, or at least not to comfortably carry a drop holster with something as long as a sawed-off. Of course, you can't. Trying to make a IRL, trying to make a holster specifically for a sawed-off shotgun is probably not a good business decision. Seeing as sawed-off shotguns are generally illegal. So much for shall not be infringed, am I right? Nope, too far. Dead Zed in the middle of the road. Look at that. He's being kind and getting out of the road. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. That being said, I probably should limit the discharge up here. Yeah, I need to limit the discharge this far away. Whoever's slapping the door in there can just keep slapping. That's fine. I don't care about people slapping fences when they're that far away. They can keep doing the slappity slap. We will kill these guys quiet like. Still haven't heard any of those famous Zomboid jump scare noises. I literally turned them back on as a Halloween special, but I guess maybe it's because we haven't done a lot of window peeking lately. Any windows we've shot through have been from quite a long distance. Okay, so we're gonna have step back here, do a quick sweep to make sure my gunshots didn't attract anybody from the other sides here. Good north, good south. More or less good west. So what I think I will do is just go AFK up here, which is just outside where my boredom won't build up quite as fast. I'll have a bite to eat. And Annie will read some electrical. And I shall be back momentarily here. Alright, driving over to work. Timesheets, of course, naturally. Okay, yeah, that thing that I forgot to check into earlier was not a thing at all. Just something to be aware of. They added a bunch of new Microsoft Team channels, but it does not look like anything significant. If I had a nickel for every time I got added to a group in Microsoft Teams that I didn't really need to be a part of, but I just, you know, they do like distribution group adding, so it's like, yeah, no, I don't need to be in this group, but I need to be in this group for something that I very rarely need to do as part of my job, so I get to see all their notifications and all their conversations now. Anyway, I will be right back. About a minute and a half here, I'll step away. All right, I appreciate you guys sticking around. For anybody joining, welcome. As a brief recap, we are in the festering heart of Louisville here, and we are making great progress. We have mostly cleared First Street here. Mostly cleared up to our current position, which is right here. This is Outpost Reed. Our fighting positions we've established so far, Zulu, Yankee, X-Ray. Most of the immediate threats outside of all three of those have been cleared out. I probably will need to establish another fighting position at First and Liberty up here at the next intersection. Reason for that being, of course, the police department right here is one of our targets now. We want to go in there and get... police departments are going to have a lot of shotgun ammo and a lot of M9 ammo. Now, when I say a lot, I don't know. I've never been to Louisville before. This is our first time in Louisville ever for me as a character. I've looked at it on the map many times, but I mean, that is quite a theoretical exercise compared to actually being on the ground in here. And especially if you are trying to do what I do, which is act like your character is going to never die. I know many people who would play Louisville or play Zomboid and just be like, okay, I've run out of things to do. I'm just going to go to Louisville and last as long as I can and then die. I've seen people do that, and I'm like, no, I don't. That's not what we do here. We are going to live forever because this game doesn't have old age, so there's no reason we're going to die. The only thing that's going to happen to us is our save might get broken by an update, in which point this version of Annie sails us off into the sunset, and I'll probably make a different character at that point if the save does get broken. We're fatigued right now. Nothing stopping us from drinking some coffee and continuing for an overnight. You know, that was something I kind of wanted to do thematically as a thing for this stream, is do a little bit of overnight fighting. And the reason being, well, Halloween, spooky. Also, just, I'd like to do it. Yeah, I just kind of want to. I don't really need to justify it much further than that. Night fighting is fun. It is fun, and we can, we'll get things accomplished. That's always the most important thing. Just get stuff done that you want to get done. We picked up some brown sugar that goes in Meals on Wheels here. So our shotgun is down to half integrity. So that's another thing we'll find more of at the police department is another shotgun. Multiple shotguns, most likely. Interesting. I'm very curious to know what kind of age-related effects and how similar to RimWorld it is. Because obviously, you know, Rim. Whenever it comes to me talking about what would be cool in this game, you're going to hear me talk about RimWorld a lot, just because I think RimWorld does a lot of things right. And, well, I've never had any of my characters in RimWorld actually die of old age. I don't think I've ever actually had a lot of my RimWorld characters get to really old age before. So I actually cannot comment over whether that is going to be a very good thing or not, if they were to add the same kind of aging system that RimWorld has. Obviously, I've looked at it on paper, right? I've looked at some of the stats, and the stats were understandable. I mean, you know, the baseline human lifespan, you start to get a lot of declining things as you get closer to 80. Generally speaking, most of them are on a what the hell was it called? Flat hell curve as you get closer to 80. Flat hell is a specific, I don't know if that's a concept, a mathematical concept that exists elsewhere, but flat hill is it's just a way to interpret points on a graph, x and y functions, I guess. 2D algebra. I'm probably not using the correct terminology to describe that. This is one of great many reasons that I'm not very deep into mathematics myself. I lack some of the fundamentals. Let's put away the electrical 5 book here. You can also put away the nails. Now, there was a axe in my van that is about to break. And it would be better to have a replacement for that is not about to break, such as this one right here. I'm going to put that on my back. And we could do some de-treeing operations as we move further down first there. That feels like a good idea. That feels like a really good idea. I'm going to drop the nails up here. Logging operations. I don't know, de-treeing operations. But what we're going to do is use the axe that's in here. Or actually, this axe that's in there is in relatively decent condition. So we're just going to put this other axe away as a fresh replacement for the field kit in the ambulance. The one that was in there that's kind of bad condition, we're going to take that with us, and we can get a lot more life out of it if we just give it a new large handle. Large handle is easy enough to make if you have a plank. We cannot make a large handle for a sapling, can we? No, large branch or a plank. And there's no large branches in the area that I could think of. All the trees around here have been the smaller ones that don't produce large branches. That said, there is a burnt tree right here. Now this tree was not giving me the option to cut it down automatically, probably because it's a burnt tree. But we got ourselves a log from that, so we'll saw that into planks. Leave behind 2 of the planks, use the other one to make a new handle for our axe here. I think this garbage bag was actually supposed to be an RTB. This small backpack is containers, which is, yeah, that's pretty much an RTB. So yeah, this garbage bag, I need to rename it RTB. RTB means return to base. This is not actually a base, this is a outpost, despite the effort we're putting into it. Alright, carving 8. Stop using my... I really hate that it automatically uses my handy knife. I've got all these beautiful hunting knives right here. Just use that, please. Can't reforge handy knives. You can reforge hunting knives. So now we just dismantle the firefighter axe with the handle that's going to break in a moment. Got ourselves an axe head. Let's reassemble it with the large handle that we just made. Firefighter axe back on the back. Somebody needs a sharpen, don't they? No. I saw it available earlier, but no, we're good. Now, since we've got an RTB bag, this sword that is broken, or close to being broken, goes into the RTB bag. Alright, moving forward. I hear my CPU fan spinning up. Always something to be wary of for me. I set my own fan curves on my motherboard so that my fan curves are stepped instead of lerped. A lot of people just, the defaults for many motherboards is to lerp your fan curves, lerp linear interpretation, so it just basically as the heat on your CPU goes up, it's just a solid line, your fans get faster and faster. I'm ridiculously sensitive to noises sometimes. More so than I ever thought I used to be. I feel like I might be getting worse. Maybe that's a potential dark side to playing a lot of Dark Tide, but anyway. So sensitive to it that I stepped the fan curves, right? So the fans stay at like a 300 RPM for like really low temp, and then like jump up to about 1,000 RPM for like a mid temp. And then if the temps exceed like a certain threshold in the middle there, I just set them straight to max. Now, why do I not just set them straight to max a little earlier on in the curve? These are industrial PPM fans from Noctua. So they have a high, their upper RPM is 3,000 RPM, which is exactly what I want for running sustained operations. When you run sustained operations, like I was doing this morning on my own CPU, I was doing 7-zip. 7-zip compression of this game's save files. And that is a fun thing to do because your save files are almost 1 million files in total. Trying to pack all those together into a 7-zip, that's a lot of... Took about an hour and a half, despite my CPU being one of the best of the previous generation on a desktop, really. It is not, unfortunately, a thread ripper like my previous PC was before this one. My previous PC, I used a thread ripper, but thread rippers have somewhat deviated in their feature count. Yeah, those I love Noctua's products, generally speaking. They're a little overpriced. Jay's 2 cents, a YouTuber who does PC part reviews. He has, I think, if I remember right, he criticized Noctua relatively harshly for how overpriced they are. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, he's 100% right. They are overpriced. It is, Noctua makes luxury cooling stuff. You can get off-brand stuff for a lot cheaper. But I like Noctua as a company. They got a solid aesthetic. They got a good work ethic. You know, they actually make guarantees for their products and stand behind them. That is really fucking rare these days. You go to Amazon and you get the bargain basement replacement for Amazon or for Noctua. They're not going to be standing behind any of their guarantees like that. There's no RTMs with those guys. It's what you see is what you get with them. So you know, Noctua I support them for their business ethics more than anything. Because they're somebody who has not been that and shitified as far as I can tell. Yes, 100%. I think that might actually be the exact same one I'm using. I can't remember the exact model number. Industrial PPM 3000 are the fans, but the cooler itself, that actually might be the same cooler. It's just an adapter mount is all it is. They have a really cool standardized process where they we gotta rest. Let's rest. Oh, we're actually out of food too. Well, that was a bit of a doofus move. I'll bet we could find some food in the coffee shop up here. We could probably also find some coffee in the coffee shop. Let's see what we can find in the coffee shop, because it has not been looted and trashed. I'm willing to bet that these cookies are a little bit... No, cookies don't expire. Look at that, boys, we got cookies. Oh, yeah. Now, you know what? Now I'm curious. I am now curious. PCPartPicker.com. I should probably just start putting this in the description of my videos. A lot of other YouTubers will do that. Saved part list. Paracore, that's the one I'm on. D15. Okay, yeah. So we had different ones. Vinacore. I got the NHL 9 on this one that I haven't finished yet. This is supposed to be my. It has 2023 in parentheses because that's when I bought the parts for it. I still haven't built it. I am so fucking lazy. All these network drives that you see on my drive list here, all of these network drives are all in my old gaming PC. They were supposed to be moved to a bit of a NAS/VM host sort of thing over here. Vinacore was supposed to be my NAS and VM host. I bought the parts for it. Well, okay, so some of the parts my brother gave me as an old gaming PC that he didn't need anymore, and I was going to turn it into a NAS data host of some kind. Wait a minute, hang on. AeroCore U12S. Okay. Yeah, I knew U12. U12 just jumped out at me. So on my previous gaming PC, the one that is carrying all of those drives that I just showed you guys, that one is using a U12S, which is very similar. And that's because it has a Threadripper, which is a much bigger one. Threadrippers are friggin' massive as far as CPUs go. Anyway, we are here for coffee and coffee accessories. I will take mugs. I will take packets of sugar. Teacups are smaller than coffee cups, so I'm not interested in them. If I'm going to do coffee, I'm going to do a full cup. No half measures, Walter. No half measures. I wish I remembered the exact line. Bucket and a key to the place. Why not? Hey, there's finally some coffee. Do you have a little coffee in your coffee shop here? I used to work in a coffee shop. That was a lot of fun. It was a Starbucks, not a Starbucks employee. I worked at a licensed Starbucks store. Big difference. I was in that was actually the grocery store that I worked at. We had a Starbucks in the store, and so the people who staffed the Starbucks were actually employees of the grocery store, and not employees of Starbucks. But what that really meant was that I had two bosses. I had the bosses at the grocery store who had one vision sometimes, and then I had the people who would come in from I almost said GameStop, who would come in from Starbucks corporate and just be like, yeah, you're doing this right, you're not doing this and this right. And I was like, okay, so I've got two entire chains of bosses there. That was not fun to find out. I was happy to be rid of that paradigm when they moved me to the other side of the grocery store, along with a pay bump, too. I think I was making just twice as much as the minimum wage at the time when I finally got out of the grocery store game. That's a lot of mugs I'm carrying around. I don't really need all of them. I don't think I'm going to make that much coffee at once. It's just not space efficient to carry around that much coffee, because it's a lot more space efficient to just carry around the beans and grind, or whatchamacallit, brew the coffee as you need, because otherwise the water weight just weighs you down real heavy. Here we go. 2 coffee containers. A couple of tea bags. And we're almost out of containers here. That's rather unfortunate. Yeah, I stand by my Jeff Goldblum impression. You need to have a little coffee in your coffee shop. Just trust me, we would have way more than two bullets of beans at our local Starbucks. The store I worked at, we would have one of each of the 3 regular brews. I don't fucking remember what we did for the dark and the light. I only remember Pike. Pike was the medium. I remember Pike. But yeah, we would have at least one of all 3 out up front, and then in the back we would have many more bullets. We call them bullets, just these big silver bags full of ungrounded beans, vacuum sealed and whatnot. Anyway, poor excuse for a coffee shop, to say the least. Doesn't look like it's been looted and trashed, but it feels like it has been. What are we, stage 1 fatigue? Yeah, we can handle, Oops. Always know your ranges and your attack speed. Being stage 1 fatigue, figured that would take 3 or 4 hits. But with a long-range weapon, I feel a lot safer. Wouldn't have done that with my hammer if I didn't have to. But yeah, we got to empty out our inventory now. We picked up a little bit more than I was expecting from the coffee shop. As spooky as night fighting can be sometimes, it loses its luster a little bit when you're not in really heavy-duty territory. It just becomes a detriment because you can't see what you're trying to do. Now, speaking of detriment, let's not leave the doors open. That would be a good idea, to not leave the doors open. Oh, shut up. Oh, Explorer crashed. I only ever get that notification after Explorer crashes. I love it when Windows Explorer just crashes for no reason. It's probably EP, Explorer Patcher. See, it looks like I'm running Windows 10, which I don't recommend that anymore. 10 is now outmoded. As annoying as 11 is, you're safer now if you just update to 11. But it looks like Windows 10 because that's what I want. And Windows does what I want it to do, not what Microsoft wants it to do. I know a lot of people, well, it's a lot of work to get that paradigm established. You have to do a lot of scalpel work, cutting out shit from Windows to make it compliant, as it were. Most people just accept it, and I'm really sad that that's a thing. I'm really sad that people just, oh no, the computer has to reboot now. I guess I just better let it reboot. No, that's your fucking computer. You tell it when to reboot. But a lot of people just don't think that way. And I can understand it to an extent, like, you know, it just the notion that people just don't have enough time in the day to learn how to do that, how to actually take control of all the devices in their life. I understand that completely. There's a lot of things that I would love to do in my life that I just don't have the action economy to do. Well, I mean, there's also a lot of things that I would love to do in my life that being a homeowner would actually change. Instead of being just somebody who's paying more than my parents pay for their goddamn mortgage for a fucking apartment. But I digress. Let's get this other stuff into the RTB bag. I don't even know why I picked that up. I don't need it. Yeah, I mean, so if you can deal with the aesthetic change, I couldn't. I cannot stand the aesthetic of Windows 11. Whatchamacallit, this one I'm using here, Explorer Patcher. Where is here it is. This guy, I love this guy, Valentin Radu. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right. He did Explorer Patcher. If you guys like earlier versions of Windows but are being forced into newer ones, you can make Windows look whatever the hell you want it to look like, with a very simple little project from GitHub there. Sometimes Windows updates will break it. So, of course, be advised if you go down that road. Very useful tool. Always would recommend it. What else am I putting in the bucket upstairs? This is a bucket. Dear God. You know something that I probably could do? Probably should actually do. Let's just put the generator on the roof. That is probably a fine thing to do now. I was hesitant before, because if there were any Zeds left in the region, I would prefer them to come to my front yard instead of trying to fight through from the other side or something. But no, this is fine. Just gonna drop my heavy weapons really quick. Otherwise, I can't fit that gas can. Take the generator. And this is where we go upstairs, would it? This is supposed to happen right after I got roof access, but I've been dragging my feet a bit. Yeah, the tabbing between desktops here. Very useful thing. I don't even know if OBS caught that when I swapped to the other desktop there. Pretty sure it did, but it's a little wonky sometimes when it tries to go by monitor and capture. Display capture, as it were. Dead center of this place would probably be right about here-ish. It don't gotta be perfect. I will need to check Hugo Plush to make sure I'm not accidentally powering anything inside there again, since I changed the location of this up here. Also, no light up here. Wait a minute. I am outdoors right now. I'm just watching my health. My health is fine. I'm outdoors, but I don't have any light from above, and that's because there is actually a roof over top of me right now. It just doesn't draw while you're on the while you're on the roof. It's a little janky. The devs don't really have a lot of solid mechanisms in place to show up gabled roofs on buildings right now. I'm just going to use these planks here for some more floors for the back porch there. Actually, that's exactly the number I need. 4. Perfect. Now it's even. That's all I want out of life sometimes, just for it to be even. So I just ran out of roast to eat. So we'll go ahead and fire up another thing to eat here. About more than one thing to eat. It's a lot of stuff. The Meals on Wheels, of course, always full of a lot of stuff. Nothing I really needed to worry about right now. It was cooking materials I was looking for. Yeah, that ought to be fine. We never did get to plumb this sink. I should have a pipe wrench somewhere. Oh, I had a tarp in Meals on Wheels this whole time. I will need to keep that in mind. I knew I was carrying around one somewhere, just it was lost on me as to where exactly that was. Some of that is RTB. I need to separate that. Ah, there it is. Of course. Pipe wrench. Perfect. 80 liters available there. The pipe wrench here is going to go into the glove compartment of Meals on Wheels, because Meals on Wheels is what builds my food infrastructures. I'll leave it on the driver's seat. I will also leave the tarp on the driver's seat. Otherwise, I will probably forget that it's there. Now, I'm going to need to sleep again. Half a cup of coffee was not enough to replace a sleep here. So what I'm actually going to do, I'm just going to sleep one time here after I cook some food. I'm going to sleep one time and then get rid of the rest of the fatigue with some coffee. trying to keep these balanced if I can. We're out of potatoes for the most part. All that's left are just little bits of leftovers here. Okay, so this one that has 39, we'll add some more chonk to that, and we'll split it in half. The smaller one, we'll add just some leftovers for a diversity of ingredients. And we'll not split it in half. Perfect. Nothing too fatty, but plenty delicious. Perfect. One of them came out to be a 40 stew, and the other came out to be roughly an 80 stew. You know, the horrific thing. I am the horrific thing. So I've got some I Am Legend vibes here. Yeah, no, it's whatchamacallit. If you're talking about the thumbnail, that's just a picture of Annie here. She is the horrific thing. She is running through this place and slaughtering Zeds everywhere. 72, that's going to be like a 35. We'll call it a 40. So we just named this soup 40, and we split it into 2 bowls. And then we've got 2 bowls of 40. Close enough. 36 and 36. And we'll have a bite of one of those, and then we hit the sack. And then we'll just have some coffee with our breakfast tomorrow. Oh, so what I name my food naming strategy is just to name it after how much hunger it reduces, right? So I predicted that we would have bowls of food that are close to reducing 40 hunger. This one is minus 36, so that's close enough to 40 for whatever purposes. And the reason for that is I kind of want to know how much to eat to shut the hunger up, because that's the only reason we make this food. That's not modded. No, that is, we only have 2 things modded right now. The stat bar right here, of course, something I will never play this game without. And the backpack here is supposed to be green, but we ported a very basic texture replacement mod from B41 to make it tactical black. Because the rest of our outfit, look at that, it's beautiful. I would hate to wear a backpack that didn't match that. So that's what we're rocking right now. And they're really, really simple mods because we don't want to risk breaking the save as much as humanly possible. It'll probably still break someday, but for now it's good. Now we woke up with like, what, 51 fatigue? So we are just going to straight up drink one of these coffees. And that will cut our fatigue in half, which is basically just leaving us at an average morning right now. If I'm under 30 fatigue at 8 a.m., that is perfectly fine for my usual purposes here. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's I just like I like knowing how much hunger I need to reduce, right? So if you have we have the hearty appetite trait, which is the negative trait, gives you 4 points. What that means is that we get hungry when we are below 15, or we lose 15 hunger, right? So when we get to 85 out of 100 hunger, that's when we get the first hunger moodle. So usually, in a perfect world, I'll have it so that my food is divisible in increments of 30, or rather increments of 15. Sometimes I make really chunky meals, like I'll make like something that reduces 80 hunger, or total, so that I know that if I eat a 1/4 of something that has 80 in the name, 1/4 of 80, that's 20. So I know exactly how to. Oh yeah, that I do try to explain what I do. I didn't exactly like in this character's in the first video in this character series. I generally tried to explain everything I was doing. There's a lot of stuff that got lost in the sauce, though. So if you ever see me doing something and it isn't obvious what I'm doing, feel free to let me know in the chat. I'll try to explain it the best I can. Right, it doesn't. It does annoy me, though. I actually hate seeing negative moodles. Bad smell and unpleasantly hot and weighed down. I've mostly trained myself to ignore those because I'm not. They almost mean nothing in the first tier, almost. But hunger is just one of those things that if you let it go down, if you don't keep it under control, it'll come back and bite you when it's harder to keep under control, when you need to eat more. Because of how big our loadout is, if we get to the second stage of hunger, we lose that 2 to our carry weight baseline. That starts affecting our combat speed. Yeah. It's always good to stay ahead of them. Like, for example, we're moist right now because we're sweating. That's no problem. We're not going to be sweating too much once we stop running. We will sweat a lot when we cut trees, but I mean, you know, nobody's not going to sweat when they cut trees. You can always take a layer off in this game. We're wearing a leather jacket right now in the mid 40 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a bit much for me in real life. If it is above 45 Fahrenheit IRL, I'm probably just going out in short sleeves. Hello. Heard that. Got another one to the north there. Look at this asshole to the north. Watch what happens when I stand on this side of the tree. He just fucking disappears. He just fucking disappears. This tiny ass little tree. The trunk of that tree can't possibly be that much thicker than the guy's leg. And yet apparently it's enough to make him completely disappear. Welcome to Project Zomboid in 2025. I do not like this particular part of it. I think that is very, very silly. Trees without leaves could not be that big of a block to your line of sight. But what can we do about it? That's one of the reasons I'm just going down cutting these trees, to be entirely honest with you guys. I kind of want the logs to do a little bit of work at Reed back there, but at the end of the day, we've got a lot of fighting left to do on First Street here, and every single one of these trees is a detriment to my my combat effectiveness when I'm trying to kill zombies at a longer range. Yeah. And I mean, so do I have to have a stat bar? At this point, I could probably play the game without it. I could probably still manage. I hate doing it though. I hate it so much, and I have a large tolerance for bullshit. I really do. But even that's too much for me. I have identified a limit. I encourage this of everybody. Have a tolerance for bullshit, but identify limits and stick to them. And I'm not just talking about video games here, because I know a lot of people who are like me, who will just, as just a consequence of their personality, will have a high tolerance for bullshit. And that leads to them being, I don't want to say taken advantage of, but kind of, in a way. Don't tolerate everything. Set yourself hard limits. Set yourself hard limits and stick to them. I have a bad history of setting limits and just kind of being flirty with them. Get used to the jank. A little stutter there. I didn't like that. This axe is of lower than half integrity on the head, so I have no qualms with using it till it breaks, whether we're cutting trees or cutting zombies. Try to keep it sharpened if I have the opportunity. Yeah, I mean, look at that. low attention span Zeds. They already lost track of me. Oops, not remove battery, sharpen blade. I don't even know exactly what causes them to lose interest that quickly. I have not looked into zombie stats too deeply under the hood. I know they have different health pools, but aside from different personality traits, like do some of them actually have a stat that contributes to them having lower attention span? I don't know. Sure as hell feels like some of the Zeds have a much lower attention span. But I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Could just be the luck of the draw. It's all random numbers after all. So because we're only level 5 with axes, we're actually at a bit of a stamina loss. And I would have no way of telling that other than a very vague knowledge. But this combat is unsustainable for much longer. I will get winded. That's just due to the weapon skill. I would not have been able to keep track of that without a stat bar. I would just have to be surprised. Oh no, I'm exerted. And that is the bullshit I do not have the tolerance for anymore. First iteration of the random Zeds. Oh yes, if you're talking about like the ones when they had pinpoint hearing. Yeah, that was a very overrepresented thing early on. Making a little bit of noise, crushing a zombie skull, for example. That would emit sound, technically, for up to 40 tiles. And zombies with pinpoint hearing would hear that. No, there are no NPCs in this game, if you're talking about, if that's what you mean by bandits. Right now, and that's very unfortunate, Build 42 is being balanced for multiplayer and NPCs. There are a lot of interesting countermeasures we could take if we knew there were bandits in this game. Particularly, there's a whole class of armor that gives you bulletproof protection to your limbs. You can take a bulletproof vest and make thigh and armor protectors out of bulletproof vests in this game right now. I find that to be really cool. But all that gets you is a lot of discomfort and a lot of bullet protection. And I mean, who's going to be shooting at me right now? There's nobody to shoot at me in this game. We're not going to have NPCs for many years. So. Yeah, that sounds about right. I have a feeling that stress, depression, sadness, all those things are going to be a little bit more meaningful in our interactions with NPCs. I mean, of course, you know, I'm just pure speculation here. I have no precedent for this. I imagine that trying to get NPCs to listen to you, like say that NPCs are, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a rudimentary faction system of some kind. An NPC in your faction, maybe they aren't going to be willing to listen to you for everything. Maybe they don't want to put up with you if you're stressed or if you're depressed. Maybe there are certain types of NPCs that just don't want to fucking deal with somebody who's sad-facing. And so you have a direct incentive. Alternatively, maybe there are NPCs who are sensitive themselves to being depressed, and therefore you need to actually go out of your way to make sure that they have plenty of books to read or some shit. Yeah, no, the isometric view is already a problem with zombies and driving. I cannot imagine playing in Louisville in a PvP setting, or not even just a PvP setting, a PvE setting, with NPC enemies that could shoot at you from an elevated position. I would never go near a city again if that was a possibility. I would just avoid multi-story buildings in almost every circumstance. Yeah, no, this game is not balanced for PvP, and I don't think it ever really will be. Like even if the devs spend effort on it, I just don't think it's going to work. I have played just a little bit of 7 Days to Die in PvP, and I stopped that really fast. Mostly because that was my post-arc phase. We look at my the games that I've played here. If you look at my games here, it's sorted by playtime by default. Project Zomboid recently took number 1. Heroes in General is a dead game. But what's number 3 here? Number 3 on my most played games here is Cancer. Cancer Evolved. Metastasization Evolved. That's what that fucking game is. Cancer Evolve. That is a game where, and I always say this, if you want to run an open server instead of just one for your friends, you want to run an open server, you got a full-time job ahead of you. Or a job that you're at least going to have to take in shifts with your homies. Are your homies interested in playing a job with you? Or are they interested in playing a game with you? That's the conundrum when it comes to survival crafting games that have a PvP aspect. PvP in a survival crafting game, generally speaking, is a full-time job. It is a full-time job that you have to take in shifts with other people who are allied with you, or just somehow try to be awake 24/7 and make sure nobody comes on and tries to fuck with your shit when you're not around. Survival game lover-ish, kind of. I'm never touching Ark again. I am never touching Ark again. That is... Heroes and Generals, as my number 2 game, is a game that I would play if it wasn't an MMO that got shut down. And I mean, MMO is kind of a harsh word. It was more of a... It was a strategy tactics hybrid, very unique of its kind. Replaced by something that sucks terribly. No, Enlisted is not good. I'm gonna die on that hill. Never was. Okay, H&G wasn't that good either. H&G was not that good either. It was better than Enlisted, in my opinion. It was better than Enlisted. Bullet drop was not simulated as good, and I liked the vehicle better. Vehicle mechanics a little bit better. I've never touched Rust, and that might be a good thing. Might be. I don't know. I have only ever heard bad things about Rust from the people who play it, and yet the people who play it who told me those bad things are still playing it. So it's like, it's like, what do you do in Rust to enjoy yourself if you're like, I mean, it seems like one of those games where a lot of the enjoyment comes from fucking with other players. That's not my style. I don't get a lot of enjoyment fucking with other people. I'm a little bit past the FAFO stage in my life. I mean, like, honestly, Heroes and Generals is probably the last FAFO game that I'll ever play. And what is FAFO? Just a game where your primary opponent is another human. I'm just not that interested in PvP games these days. There's not a lot that have a balance enough that works for me. I mean, like, I considered playing Battlefield. I considered it. I took one look at the fucking store page. TPM 2.0 must be enabled. You must install this spyware on your... Fuck you, dude. Fuck off. Oh, man, it's so sad what gamers have been conditioned to accept. You must install this spyware that is basically a fucking rootkit and doesn't get removed when the game gets removed. And people are just perfectly okay with that because they get a little bit of dopamine from a fucking video game. It's really fucking sad. It's really fucking sad, but you can't do anything about it. You can't tell people, oh no, don't play games like that because, well, they like their games. What do I mean? I must be a sweat lord. Sweat lord. Contextually, yes. Not all the time, though. Okay. I lied a little bit. There is one PvP game I'll still play. Team Fortress. I do still actually enjoy Team Fortress a lot. I only ever do casual. But sometimes, every once in a while, I'll just fire up Team Fortress and spend a few hours in casual. And that is... I've never not had fun since they fixed the bot problem. I don't know... Really? Okay. I'm technically off the clock, but my manager needs me to do something really quick. Give me a moment here. A friend who's a masochist and loves picking fights with randos. Once, long ago. Oh, demo main, I'm so sorry for your loss. No, it's probably a lot of fun. I tried demoing, and I'm just not as good with the sticky gun as the people who generally pwn me are. And so I stick with what I'm good at. I'm a soldier main. Should be no surprise that our preferred mains are rivals in the lore, but also kind of friends, because soldier and demo are actually friends, canonically speaking. But we also got a rivalry streak because we're explosive enjoyers. One of which you lobs, the other of which you shoots. Doesn't sound like a lot, but yes, it is a lot. But yeah, I actually do have to fall back to base briefly and just knock something out really quick that I forgot to finish while I was on the clock. Also, we are exerted anyway, so we have a bite to eat, and we will sit down, and we will read a book for a minute. Okay, and I just have to... Oops, wrong profile. Here we go. This will just take a moment. You know, I have to get on my work computer for it. It's a fucking corporate portal bullshit, which I need to use my cell phone for. My cell phone is actually my webcam over-the-shoulder view, which is why that has been screwed up. Oh, I actually just realized. You guys want to see what my camera looks like? I have an arm mount for it here. There it is. You can actually see, it's just a little webcam, and I keep it directly above the left speaker. What is that? 8, 6, 5, okay. It's fucking Google Authenticator, and it's bullshit. Okay. And it's like the last thing that I'm using my $1,000 cell phone for. Might be the last cell phone I ever buy. Google Pixel, Pixel 7. Oh, okay. That's what he was talking about. So just more lovely work shit. The pay period ends today, and I usually have weekend hours, but today is not, or rather the pay period ends on a Friday. Very rare for the stars to align like that. Okay, just got to report back on that then. My totals are clean this week. Actually clean for once, for the most part. Yeah, okay, so we're clear. So typically, I leave work at 11 on Fridays, and that's because I have to put in a couple hours of monitoring on the weekend because it's one of those jobs that nobody else does. But this weekend isn't on the timesheet, so I literally can't do that. What I have to do is I just got to work I still got to cover the weekends. You know, that's never going to change, but I got to roll it forward to the next timesheet when I reduce it. I'll just have to work less on Monday or something. Oh, fuck, I don't know. Very rare for a timesheet to end on a Friday like this. Oh well, that's nice and clean. That just means that, well, I'm technically still working for 2 hours then. I will respond to anything that comes across my dashboard. Assuming anything actually does. Something I will always tell you about corporate jobs is do not ever ask for more work, because they will find some for you and they'll give it to you. Okay, this axe head is literally about to break. I'm just going to go ahead and take it apart now. Nine hours a day. Right, no, okay, so I will say this about Project Zomboid. I think it's a great game if you are trying to burn a lot of time. And unfortunately, that's exactly what I'm trying to do with my life right now. I have a plan to save up money to put a down payment on a house. That's going to take, unfortunately, it's going to take months, many months yet. So in terms of what I'm trying to do with my life right now, I don't have a lot, because there's a lot of things that I'm just kind of, I have to save up, right? If you want to save up for a down payment on a house in this fucking economy, you got to put a limit to your spending. So that means no new video games, no new luxury purchase. All the things I wanted to do with my, I wanted to buy a 3D printer. I had a lot of fun ideas about things to do with a 3D printer. All that is on hold right now. So while I'm trying to pass this time of my life where I'm not spending as little as humanly possible, I'm spending as little as humanly possible right now. I'm just trying to pass the time, and Zomboid is just perfect for that, because it fills my brain as much as humanly possible, and there's no brick walls. There's always something more to do in this game. Even if I were to clear the entirety of Louisville, I still have not fully explored Irvington, all the way on the other side of the map. There is still a lot of real estate in Irvington that I've yet to experience. So it's like, Zomboid, I already have months worth of content. I started this character back on July 6th, IRL, and we're still on it as of Halloween. Okay. Apparently now I'm hearing from somebody else. Oh, yeah. If anybody has ever seen Office Space, I cannot articulate how fucking accurate that movie is. Yes, we're putting cover sheets on our TPS reports now. Okay? Your second boss comes up. Yeah, so we're putting cover sheets on our TPS reports. So what my manager just told me, now my PM is telling me. I can't wait to hear it from the next one up. I cannot wait to hear from the next one. Clearly they are really pushing this right now. I love that. That's glorious. Such a I just cannot. That was literally a TPS reports moment, because my manager, y'all heard it just a few minutes ago. My manager notified me of something, and I went to handle it. But then my PM, who didn't know that I was already on it, just reached out to me just now. I can't wait for somebody else up the chain to just be like, we got to go down this list and make sure all these people have done this. And it's just like, dude, just update your list really quick, please. I'm probably not the only one who is just taking care of it, for the love of God. But that's just office life right there. That is the white collar life right there. I never wanted to get into white collar. I never wanted to. I didn't have a lot of the choice. I mean, blue collar work. When I was working at the grocery store, I knew that when I started white collar work, I would change a little bit, and not for the better. And I have, not as much as I feared, but still a little bit. I didn't like it. I don't like it. I found blue collar work to be a hell of a lot more fulfilling. That being said, I did, how should I say? There is a bit of a more interesting side of my job that I could have if I worked on site. But it is currently written into my contract that I'm full-time remote. So that might change someday. But right now, literally written into my contract that I don't even have to go in the office. And then again, of course, a lot of the things that would make my job more interesting are technically outside of the remit of my current contract. Do not ever ask for more work. I will just always say that. Do not ask for more work, because you'll get it, and you won't get more money for it. That's what happens when you're salaried. And I don't like that. I really don't. That's a lot of shirts on the floor that are like exactly the same color. They're all leather jackets. Wow, look at that. Literally every single one of these on the ground are leather jackets. This is like Wilson's leather. I wonder if they're still in business. I had the Leesburg Premium Outlets a little ways down the road. Okay, yeah. I actually picked up a leather duster when it was about 60% off. Just when I randomly stepped in there when I was working at the, long time ago when I was working at the hardware store. Yeah, I mean, the two people who did contact me, they both just thanked me at the same time. Probably just a sheer coincidence. That, you know, they're all looking at the same notebooks, and they're all going down the naughty list and the the nice list rather. I deviate between both sometimes. Sometimes I'm on the nice list, and then I remember that if I go out of my way to get on the nice list and do everything exactly on time, just like everybody wants, do I see anything for that? No, I don't fucking see anything for that. Where's my fucking incentive? The last quote unquote incentive that I got was on the last contract when I was literally working for a different fucking company, and it was a couple of gift cards. They would give me the people who were on the nice list for a couple of pay periods in a row would be they give us gift cards, so I could get like a $20 gift card to Target. I don't even fucking go to Target. Jeez Louise, 100% of this store is leather coats. I mean, okay, yeah. What about the back room? Is it all more leather coats? Okay, yeah. I mean, I thought this was just going to be like suits. I guess it's what you wear outside of your suits. I don't know, maybe I'll come through and rip some of these up at some point. Single player. There is nothing but single player mode, unfortunately. Okay, so if you're playing Build 41, you can play multiplayer. And there are actually mods for Build 42 that add NPCs. I wouldn't touch those with a 10-foot pole right now because I don't want my save to get broken. Hey, a box of garbage bags. I actually need that. Yeah. It's probably a loot table that's somewhat rare, but apparently Hugo Plush, that's the name of this one here. And it's really funny because they show mannequins wearing other things, but I've not seen a single other thing on the shelf. This gas can, I don't really need it right now. I just kind of grabbed it so that I have it. I didn't want to drop my hammer. I wanted to drop the gas can. Dropping things used to be instant. Now it takes 1 second. Apparently, if you're carrying something, it takes 1 full second to release your grip on it. That can cost you in combat in this game. Sometimes it really does come down to the second. But let's have a quick bite to eat. And I was going to do some sledge work on the upper floors here. We're just going to sledge 2 walls and then get back to some outdoor stuff. Because the weather's really nice right now. The weather's really nice and we want to make use of that. As soon as the rain or the wind or the fog comes back, those, if you're not familiar with Build 42, all those things are a negative impact to your aiming capabilities. So if I wake up one morning and there's fog, that just means I'm not shooting very much that day. With the exception, I guess, of short, like point-blank shots. Point-blank shots are still fine in fog or rain. But I came up here looking for a particular light switch. This one, okay. So this light switch right here is facing the same direction as the one downstairs that I was afraid to get rid of. And I want to see if my fears were warranted or not. Okay, so my theory is correct. I do believe if you try to use a sledgehammer facing the wall that has the switch on it, I think if I had sledged it from this direction, it would have destroyed the switch with it. That's probably just an unintended thing. I do not suspect that is that the devs actually want there to be floating things. No, I'm pretty sure that's just an oversight. But the important thing about it is we still get free lights, and I like that. I like that a lot. So I want to preserve my light switches where I can, like down here. These two are important. This one right here is the most important for the lower level, because it does formerly it does the hallway lights, which is really broad coverage, especially now that the walls are sledged out. And this is all just the cost of one light switch, and yet it has more coverage than a floodlight, construction light. Fantastic thing. So anyway, that's just a little bit of base building calculus there. let's do some shooting. I'm going to put the MSR 700 on my back. Grab the shotty here. Drop these nails and the tire iron I picked up for vehicle work. We should put that in the back, because that's where the parking lot is. Got food, perishable food. We have loose garbage bags. Probably going to need more to clean up the upper floor. So I'm just going to drop the that container full of garbage bags. Let's drop it up here. Because that's where I'm going to need garbage bags next. Yeah. Well, okay, so this is just a charitable interpretation. I'm pretty sure they got electrical to a certain point in a previous build and just decided we're going to work on other things before we touch this again. I think that's how that's how they're looking at. I think that's how they're looking at both electrical and welding, but they've ever so slightly started making welding better just recently. So I think welding is just slightly getting better. These bars on the windows right here, it's one of the few crafting recipes currently in the, building recipes that you can use alternative resources for. You can make these barred windows with either iron bars, steel bars, or steel rods, which is actually a really good thing for our local resource consumption. I can make a lot of steel bars at the forge all the way back at Jericho if I want to spend a lot of charcoal on it. But while I'm out here in the fields, there are plenty of these iron grate fences, iron bar fences rather. They actually give only steel, so they're steel bar fences. And with a propane torch, I can get a whole bunch of steel bars from those. Literally 100% of the bars I use to build the barricades on the lower level here, all locally sourced. I didn't have to go very far for that. And that, I think, is what they want for welding to be. But right now, there's just a lot of gaps in the welding recipes. Do not get me started on iron pipes. I am so annoyed about certain recipes mandating that you use pipes when, logically speaking, a bar should be more than enough. But I digest. That's a complaint for the developers to hear, and they ain't watching none of my shit. Car armors for SVU. Yeah. That is probably a mod that I would definitely want if I played this game modded. I also kind of hope that Filibuster will get that into the base game. That'd be great. For anybody watching, if you are new to my content, I've talked about this before, but I want to spread the good news. Filibuster Rhymes, who's done many very popular car mods for this game, all of which are way better done than the vanilla vehicles of this game. They got him on staff now. Filibuster Rhymes is on staff, and they are having him improve the baseline vehicles in this game. And I am very happy about that. And I do hope that he can work in to get in there a few more things. Like maybe vehicle armor, if you could get that in there. Yep. We'd be eating good. One less mod to worry about maintaining. I would be very happy about that. Oh, so Clark Geronimo, the months, days, or years. So we got the day count in the video title. Just add 4 or 5 to that. That's where we're currently at. And then we've got the actual month and year. We are currently at 1 year, 9 months, and 3 days in this character. Other characters, of course, my record was in this character's previous lifespan. When I played Annie Mae last, it was build 42.7. On her, I got up to 16 months, which is 1 year and 4 months or so. And then her save got broken. So this character's last lifespan was, she sailed off into the sunset for that one. Wait, was that 42.7? Who did I do for 42.7? I think I actually did. I can't remember. I actually can't remember. 42.7, that was before I started live streaming. Before I started live streaming, I just played Zomboid and talked to myself while playing it. It actually helped me a lot. It helped me a lot. I could just dive into live streaming when I decided to, and it was just yeah, I already know kind of what to do, kind of. I'm still not the 100% yap types. If you're here for the yap and just want nothing but yap, unfortunately, I do have lots of dead air where I'm trying to think about things. I don't know if I'll ever change that. the 100%, the 100% yappers, that is probably not going to be me. I just don't have the, I mean, I've already lost my voice a couple times just with my current level of yap, as it were. All right, so this is a medical center. I actually thought we were going to reach the PD from here, but no. We have not reached the PD. The PD is the next street up. So we're still on Broadway right now. Okay. So that means we just got the radio station, the medical center, and fire department up there, I think. I would be curious to see what we got in there. First death through was a car window. Yeah, okay, so I have had a character die because a zombie grabbed me through a car window. But they weren't supposed to be able to. The window was still fully intact. The window was still fully intact. This happened a long time ago in Build 41. I was playing multiplayer, and apparently some kind of desync must have occurred. Because while I was trying to tow a vehicle from the wreckage between Muldra and West Point, anybody who's played the game long enough, you'll know there's usually a big old roadblock full of burned cars and shit. I was trying to recover a vehicle that had some pretty good parts on it from that area. And so I was trying to navigate a really tight driving space with a couple of zombies on the side. And I barely stopped for a moment while trying to get through an area. And a zombie came up to my driver's side window and reached straight through the window. The window was up and fully intact. They reached straight through the window anyway. They no-clipped it through the window and bit me straight on the neck. Bitten, lacerated instantly. I died within 12 seconds. I did not even have time to fumble open my fucking fanny pack and get a goddamn bandage out. I was so baffled by what happened. That was one of my, I guess you could say, stupidest deaths. Because, you know, since I was playing multiplayer, I couldn't, like, you know, roll back the save or something like that. I just had to fucking deal with it, and that was sad. Okay, so the medical center, definitely plenty of Zeds in it. It doesn't look untenable. But once again, I am fatigued because it is 1800, and that is standard for me to be fatigued at 1800. But we got plenty of coffee. We got plenty of coffee. I'm going to drink half a coffee here. And sharpen check on the sword. Let's do a sharpen. Yeah, card desync was painful. All these technology upgrades they're talking about with multiplayer, I sincerely hope that is included. There's one of the sounds of sharpening that sounds a little bit like footsteps, and it always bothers me. Alright, so blades sharpened, fatigue is dealt with. Let's... How are we on 223? We're not that good. We only have 23 shots. However, these zombies are indoors. Now, what does that mean? They're easier to target. A lot easier to target. And when they come towards us, they're going to flip out these windows here. A lot of them are. Not all of them, but some of them. What I'm going to do is actually what I was doing before. Shotgun goes on the back, and the MSR 700 stays in my hands. And when I get too many in close range and I got to switch weapons, I will just simply drop the MSR 400 or MSR 700 and come back for it later. Oh shit. Gotta remember that cars block bullets. Even if you think you got a good shot, you might not. We do have a fence behind me there. So I generally think I'm going to be alright unless we get a big group smacking the fence. Target priority is try to hit the fast shamblers first. Ooh, double kill! That wasn't a double kill. I think that was just a double knockdown. Alright, drop in the MSR 700. We'll come back for it. There's a scene in the Avengers where the Thor says to Captain America, or other way around. I can't remember which one. Who said it to who? It looks like they're lining up, and then he does the they do the arc light shockwave thing, where Thor bashes Mjolnir on the shield. I get that feeling a lot when I'm playing Zomboid and I see the Zeds line up. On our 6 times 1, falling back. I need to be wary of the max range of the shotgun. It does have a hard cutoff where the pellets seem to just not travel any further. Oh yeah, okay, so this window right here is a source of Zed. Should have been aware of that. Otherwise, we've got a lot of people who are just slow ones. Slow ones are very easy to melee. Okay, now this zombie right here, the one in the blue scrubs, this guy is interesting to me because he has no... Looks like he doesn't have any, like, damage on him. Like, where's all the blood? Where's all the bites? No bandages? Nothing? Whenever I see a zombie like this, I'm always like, what happened to this guy? You know, Max Brooks rule number 7, don't write their eulogy. Don't write the eulogy, it'll just make them harder to deal with. I am curious, though. I'm trying to give somebody a burial here. Yeah, I have Restless Sleeper. I always combine it with Wakeful. Alright, I'm just going to have to let this guy go. I was going to try to give him a burial, but that's alright. R.I.P. Whenever I see somebody who wasn't bitten and just died, I almost feel morally obligated to take a little better care of their corpse, but I don't have the action economy for that yet. There's literally no dirt to bury them in right now. I would have had to lead him to somebody's backyard. Yes. The PTO is talking about the first strain of the virus. A very underrated aspect of zombie lore from Project Zomboid is the initial hordes that started taking over the planet were not the ones who spread by bites, because a zombie virus that just spreads by bites, to be entirely honest, it's not a very realistic thing. Even if they were like even if they were all sprinters, it's still kind of questionable that they would be able to annihilate most of the planet. Now, of course, it's a little bit more plausible if they're all sprinters, like World War Z the movie. World War Z the movie was probably one of the most plausible zombie films that I've ever seen. Not the most plausible zombie war. The actual book World War Z was much, much better than the movie. The movie's not actually that bad. It's just nowhere near as good as the book. You just got to take treat them as different things entirely, because that's what they are. There's almost no actual overlap between them, other than the fucking title. If you just dissociate the titles, then take World War Z the movie as just a good popcorn flick, instead of actual decent zombie lore. Just moved to Greenland. That's extra funny if you've read the book, because to this day Greenland is one of the whitest white zones on the planet left in World War Z, even when the actual oral history was written. Sounds like multiple on the fence back there, but not enough to insta-stress me. One on my left. Fast. Multiple left, fast. Where are they coming from? That doesn't seem right. Is there a hole in the fence there? We didn't just witness our first... Oh no, they're just coming around the corner. Okay. That makes sense now. Some of them are coming around the corner for the first time in a while. Yeah, you see a lot of zombie lore would imagine that island nations, you know, your Japans, your Greenlands, your, whatchamacallits, a lot of island nations would somehow do well in a zombie apocalypse, which is technically correct. I know, the best kind of correct. It is technically correct. But a lot of them just ignore the political side of things. There is a very political side of things that would make a lot of island nations not very well suited to deal with zombie apocalypses. And this was explored very well in the book, World War Z. The book edition of World War Z had told the perspective of Japan and how they struggled through how they eventually fought back the Zeds. It was a long fight, and it told it from two different perspectives. One from the perspective of a blind guy, really old blind guy. There was a special name for him. I forget what it was. Somebody who was injured by the Hiroshima bombing. So he was a really old guy when the book took place. The book's supposed to be in the mid 2000s. But they told the perspective from his perspective, and then from the perspective of your standard otaku, who literally did not stop going on the internet every day until his apartment complex fucking had a power outage. I found that really fucking hilarious, because some of us, that is exactly fucking how we would respond to a zombie apocalypse. We would just sit in our homes until the fucking power went out. And even then, we would struggle. I don't necessarily think I would be that guy. I know I would be that guy to an extent. I don't know if I'd wait till the power outage. But I would be the kind who waits a little bit too long, for sure. Because I'm not very good at recognizing... I don't necessarily want to go too hard with that statement. I did recognize COVID, what it was going to be, at least 2 weeks before they started locking people down. 2 weeks before the lockdown started happening globally, I had already bought an entire food stockpile from Sam's Club. But still, I don't think there's a lot of things that I'm just not very well suited to recognize. I would probably be just like that guy in the book, who I mean, like, and the funny thing is, he did not know what was going on. Like, he knew exactly what was going on. Like, he was spending all of his time collecting data on it. Collecting data on how nations were responding to the Zed apocalypse and whatnot. But he just, I don't know what he thought, what was going through his head. But he just did not do anything to secure himself until the last friggin' second. And what he ended up having to do was, like, you know, he did the sheet rope thing, the Zomboid classic. He made sheet rope to get from an upper floor of his, I don't know, 18-story apartment building to get down to just the unit just below him on a balcony. And I don't know, that's where he started seeing the dark shit. He saw you know, somebody who just couldn't handle it, ended themselves in the bathtub. He saw a bunch of other things. He had to deal with a Zed that was spanking the door. Multiple ones, I think. You know, he was your guy who starts with level 0 long blunt, level like, I don't know, 3 strength, level like 2 fitness maybe, I don't know. He was a really spindly dude. He doesn't even have, you know, I'm really out of shape, right? I am out of shape. I would have the out of shape debuff IRL, but I would not have the negative strength traits because I'm still relatively beefy. Like, I have muscular strength. I just don't have my fitness is just fucking terrible. I would be able to get some really good hits in, and then I would just be like, because I'm out of shape. And I even when I was hitting the gym, that was still a struggle for me. I hate how well this game represents people who are out of shape. Leveling fitness really is hard, IRL and in game. I actually hate that about this game, because with our character here, with like 36,000 kills she's got, she started at level 9 fitness, and she's still level 9. And she's still going to be level 9 for the next 500 hours of gameplay. Unless we stop everything that we're doing and do sit-ups every single goddamn day. I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. Our action economy is already really really annoying in this game. Our action economy is already strained. They took a little bit of the edge off by making the day length up to 90 minutes IRL. But there's only so much they can do in that regard. Because working out in this game is something that you do over minutes. So any changes to the day length aren't actually going to change that much when it comes to the exercise bullshit. Now what we're hearing is a lot of Zeds smacking doors. We're not actually seeing a lot of them come out. So what that tells me is there's a lot of like 1 or 2 groups inside each of the individual rooms in here, as opposed to like really large groups. If there were really large groups, the doors would all be broken by now. So this is not your Louisville mega building right here. This is just a standard building with lots of Zeds in it. Average Louisville building. Okay, so we're also seeing some Zeds here. How many skulls would I be able to crush? Okay, so I actually don't... What are the weapons that I'm using, and what... I actually do not know off the top of my head exactly what newtons of force you need to crush a skull. That's actually probably something that the internet knows very well at this point, but I don't know off the top of my head. I know that Actually, it's been a while since I've tested my grip strength. It's been a very while. I don't remember the grip strength off the top of my head. But you can make a fair few predictions about a person just based on the grip strength. I also have not wielded a two-handed tool in a very long time. An apartment dweller. What the fuck am I going to use a two-handed tool for? Literally anything that you could think of is something that has to be done by maintenance. Otherwise, you break your lease contract. I ain't about that life. I don't want to get kicked out. Back in the day, I would help my dad with stuff like we owned a house. It's just like right down the street from where I live now. But the house I grew up in, parents, of course, they're boomers. They did the house flipping thing back when it was a lot cheaper and easier for them to build wealth doing it. They did the house flipping thing. They'd buy a house and spend 5 or 6 years living there and build it up to something better, and then sell it for a big markup for what they bought it for. And we wonder why suddenly houses are so hard to afford. You know, I love my parents. I love them deeply. They were very good to me, but they contributed to the current problem that we're seeing. The reason I am currently paying more for my rent than they're paying for their goddamn mortgage is because of the exact thing that they did to build their own wealth in the first place. And of course, but again, they're just individuals who did what was the most reasonable thing to do at the time. Real estate was not a bad thing for the boomers generation, but now we're seeing the after effects of it, and they all fucking suck. We're all feeling it now. 2.3 thousand newtons. Okay. Depending on the tool, obviously. I used to think about weapons in a zombie apocalypse a lot, and I would class things as like not just long blunt and short blunt, but like counterweight or distributed weight. So a sledgehammer would be a counterweight, because obviously there's a big heavy sledgehammer head, and that's where you get all the force from swinging it around. So obviously, do I have the force multiplier of a counterweight weapon, or do I just have to use, I don't know, something like an iron bar? Because this game doesn't actually represent that very well, but that is a very major difference in real life. The heft of the weapon that you're wielding, the weight of it, is going to have a massive impact on what kind of blunt force you can get out of it. So if I need to crush a skull in real life, the different results I'm going to get, whether I'm using a sledgehammer versus whether I'm using just an iron bar, a lot different than what you'll see in this game. So that's one of the things that Zomboid doesn't actually model very well, in my opinion, because long blunt is just a very widely overarching category that's a little bit broad. I don't want the devs to split it. I really don't. They've done enough splits, in my opinion. They have done enough splits to the skills and the talents. No. We don't need any more. Metalworking and welding are already strained to the point of credulity for a lot of people, even if it is technically correct. Yes, using a propane torch to manipulate metal is very, very different from using a forge to manipulate metal. You're still just manipulating metal, though. This is also a video game. I know that's really hard to forget sometimes when we do our 12-hour live streams here, but it's still a video game. It's supposed to be fun. And a couple of other YouTubers have pointed that out with much bigger audiences than me, so I'm probably preaching to the choir. But it does bear repeating every once in a while. This is supposed to be a video game. It doesn't have to be a simulation. Certain simulation aspects are okay. I'm perfectly okay with simulation aspects, but there's certain there's limits. There are limits to it, absolutely. Anyway, in terms of our sleep schedule, we did stave off a little bit by drinking coffee, but it was only half a cup. So we're going to bed close enough to our regular bedtime here. But yeah, I would feel like, okay, so here's a thing that I did in real life. That's an experience I could actually draw upon, and one of the reasons I started bringing up home improvement. I never wielded a sledgehammer in home improvement. I have wielded a tamp. What is a tamp? It's just a, I don't know if it's a tamper or a tamp, something like that. It's just a, almost like a hoe, but with like a really flat metal bottom. And what you're supposed to do with it is slam down gravel roads. My parents built a gravel extension to our driveway, and so they wanted help tamping down the gravel so that you could drive on it and it wasn't loose. It wouldn't cause the wheels to spin. If gravel is too loose, your wheels spin a lot. So when you first put it down, it's really loose. You want to tamp it down afterwards. So I have done a lot of tamping. Spent many long afternoons out there with that fucking tamper, because that was back in the day where I was just recovering from my medical issues, and my parents didn't want to keep me living at home forever, so they were putting me to work. But anyway, I feel like with a tamper, you could probably get close to crushing a human skull with the amount of force that you got to put down to tamp gravel. Now, that being said, you're not doing it all in one hit. You're doing it in many, many hits. You're tamping a little bit multiple times and then moving up, tamping them multiple times. So if I was trying to kill a zombie, like with a tamper, for example, well, I'd probably use the bladed end as opposed to the flat end. But if I had to use the flat end, I could probably kill a few. Now, of course, getting them to knock down and hold still, that's always an extremely dangerous part of the process. It's not just the killing blow you got to worry about with zombies. It's making sure that we can just look at this game. Everything I do in this game is all about ranges. My sword has a range of just over one full tile away from my character. Right, so I'm standing at the edge of this tile. I can hit a zombie when they are at the edge of the tile in front of me, an entire tile away. That's why Longplay is just so good. You got all that damage, and you got a two-handed weapon that just reaches across an entire tile. Zombies have to touch you to damage you. With this weapon, they ain't touching me. As long as I see them, and I have the swing speed to make sure that they're not overwhelming me, which is just another movement thing. You're controlling your movement, you're controlling their movement. You move up, make them lunge, and step back a little faster to pull them apart into little groups, as you guys have already seen me do just on this stream, really. But yeah, there's a whole dimension of movement that this game really doesn't simulate. In real life, there's an entire fucking sport behind it, and that's called wrestling. Thankfully, we want to imagine that zombies, as they're portrayed in media, would just be really fucking stupid and not necessarily be the kind of thing that would move fast enough to get to you to the point where you have to even think about wrestling tactics in order to get them the fuck off of you. The last thing I would ever want in a zombie apocalypse is to have to fall back to wrestling tactics. Yes, this is normal pop settings. Quote-unquote normal, of course, for Louisville. As you can see, most of these all came from the medical center. That is a single-story building. So now just apply all of this to a multi-story building and multiply it by, 1.2, something like that. It's a little bit higher for the multi-story buildings. Per floor, you'll see a little bit more than this each time. But yeah, let's sneak a little peek here, see if anybody broke through their doors. That door was already broken, the one right there. I'm just going to run up and check the lobby again, because there were plenty in there before. Now, here's something I would not be able to deal with in real life. A cloth mask around all of these fucking corpses? No. No, no. I have smelled what it smells like when just one or two animal corpses are nearby. And that was fucking disgusting. I cannot imagine something with more mass than what I had to smell in those experiences. Something with more mass, which is a human, humans bigger than a lot of animals, in this quantity, fucking We would not be able to get away with just calling it a awful odor. No. In real life, that would be... Don't have that anywhere near me, please. Corpse management would be a very serious problem in real life. Not even just, you know, the zombie virus. That's one thing. There are a lot of things that can happen that have nothing to do with the zombie virus if you just let a bunch of corpses lay out in the open somewhere. There's a lot of things that'll happen that this game does not model. And I'm perfectly okay with that, because boy howdy. We gotta worry about typhus, we gotta worry about black plague, we gotta worry about shit that we've had vaccines for forever. In a world that no longer has the ability to produce vaccines like this one. Future generations in this world, in Project Zomboid, assuming there are future generations, no polio vaccine for them. No polio vaccine for them. We might even see smallpox come back in a world like this one. 'Cause I mean, well, all it takes is one lab breach, and then it starts to spread, and then it's just part of the viral lexicon once more. There's an interesting thing about smallpox. It's the viral shape of it, I think, actually made it uniquely vulnerable to getting hit with immune system detection, which is why the vaccine works so well. I think, like, the smallpox, the shape of the cell itself. Like, once your immune system knows how to attack that. I could be misremembering. This could be misinformation. But what I remember about reading about smallpox is that its shape, the shape of the virus, is actually one of the reasons it was so easy to train immune systems against it. Which is why it probably would, if it did come back, it probably wouldn't be too much worse than it ever was back in the old days. Like, the whole premise of the game, The Division 2, great game, by the way. One of the few Ubisoft games that I actually enjoyed. I never played the first one. It was probably good, too. The premise of that was a mutated strain of, smallpox. Glorious. Now, of course, that dealt with everybody on the fence, but now we've got more on the fence, and we're going to have more further down. Look at that. Okay. So I managed to deal with a fence fucking group there, but that was just a surprise attack against a nice big cluster. We can't sustain that for too long, not with the shotgun ammo we have on hand. We would need a few more boxes to sustain an effort like that. So I'll just take a chunk out of them and fall back. Looks like we did wake up a few people in the lobby there. I don't know where he's going. If that was an opportunity, I could have whipped out the shotgun and got a double kill, but they're slow shamblers. There's nobody else around. Just melee them, conserve your ammo. Save them for the tight clusters that you want to get rid of quickly. I guess I gotta say that with this game, I only recently learned that they took inspiration from the actual book, World War Z. Apparently the devs of this game read the book early on and took a lot of inspiration from it. So what that tells me, of course, is that there are certain aspects of the book universe for World War Z that the devs very deliberately chose to omit at every stage of development. And I cannot articulate how okay I am with that. The way hordes worked in the book for World War Z, I don't think very many players in this game would be very successful. Like, I know this game is already a little bit too annoying for a lot of players to figure out quickly. If the hordes in this game worked like they did in World War Z, the book, it wouldn't be a very popular game at all, I don't think. It would just, people would, that would be one of the things that people would want to turn off in the sandbox settings to make it just barely playable. Hordes in World War Z were so sensitive that if a single zombie saw a human, it would make a very loud noise. And then other zombies that heard that noise would make that noise too. And like the howl, whatever the fuck it was, Had a little bit of a Twilight Bark effect, if you ever seen the 101 Dalmatians. And it would cause massive groups of zombies to conglomerate. And the only real countermeasure to that was to, when the U.S. was retaking the Midwest, they would do almost not too different from what I'm doing here. They would build defensive positions and dig in really deep, make them really good against killing zombies, and then just go out and have their. In World War Z, they had zombie gathering dogs that would go up and make noise at the zombies, get them to make noise, and then just run back to the humans. It was fucking great. Can't wait till we have that in this game. I can just send my pooch out there to gather zombies for me. But yeah, we'll have that someday in this game. We might actually get that by B43. From what I understand, B43 will give us NPCs in a limited form, and I think what that will manifest as more intelligent animals like dogs and horses. Yes. Yeah, that is true about the chunk boundary. And I think, I could be wrong, I think the devs are working on more of something about that. Like, I think they're working on an improved population movement mechanic. I don't know how much of it we're actually seeing in the game right now. Right now, I do still sometimes see Z movements that make no sense whatsoever, and I just have to be like, okay, yeah, that's probably the off-map, the off-chunk movement mechanic that they work on. If you enable debug mode, you can actually, there's actually a zombie map in debug mode where you can see, they just draw a little map with pixels on it, and every pixel is a zombie. You can see the little pixels going all over the place. I've never actually done it, but that is a thing you can do in the game in its current form. I want to do that someday just to look at it. Technically speaking, we're playing in debug mode right now, but with a selective number of features enabled or disabled. That's how the B42 thing works. So we're putting away the bowls here, and then we're going to go get another superior. Actually, I could eat one more of that. 40, yeah, there we go. Beautiful. I have 20 kale out of the freezer. That's actually a bit of a lot. Some of that's going to go bad. I'm going to grab a few more cooking utensils and just whip a few more things together. Just so that I can make sure that I'm not going to let that kale go to waste. I'll need to cook anyway for today, because we just ate half of a 40 stew. You decay 60 hunger in a single day. So I can already tell you that in terms of perishable food, which is what we're trying to use, we will run out if we were to just go out right now with that. I'm just going to try to use up all those chicken leftovers now. This is the life of cooking level 10. You get all these stupid things left over that just give you like -1 hunger, -3 hunger. They are slightly useful if you just want to just toss something else into a dish. But beyond that, it gets a little bit tedious. That's 6. Let's give that 2 8s, maybe a 4. Right now, yeah, it's shaping up like all these will come out to be about 30s, which is perfect, because then, 30 and 30, that's 60. That's my food for the day. My daily bread, as it were. Yeah, kale as a salad is pretty good. If I had more stuff I could put into salad, I would do that. Right now, I have literally nothing but kale and potatoes at the moment. I would have to go foraging to find more salad materials. Perfect. Everything came out to the mid-20s, which tells me when I cook it, we're looking at probably 30s. That'd be good. Still don't know the exact ratio of how much more hunger reduction you get when you finish cooking something. Let's do chives and onion. Sure, that works. Oops. Huh. Why did I attack just there? I didn't click. Interesting. So I just wanted to put some toppings separate from the rest of the so that I don't have to scroll through a massive list, which is what happens whenever I stand in front of Meals on Wheels back there. I know I've mentioned it a few times. Meals on Wheels is just basically a almost an entire grocery store's worth of non-perishables and cooking utensils and even a spare oven. And I just leave all those in the trunk of a vehicle so that as I move between bases that I spend a lot of time at, I just take all the food cache with me. Don't even have to move it between containers anymore. Just keep it in the same vehicle. That's my food truck. Meals on Wheels. So here's our backyard, as it were. Starting a vehicle kit back here. And that's good for the backpack. We're going to put away the 223 for now. Kind of burning a lot of ammo out of it. It is all just single shot after all. Shotgun can be our primary back weapon for now. That a third of the way in. Should probably be better about closing my doors. Oh, here's something I could do. Get some garbage bags out of this box here. I think 20? Yeah, 20 garbage bags to a single box. So we can actually use some of those. I will go ahead and allocate 8 of them. Or maybe just 4 for now. I'll just leave them on the ground right here. So I can come back and build a garbage bag rain collector at some point later. With those, and the rest go into my backpack. I will make use of them at some point. And there it is. They just finished cooking. All of them at 30, 29, 33. Beautiful, beautiful. I'm getting better at it. I'm getting better at it, predicting what they're going to be when they're finished cooking. So all these get the venerable name of 30 fry. It's like 30 rock, but a stir fry. And one of them goes in our backpack. The rest of them hop into the fridge. So some of this kale is garbage. The stuff that only gives literally 0 hunger to a dish, yeah, that can go in the fucking trash. I am already sick of seeing it. Okay. Beautiful day outside once again. We've been having great weather. It has not rained a single time since I planted those crops. I can't stop laughing about that. It is really funny to me. We had nothing but rainstorms and snowstorms for weeks on end. I decided to plant 40 crop plots. All the rain has mysteriously fucking disappeared. What a coincidence. I mean, it probably literally is just a bad luck coincidence. I am not immune to the gambler's fallacy. There are a lot of random numbers in this game that feel personal. They're not. Just a bunch of fucking random numbers. Let's try approaching this building from angles we haven't looked at it from yet. Look at all them doors. Some of them are still intact. Why don't you flip on them through that window there and make yourself a target? Well, more thumpers in there. I don't even see the door they're hitting. So that means there are a lot more doors than I can even see. Hello, friendo. You've got some pants. Yep. It is nice to know that I really should be more diligent about that. I've lied to you. I can't remember the last time I've had the radio lie to me. It did fail to tell me about the power outage once. So what do we got up here? Lots of Zeds on the other side of a fence. Now we can shotgun some of them. But if we stand next to this fence for longer than like 20 seconds, we will be at the breaking point of stress. Because that is Zomboid in the current year. When you have a lot of zombies smacking a fence, 1 stress point for every smack. And that adds up very quickly. So if we want to do any operations against these Zeds while they're all grouped up, we can. But we got to be fast about it and start falling back as soon as the stress builds up. So I'm going to do that. We've got some shoddy here. 33 in the bandolier, 16 in the backpack, so... I see. Interesting. Good to know that it's fallible. Like I've said before, this is unsustainable, but we'll get a few good kills out of it. And there's the stress, backing up. So you may have noticed the stress going up and down really fast. If you were paying close attention to the... See how it's going up now? 16, 17, 18, 19. That's the slappity slap of the fence back there. That's what that is. As soon as that became unsustainable, I just fell back. We're going to have a bite to eat, and maybe we'll take another swing at that. I don't know. We didn't have to spend too much shotgun. Now, the reason the stress went up and down was the stress actually did build up fast for a second, and then we killed a whole bunch of zombies. If you kill a single zombie, it is two points of stress reduction. So blowing away a bunch of zombies at once from behind a fence, I don't know, sometimes we were getting like several triple kills in a row there. That was pretty good. Unsustainable, though. We would not come out of that unstressed if we... Oh, shit. Maybe I should reload these guns that I keep carrying around. I only fell back because I ran out of guns to switch to. The Rick O'Connell moment. Fucking love that movie. The Mummy, 1999, fantastic film. Not like a expert, beautiful example of cinematography or something like that. It's just a really fun movie. I had a lot of fun watching that. It's Rick O'Connell, the gunslinger, dealing with a friggin' cavalry charge. And he starts with a rifle. He runs out of rifle ammo. He switches to his revolvers. The revolvers run out. He switches to his 9mm. Or, sorry, that was 1911s. He had 1911s. Sound familiar? So I do that a lot in this game. It's fun. I love it. Just switch to your sidearm. It's faster than reloading. I've got to get that as like a soundboard meme. I've been meaning to set up a soundboard because it's sometimes it's very relevant. So as you can see, the Zeds are still up against the fence, but they're not smacking it now. So what I can do, obviously, is I can come up and unload on them while they're still clustered. And then, of course, the process repeats itself. I can sustain a few shots, and then I run out of the pump ammo. I can take a few more shots, then I run out of my other ammo, and then I cannot... Basically, I get to a point where I can't kill them fast enough to prevent the stress from bringing me straight to the breaking point. And at that point, we'll probably fall back again. Alternatively, there is another way to handle zombies on the other side of a chain link fence, and I think right now we've actually got a very good opportunity for it. If y'all watch my content a lot, you'll know what I'm on about. All we need is a 1 liter bottle here. 1 liter bottle and a clean rag. Fuck are you going, dude? He was late for the radio show, I guess. I mean, fuck. How's about, we do not have any plastic bottles right now. So we're going to have to fall back. Just fall back a little bit. We'll grab the ambulance. It's worth it. We'll bring the ambulance up. We shall make ourselves a little bit of a firebomb. A little bit of a bottle full of gasoline. And just chuck it straight at that fence. And just watch them cook. That's all we got to do. don't even really got to worry about, if you're doing fire bombs, you don't have to do the remote thing very much. I mean, you can, and it will get you a little bit more, but honestly, the zombies take care of spreading the fire themselves. They are regular old hell spreaders. So my bomb making kit is next to Meals on Wheels over here. Might move that later on, but now it is fine here. Just want one of these. Let's just take two. Two of these empty plastic bottles. Two of these here rags. We'll go outside. We'll siphon some gas. And we need to go outside. We got our ambulance right here. And which plastic bottle did I use? I used a 2-liter. And I couldn't really choose because they are all the frickin' same. They're just all empty plastic bottle. The 1 liters and the 2 liters. You want to use the 1 liters. The 2 liters, no. Don't waste that on a... Let me get the 2 liters out of my inventory. Probably just should have done this ahead of time. Now what I can do is just all the plastic bottles left are regular ones. So now I just right-click, hit fill, fill all. BEA, beautiful. Catch a refill of water. And now we just need a crafting surface. Yep, just needed rag, 1 liter bottle full of gasoline, and a crafting surface, and we can make fire bombs. The recipe is annoying to find, but once you find it, infinitely useful thing. Oh, so one of the reasons we picked up that, you may have seen me I didn't even mention this when I did it. When we saw some firefighter clothes on the firefighter zombies, I just peeled the pants and the jackets off of them, even though they're full of holes and worthless for wearing them. We're not doing that to wear it, we're doing it to pick the aramid thread from it. Aramid thread is a advanced tailoring thing. Aramid is the off-brand name for Kevlar. The generic brand name for Kevlar. So fire bombs into my backpack for now. And I did say I was going to bring the ambulance. I'll take the fire truck for now. It's a little bit more thematically appropriate. The only thing I want to add to it is a fire extinguisher, of which I actually have a loose one right around front. Always, if you're going to be doing something with fire, just carry around an extinguisher. Just do it. I've never had to use it, and I hope I never have to use it, but much rather have it and never need it than need it and never have it. That is probably why I haven't died yet. Always a big yet. You are not invulnerable. I must remind myself that constantly. Okay, so we've got a pretty nice distribution. In fact, they're already reshuffling a little bit. So I want to take full advantage of this right now. 1 firebomb straight into the hand. I'm just going to straight up ignore this guy on the left here, because if I start fighting him, these Zeds will reshuffle. Perfect. We didn't get a boom, but they will spread that fire themselves very nicely now. All right, we are now out of range of the stress-inducing bullshit. Right? For the most part. We do have a little bit of stress. That's okay. That's actually perfectly okay. I came prepared for this in the vehicle. We've got some magazines. And we read the magazines while we let them cook. So we can actually fast forward. We're not just wasting time getting rid of stress. Now, we got to be very wary. We kind of don't want that building to catch on fire, or at least I don't. I don't think it's that big of a risk. But then look at there's this asshole. What the fuck is he doing? I don't know what he's doing. Does he know what he's doing? For some reason, they like to group up a little bit, more so than they normally seem to when they are on fire. I wonder if they're like reacting to the flame. Yeah, okay, so look at this asshole. This whole building's going to go up because of him. Because he's going to die right there. And then the wall's going to catch on fire, despite it being a brick wall. I don't know what that building is. I'm going to check b42map.com here and find out. Where are we? We are a little bit... Here we are. There's the Romero Center. There's the office building to the left of us. There's the dumpster. Okay. It is a office building. Doesn't even seem to have computers in it. Yeah. It's a very lame-looking office building. Okay, I don't think that would be a substantial loss if it was just this building that we lose. Like, assuming we lost the whole thing, which I, unfortunately, have to kind of assume that that's a possibility now. Because the Zed got to it, and there's no rain. Has been no rain for days. No reason to expect rain. So, I ain't risking myself for this. If there seemed to be something important there, then I might actually get out and start shotgunning. But no. See, the one died, and we didn't even get a fire spread. That's good. Usually when a Zed dies of fire, the tile that they die on catches fire momentarily. But in this case, it looks like that happened, and we didn't even get it spreading onto the brick wall, which can happen. Yes, brick walls do catch fire in this game. Stupid as that fucking sounds. But yeah, I mean, honestly, we just eliminated a huge group, and it was one of the most efficient things we could do because of this stupid fence problem. If the stress fencing problem was not that big of a problem, I would have probably dealt with them another way. I mean, hell, if stress buildup was not that big of a problem, this is where spears would shine. Poke a spear through a fence, and it's almost always a one-shot kill. I'm only skill level 4 with spears, and still a one-shot. Shout at the fence. I don't even need a shout. I could just press Q where I'm at right now in the truck. And that would make it spread a little bit more. Okay, so did you notice that? They started to move towards me, and then they stopped. I did 2 toots, and then they started moving again. Okay. Alright, let's kill Jimmy John on this side of the fence here. Oops. Not shotgun, please. There we go. I will have to keep an eye on my 6. The toot may have... It may have woken up some people indoors who may now smack their doors long enough to break them. So this building behind me is not clear. Yeah, so look at that. I got the engine running so I can fall back if I have to, but I would prefer to just kill their asses. As it were. Ooh, hello there. Now that would have been a jump scare moment right there. Thought we turned the jump scare SFX back on for Halloween. Come on now. Oh, wrong button. There we go. We did turn... Yeah, we turned jump scare SFX back on and just didn't play that time. Usually if a zombie just comes into view in short range, I always thought that was where they'd play the spooky stinger. Oh no! The violins got really shrill for 1 second. I better get scared. That's actually how the human brain works. We respond certain ways to certain noises. For reasons that are probably really far back in our gene code. Hello. I am not going to camp next to that doorway. I'll go a little farther back. Yeah, maybe I will move forward just a little bit and toot toot. And we could always do the... this is one of the reasons I love these vehicles with light bars in them. We can always do this. Now that will get the attention of more than just that group, though. This will also get the attention of plenty on this side, which isn't the worst thing. I just need to be very wary. I am in an alleyway here. The irony of the fire truck being the one I use for the fire, setting Zeds on fire operations. It's not lost on me. As you can see, one of the things about the fire truck is it does not... Zeds don't seem to... Once they get to a fence, when they hear constant noises like this, once they get to a fence, they don't start smacking it. Yeah, I'm just trying to stay out of stress range right now. Yeah, see, look at that. We were in front of the fence for a grand total of like 1 second there. And that was all it took. We just got to stage 2 stress. For like literally 1 fucking second. You can see why I'm keeping my distance. I can get out and kill this guy. And there's minus... No, I'm still too close. I'm still too close. Welcome to Project Zomboid in 2025. I hate it. This particular part of the game, I friggin' hate it. We'll read a magazine. We'll take the edge off, I guess. Damn it! I'm trying to fucking read something here. I guess that I should not have expected to be able to get away with that in Louisville. I am a slow reader, so the amount of time it takes me to read a magazine is pretty high. Now, they have to be able to see me in order to group up more tightly than what they're grouped up at now. Because it does seem, if I understand their movement mechanics correctly right now, what they do is if they hear a noise that they cannot directly associate with a player, like a far-off siren like this one, they do not start attacking the fence and, in fact, just stop when they see the fence. Which is why we see a bunch of dudes up there who are just fucking stopped. Which is why they're not grouping up any more tightly. Now I'm going to actually try to burn some of this stress with kills. Might get away with it, but I might not. Yeah. Okay. So a whole bunch of multi-kills with a shotgun, and that took me out of stage 2 stress. But of course, remember, your aiming gets worse, even with shotguns. Alright, I will move up just a little further. And they're still smacking. See, again, trying to get these guys over here on the left to just mosey towards the right a little bit. Actually harder than it looks. Because if I walk like over here to this corner on foot, make a lot of noise over here, the Zeds will just smack the fence right in front of them. Because that's what they do. They're programmed to. If there's something within one tile that they can smack, they'll start smacking it as soon as a player is detected. As stupid as that sounds, and I think that is very stupid, that's exactly how they work right now, unfortunately. So all these guys over here who are not on fire, the only chance of them catching fire is if I ease back a little bit on the noise making and let them group up. If I do that, they have a chance of merging groups together a little bit, as we already see with like this guy right here. See this guy right here? We got a Hellbringer, boys. He's going to join the other group, and he may spread it. Come on, I believe in you. I think we got our Hellbringer. I'm gonna read a magazine while I wait for this. I'll try again to read that magazine, as it were. Come on, just spread it to one zombie. That's all I need. No, I can't read a book. I cannot read a book. There will always be some asshole. Can I at least move the truck? Come on, man. Y'all had all this time to come out and fight me while the siren was on. And only now, like a minute and a half after it's been off. I don't know, maybe there's a limit to how much fire can spread. Like, I mean, look at this guy up here. It was not a problem for fire to spread to zombies with just a single one earlier. But for some reason... Yeah, and... Oh, okay. Okay, so he just died, and now the tile's on fire, and now another Zed's on fire. Perfect. Okay. Just what I wanted for Christmas. I will roll up and do another toot momentarily here. Now that we've got people on fire in 2 different groups here. I'm actually just using guns to stay ahead of the stress at this point. That was not a very optimal use of gunnery, but... Oh, no. You know what else is not optimal? I was still within range. See, that right there, that has got to stop. Getting stressed for being within range of something that is ostensibly supposed to cause stress because of the noise. We can't even fucking hear the noise. We're that far away from it. And yet we're still getting fucking stressed. That's really stupid. That should not be a thing. But I digest. I've complained about the stress mechanic a lot. And it's not going to get better anytime soon because it's a very minor point of concern. I should be within... The noise I'm making here should actually be within hearing range of that building. So if there are more on that first floor who haven't come out yet, most of them should be spawned in by now. Most of them. Yeah, I mean, oh no, if you don't even hear it, if you're outside of auditory range, it shouldn't fucking do anything, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, seeing a zombie smack something in and of itself, I mean, okay, we've been at this for 1 year, 9 months, 4 days, 10 hours. We've killed 35,206 zombies. I think we can handle seeing a couple zombies smacking something from a distance. I don't think visual should have any impact to your stress whatsoever. Sounds, I understand it. We literally are programmed to react negatively to certain loud noises, even the people who are not overly sensitive to them, like I am IRL. I'm very, very noise sensitive, but no. Humans are programmed to react negatively to loud noises. If for no other reason than our eardrums could get damaged. But I mean, like, oh, that is pushing at us this far away. That's silly. There we go. Stoking the flames a little bit. I had a Zed die. And by tooting, I got one of them to step onto the tile. Actually, we've got a small enough group count that I think we can run up and shotgun the guys on the left. The guys on the right are small enough in number that they're pretty much done. Okay, that eliminated the stress. I'm just going to fall back now that I've finally gotten rid of it. We're also getting a little bit of stutter. I'm not sure if you guys are seeing that. We're getting some half-second and quarter-second stutters here. I think it is... there's definitely a memory leak with the game right now. I do not know what the cause of it is, but it happens after we kill a lot of zombies. I know that much. So we are going to go ahead and fall back and just close and reopen the game. Whenever I start seeing stutters like that, yeah, we're just going to get right on ahead of that. Let's have a bite to eat while we drive. Lost a lot of hunger there. Yeah, see this right now, this is dangerous to play like this. When you're getting these half-second stutters, quarter-second stutters, they are that half-second, that quarter-second. That could be enough to fuck up your range and let a zombie get close enough to you for something not good to happen. So we are just closing and reopening. That's all we're doing here. Shouldn't take too long. Usually with my computer, the stuff that, whatever the game loads from the disk, a lot of it seems to stay in memory. a meta event. A lag event, maybe. I mean, that I couldn't think of. I have heard a few meta events in the past, I don't know, five or so minutes here. Nothing that really jumped out at me, though. I mean, at this point, I turned my brain off to all the meta events. There are so many of them, and they seem to do almost nothing. The only event that jumped out at me just now is that we were getting some lag, so we closed and reopened. Couldn't tell you anything further. So we ate one of those stir fries, lightly over 8. Let's go ahead and take one more of those with us. I'm not going to get too bogged down doing sledge work, but I am going to do a little bit. Whenever I step into base, I really should just do a couple of sledging so that I don't have to worry about dealing with all of it overnight. Sledgehammer was left up here. M16 and shoddy. I think I can think of how both of those sound. I mean, if you're not clearing your angle of approach, then very much yes. All it takes is, well, I mean, at this point, I make so much noise myself that it would be a little bit difficult to differentiate a meta event even if I heard one. Now, I wonder if the corkboard is one of those things that you can't put down because the coffee machine's there, but then you can put the coffee machine in front of it. Silly. That happens with certain wall things, and I don't know the pattern to it. Okay, so I've determined that we want this area cleared up. So there's 2 sledgings. We'll leave the sledgehammer here for more later. Clear out here. Let us move back up and see what we're looking at. Actually, we're just about to get fatigued. We're just about to get fatigued, so maybe I'll take one more bite out of those fence fucking zombies up there. Actually, probably should have brought the sledgehammer. If I had brought the sledgehammer, then I could start sledging a couple holes in that fence, and then I could use vehicle sirens to get them away from it. But that's okay. The mechanic that zombies used to abide by, where they just let the fences tell them where they can go and where they can't go, it's actually still there. As far as I can tell, it's still there. It just gets overwritten whenever there is they actually detect the player. When they actually detect the player, that's when they go into smack the fences mode. Yeah, okay. I can probably handle these with shotgun. We've got 18 shells. Shotgun is reloaded, and we will get the drop on some of them before they even get to the fence. Ooh, I like that. Alright, let's clean up with the revolver. Okay, so we are still making the building spill then. I do not care about the ones to the north. I do love the line of sight. We can turn this into a triple. Ah, I almost had a triple. This guy decided to move one tile to the left there. Yeah, see, right now I'm at a position where I could bring it up and start blowing the sirens. What the hell? Y'all saw that guy look like he was about to just no-clip through the fence, right? That was a little bit frustrating, as it were. We are out of shotgun. I knew I didn't have much, so that's alright. Make good use of what we had. Line up for me. A lot of these ones I would rather not use guns normally, but because they're fence fuckers. Do I have any more shotty? Yeah, okay. Good. Getting our last, getting most meat per bullet for the... Oh, look at that. A Zed with a shotty. I think, yeah, I can still see that. Died in a way that, well, the fence is a little bit in the way. Who's the Reb behind me here? I swear I heard a Reb behind me. Whatever. Glorious. So I wouldn't call that a wrap for the whole first floor of this building, but definitely the majority of those on this side of the complex. The complex is large. I would estimate there's probably, if nothing else, probably just a couple slow ones on the front end of the building that are still a little too far out. But we actually have a relatively clean spot to sledge open right here. I think I can nail this bitch right here. Shooting through two fences. One thing I'm always happy to see that we can actually do. It felt for a while there like we couldn't. Alright, a bit of an expenditure, but we're now clear. I can come back here with a torch or a sledgehammer. Actually, do I have a torch? If I have a torch, I will break the fence now. But I don't think I actually carry a torch here. No, my field kit for this vehicle is woefully incomplete. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it right now. I mean, yeah, I do kind of want the... If the Zeds are gonna be there, then sure, yeah. Now, of course, on the flip side, I do think that it is a little bit silly for Zeds to... Considering that when we see them in the game, when we perceive the Zeds, they move around randomly all the time. Just randomly moving around. Of the amount of random movements that a Zed will make, you're going to really tell me that for 1 year and 9 months, that many of them remained on one of those floors of those buildings when they could have just moseyed on up to a balcony and flipped off on an accident with no survival... survival instincts whatsoever. I don't know. It strains credulity that they would be in that high of a quantity to begin with at this late of a game stage, but yeah, it's alright. I'm not too mad about that. 7 Days to Die could get away with that, because... So, if you're not familiar, 7 Days to Die has all the buildings in that game. Literally, almost 100% of the buildings are POIs, which are... You can almost think of them as dungeons. Where they'll get reset if you have a quest to go into it, for example. I have mixed feelings about that, but I don't hate it at all. But one of the reasons it's set up that way, and it's actually almost kind of believable for the setting, is most of the POIs you look at are actually just blown out attempts at people trying to survive Blood Moon. So, like, if you go into a 16-story building in 7 Days to Die, it's going to be chock full of zombies. and it's going to have, like, barriers everywhere, and just everything's going to be broken apart. It's going to look like there's been a bunch of bombs that have gone off. All of that actually kind of makes sense for the 7 Days to Die setting, and it's because what basically all the POIs in that game are just people who you don't see, NPCs, who have attempted to survive a blood moon and just fucking failed. They all died. That's really what the lore is for most of 7 Days to Die, what you see in that game. And I don't hate that. I mean, allegedly they're going to add bandits someday. And of course, whenever you think about the fact that they're going to add bandits, I mean, does that mean we're actually going to get some NPCs? I mean, quote-unquote bandits, what does that really mean? It's on their roadmap. They're going to do it someday. I'm pretty sure that Zomboid will actually get NPCs before 7 Days to Die gets bandits. I think Zomboid is pulled ahead of 7 Days. For anybody who enjoys both games, y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know. I was actually thinking about playing 7 Days again. My most recent playthrough has been, I think, we did a 2.0 playthrough, right when Storm's Brewing, Pause Button Brewing, when that first dropped. And that, I think, 2.0 saves will probably be broken by now. I've seen so many people, yeah, that's true. Yep. There should actually be more barricaded places. Now, of course, also, in Project Zomboid, 95% of humanity is dead within the first 28 days of the game. There should be a few more survivor homes, just a few. But otherwise, it actually is still perfectly, for me, it is perfectly believable that we'll be coming up on places and just finding them still empty, as if they were just like that the other day. Despite being a year and a half in, or almost 2 years, we're coming up on the 2-year anniversary here. We're just 2 months away from it. It still makes sense to see places like this because, I mean, honestly, the people here left and nobody ever came back because by the time, shortly after they left, most of the rest of humanity was fucking dead. So, I mean, like, when it comes to this game, actually what we see is not unplausible. Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. And in fact, that would actually, I don't know how I feel about that, because obviously we look for the barricades when we're looking for survivor houses, which is something we're currently very much on the hunt for here, because the last book we need to find on this character, that we somehow have not found after 500 hours, is Longblade 5. And after destroying LSU, the biggest library in the game, I have confirmed that the only place you're ever going to find Longblade 5 is either in a survivor house, which is the one with the barricaded windows, or on a survivor zombie, which you only really get a chance to see a survivor zombie when you're driving on roads, usually. If you're driving on roads that you've not explored yet. And we're actually running out of roads to explore. All the major roads, for the most part. A lot of the major roads we've explored already. Minor roads, obviously, back roads. Plenty here in Louisville left to explore. But the fact that we've run out of a lot of real estate to just drive down and just keep driving, as it were. In terms of the country roads that could potentially spawn a survivor zombie, we have almost eaten up our supply. Yeah, no, 100%. That's actually usually something I do on my characters within the first couple of weeks. Within the first couple of most of what y'all see on this map here, most of these explored roads, most of these were explored in the first couple of weeks, and that was more than half of our book collection was established at that point. But no Longblade 5, unfortunately. That is just the luck of the draw, as it were. Alright, last wall here. Muscle strain is still a little bit. Yeah, farmhouses and, I mean, dense residential. I actually recently looked at the code for survivor houses, and I was surprised by what I found. It actually is right here if we look at, where'd be my ultra edit that is easier to read? Here it is. Let me fire this up. We can actually take a look at the code. It's a little spaghettified, but it is largely readable. Decompile 42.12 randomized building base.java. Scroll through our imports here, and we've got in it just establishing a few things in a list. all RBM map chance. This pulls it from sandbox settings. So this is your reading the sandbox setting. Now here's the kind of important code here. Is valid. There's a check to see if it is a predefined stash building. That is invalid to be a survivor house. And then what it does here is it will... This calls server codes, that's multiplayer. This calls client side. I think what it's doing is establishing a list of squares. So this, I think this little, is it? Oh, starting house. Starting house, right here. Houses that the players can start in are neglected from the list of potential survivor homes. So anywhere where the default game, the vanilla game, can spawn a player, those will never be survivor houses. I'm guessing that must have happened to somebody. Somebody must have survived in a survivor house and been unable to break their way out of it. Must have sucked for that guy. Anyway, then what it does is it counts the room types. It needs to find at least a bedroom, a bathroom, and a kitchen or a living room. So you can have both. It just needs a bedroom, bathroom, and one of the two, kitchen or a living room. But then it needs to also, because this is just the first validation check. The second validation check is there's a manual check for if it's Kate and Bloodspot's house. I don't know how long that's been there. That could have been there a long time. But no, Kate and Bloodspot's house is manually manual code check to neglect that instead of pre-establishing a list. Welcome to Project Zomboid's spaghetti code. We do inefficient things here. Yeah, is spawn building. Yeah, return tutorial. Just shuts the code down. And then there's a... this try catch is where it actually tries to establish whether it's going to be a survivor house, where it actually starts checking the probabilities. But we scrolled too fast. We missed VAR 3. VAR 3 is... Fuck is VAR 3? Maximum room count. Maximum room... This actually passed me on my first pass, too. If a building is larger than 500 rooms, maximum room count on a NIT is defined as 500. So maximum room count at 500 means no mega apartment complexes that would otherwise pass all the other checks, unfortunately. Mega apartment complexes cannot be survivor houses. I'm really sad about that. It would be really cool. It would be really cool if we could find a massive, one of these Louisville buildings that are like apartment complexes and just see all the windows boarded up and be like, go to town, boys. Let's fight our way into this. That's going to be worth it. But no, unfortunately, we don't get any Tier 5 POIs with massive loot in this game. That is a exclusive to 7 days. Oh, yeah, so I did hear about that. One of the homies in the chat, I don't know if it was you, someone in chat mentioned that there used to be one in March Ridge that was valid. I don't know if it's still valid, but as long as it has fewer than 500 rooms, and it's not any of those other things I just mentioned, I'm not seeing anything in the code that would rule it out. So that actually may still be a possibility. Now, that being said, of course, I've already explored March Ridge. That was one of the things I did in my first pass. So we have unfortunately not seen any massive buildings in March Ridge that are boarded up. That is unfortunate, but I'm not too mad about it. Look at, I love these little buildings that you would kind of expect to be able to be facing every direction, but no. This particular kind of bench can only face northeast or northwest only. There's no other orientations valid for that kind of bench. Well, that's kind of silly. You can't even see it clearly from the north. That's kind of silly. I'm not going to put anything else there. I'm just going to put the corkboard right here. An annotated map. Oh. I never looked at the code for those. Now, with the annotated maps, do they have to be something you haven't already explored? Because, like, obviously, I said I've never looked in the code. I haven't actually explored that many annotated maps. I've one or two, and most of those were by accident. Yeah, March Ridge is very dense. Every time I go there, I'm like, wow, everything is really tight together. Really tight together, and not a lot of useful stuff. I mean, like, March Ridge, residential. I mean, tons of residential. But, I mean, there's a certain point in this game where you're like, yeah, do I really need more residential loot? Oh, I'm taking a risk here. Damn it! Okay, so I was right to be worried. There is one orientation where if you sledgehammer the wall behind the light switch goes with it. 1 out of 3 orientations, apparently. Oh, really? I did not enter the building, so that's cool to know. I'm supposing it doesn't count if zombies break the window and flip out. Because that happened a lot in Marsh Ridge. I did get a lot of zombies in a lot of the major buildings as I drove past. They broke out of buildings and flipped out. So that would cause the inside of the building to render. But I guess if that's not the case, if a player has to actually physically walk inside, then we're good. Fuck. That's really annoying. I'm really annoyed about that. I guess I do have a I can put a floor light to replace it. But man, that's really annoying. I really like these lights, the ceiling lights. And I wanted to keep this corner lit, but I've got one of these furniture things is going to have a somewhere. Yeah. I'm looking for a floor lamp. The floor lamps are actually kind of pathetic on their the reach of their light. But yeah, here it is. Like, these things weigh 20 encumbrance. And they don't light up very much, but I think it'll be sufficient for the kitchen. Just wish I didn't need it. Huh, okay. Cool. That's, well, I'll have to make sure to... I have made a point to at least open all of the annotated maps that I found. So every time I see an annotated map, I make sure to read it. And that's not bad, but it could be better. Like I said, I really hate how few tiles the floor lights light up. That almost feels not worth the electricity. Thankfully, lamps are very cheap. 0.01 gasolines per hour. Not a lot of good spots for it back here. I wonder if it's because of this stupid corkboard here. It's right here. Yeah, that might not be a bad spot. Yeah, I can see what I'm doing at least. Alright. It's passable. I don't like it, but it's passable. I could always bring one of the floodlights inside, but floodlights inside feels weird. For my custom bases, I do that, but that's because there's nothing better. For places with walls, floodlights feel a little weird. Okay, so the corkboard... I guess the corkboard is too thick. That's rather silly. We'll just put it somewhere else. I just wanted to get it out of the way, really. There we go. Well, might as well get rid of the rest of this wall. I ain't doing nothing. Yeah. And in fact, I'm going to be real with you. I probably will bring the floodlight that's outside. I'll probably just bring it inside and put it on this side right here. Yeah. So that I can catch the rest of this area for the most part. So the goal here is to establish a parking spot for Meals on Wheels that's right next to the kitchen. That would require more furniture removal. I will probably just disassemble the desks over here because I have picked up enough desks. If I want to put any desks back down, I have more than enough at this point. So actually, that would not be a bad switcheroo. I can switch between disassembling with carpentry and disassembling with sledgehammer. Alright, I'm just getting rid of the urinal. It's fine. I don't need to put too much more thought into this. We have plenty of urinals for decoration elsewhere. Same with the file cabinets. We have plenty of them. They can just go. Oh, pin maps on the... Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, 100%. You gotta do it yourself, but you technically can do it, and that's pretty cool. Strain. So these, is that the support beam to the house? I do kind of appreciate the detail that they went through. Hold on a second, what's going on here? I was unable to destroy for a second there. I guess I gotta hit those walls from the inside, which means I gotta knock that down, and then I gotta drop the hammer and come back. So let's get a bite to eat and disassemble parts of these desks. And then we'll do one more sledging, and then it's bedtime again. Computers. I do kind of want to do like a computer lab in the bedroom sort of thing. So that's how I roll in real life. Well, actually, not with my latest build. This one here in my living room. But that's how I did it for most of my life growing up. Those holes used to spawn Zeds. That's really funny. Being able to hear the sound of a Zed on the other side of an unreachable wall, that would be very annoying. Especially because if you sledgehammered it, being somebody who's not good with long blunt, I'm actually a little bit vulnerable right after I finish using the sledgehammer. So it would actually be a active danger to me to clear a zombie out of a single tile space like that. Alright, 2 sledgings and then sleep time. Alrighty. We got fog today? We got fog today. Okay. That means a little bit of building. What are we up to? 6 hours? I'll just go ahead and leave those there for now. Same deal with the chairs. I'm just gonna toss them. We have enough chairs set aside now that we could build an entire office of our own if we wanted to. These can just get tossed into the bin. We don't need to rebuild the entire thing as an office building. On the bright side, during the day, I don't really need to do too much extra lighting in here. I mean, the windows do the windows do pretty good work during the day. It's only during the night that I really need some extra lights on in here. A single floodlight can probably actually handle all the way through to the kitchen here. I'll just need to find a good spot for it once the rest of these walls are out. Items in container. Oh, right. More urinals. I hear somebody screaming. That was, I think, to the north. R.I.P. whoever just died. Also stuff in it. I do not need a copy of Maintenance 3 right now. Can't even read that for amusement, so that goes in the garbage. Still don't actually have a good spot for the mailbox. I was thinking one might pop up for me, but no, we are no spots for the mailbox yet. More sledgings are due. And then that does it for this entire side of the building. We have our indoor garage, as it were. BEA, beautiful. Now, because of the shenanigans that just happened by me losing the light switch over there, I might actually keep the one right here. Yeah, I don't want to risk losing this one. So this particular little slat of wall, that'll stay. Anything behind it, I can, the sinks. It's not like I'm ever going to be able to plumb them, so I'll extract the water at some point and eliminate those sinks. And then what that tells me is, of course, if that wall's going to be there, then I might as well still have a bedroom back here. It's just a question of I'll shift the placements ever so slightly. That makes sense to me. I mean, what I do with the grocery store, obviously, Jericho is much, much bigger. So I can afford the real estate to have a bedroom on the first floor. But this place is a lot tighter, so I don't necessarily have a lot of real estate to work with in every direction. Still got muscle strain, gonna leave the sledge here. Let's get this thing out of the way. Too heavy. Shotgun and sword would probably help me with that, or just the shotgun. This water dispenser is really kind of outmoded by having a whatchamacallit, a sink. I mean, what are those things but replacements for sinks? I like to put alternative fluids in those. I would put, when I was just drinking milk for a while there, I would put an entire container of milk into them and just have milk dispensers. That was pretty fun. I have kind of tried to weed myself off of that because I expect the devs are hard at work on a mechanic to nerf milk so that it spoils like it's probably supposed to. I mean, they're leaning into the little realism thing with food spoilage elsewhere. They're probably going to do it to milk. So the fact that we are able to just constantly drink milk right now and not have to worry about it going bad, I don't want to get too hung up on that. I remember what it feels like quite vividly when I just get used to something that is probably going to go away. We just played Darktide the other day. That was painful for me. Playing Psyker without quell canceling. I should have expected it to go away someday. I just felt safe in the fact that Fat Shark had chosen to ignore it for fucking 2.5 years, was it? But the bill came due. The bill came due, and we lost it. Now, what is a good back porch without some chairs? So I can sit next to all of the other people who are chilling here with me. Not that there's anybody actually there. I like to imagine Annie is having conversations with imaginary people right now. I would, in real life. I would absolutely have conversations with imaginary people to help keep myself sane. There is a reason that people don't get thrown into solitary confinement at prisons, and it's because that is actual literal torture that would make somebody go insane. And so to stave off that insanity, I would replace it with a manufactured insanity, wherein I just act like somebody's there. Fake social interaction actually can stave off the insanity of no social interaction. Of this, I am acutely aware. Sledging is ready? Yeah. Where'd I leave it? Over here. I was gonna do something about that. I don't think this will cause the, no, the sink just floats. We did lose a mirror. That's alright. I'm not really worried about a mirror right now. Tell you what, I'll take the other mirror and put it in the kitchen. It'll probably look better. Not a lot of real estate to put mirrors right here. Behind the... Huh, we've already got the clock there, though. The coffee machine kind of blocks it there. You know, you want to put a mirror somewhere where you can see it. Now, is the cork note board blocked because of the clock? That's most likely it. Yes. So, oh, look at that. It clips. It clips into the, fucking stove. That's unfortunate. Let's just get rid of the cork note board. It's whatever. It doesn't have to be there, and it looks kind of plain without something to staple onto it. How about we do a mirror in front of the coffee machine and then just rotate the coffee machine? Oops. Said, let's rotate the coffee machine. Right, rotation is kind of broken right now for certain things. For no real reason I can fathom. The initial placement, we cannot rotate it. That might be why. Even though it shows us a preview as if it is valid to do that. Doesn't seem like it is. How about the mirror right here? Does it... Well, it's not as good as a bathroom mirror, because it's not like you can... Not a good thing to use cosmetic products over a stove, most likely. Visually, a clock would fit perfectly fine behind a fridge, but that doesn't work. We would have to pick up the fridge. Clocks are one of those weird things. You can put it down, and then something that was formerly blocking it you can put down. So we can have the clock and the coffee machine. Just not, for some reason, we can't put the clock behind the coffee machine. Got to put the coffee machine in front of the clock. Zomboid logic hard at work right there. Movables have always been a little bit buggy in this game, and I don't expect that to ever really go away. Just a question of how better they'll stave it off. So we want something like this. Just basically where it was, but a few ways up here. Perfect. And now, before I forget that these planks are here, let us whip out a... I don't know, let's just move them. Just move them somewhere where I can see them. Now, when it comes to vehicles with trailers can be tricky. But generally speaking, you want to back up, turn in the opposite direction that you want it to go, unless it is at a certain angle. Kind of hard to describe verbally, but eventually it starts making sense. I want it to be something like that, so I can back up and connect it again when I need to. Perfect. And then the rest of the step van can just get pulled in there like the rest of the vehicles. Now, y'all may notice the random sound of the rain just like getting louder, and then that's just an audio glitch that's being caused by the too many open tiles to the outside next to each other. So these windows and doors, and I guess a 4-tile door right here. For some reason, that causes a lot of sounds to overlap. So like the rain gets really loud right here, and then it sounds, you know, quiet like it should right there, but then we go outside and it's still not as loud as it was in front of that fence. Just another silly glitch. I'd love to post it as a bug report, but what if the devs ignore it? Still don't have an answer to that question. Let's just wash ourselves up. That'll get rid of this water. That is all of that water used up. Two more sludgings coming right up. Alright, so this one particular wall is going to stay there. I do not want to lose these lights. The hallway lights, for what used to be the hallway down here, way too valuable to me right now. I would like to keep those. And this is one of the complications about putting floodlights in this building. I want to be able to drive through it. Floodlights you run into. So I would have to sacrifice... Well, I could probably afford to put, like, right here, maybe. But then I would have to be very careful backing up for the trailer, and it's just, I'd probably just pick it up when I move the trailer at that point. That makes more sense to me. Otherwise, that was one of two sledgings. No, that was two of two. Alternatively, something I didn't really even think of before, I could just put holes in the ceiling. Holes in the ceiling with places that still have their ceiling lights up top. Could always do that. But that starts running the risk of problems. Now, this particular computer lab up here, I'm just going to leave that there. That's fine. There are a few walls up here I wanted to get rid of, but otherwise, mostly it's fine. Oops. That adds up fast. Some of those wacky rain noises. There we go. Huh. The fog went away, but of course got replaced by rain. Rain is no less impactful to your aiming capabilities, which is why we're not doing too much shotgun today. Or we're not doing any combat, really, today. Man, that is obnoxious. I mean, I guess, you know, a wide open building like this, sure, it would have some reverb. I think this is a little much. and that it's not reverb. It's literally a glitch. Just too many openings that the game doesn't know are there by default, and the audio system starts fucking up a little bit. We could bring the sledgehammer upstairs. Strain is gone. Yeah, it is. That is quite heavy. A little silly, but well, nothing we can do about it. What I'm probably going to do is just do a little sledging and switching between sledging and disassembling with carpentry until I run out of stuff to disassemble. At that point, I will probably go over to reading, see if we can't make some progress on electrical 5 here. Once again, it's the windows. The windows that we're walking past. That's actually what's causing it. This room right here, this inner room with no windows in it, rather. Of course, we've sledged holes in it, so that's a thing, I guess. Alright, you know what? Oh, just pausing it, make it go away. Oh, interesting. Okay. So I just gotta pause the game really quick, and that resets the audio, or so what I think is there's like an audio emitter on each window, and the emitters are supposed to go away, but there's something preventing them from going away. But it looks like if you pause the game, it just clears all the emitters. So that actually, okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. If we get that stupid, annoying sound build up for no reason, we can just pause and unpause briefly, and that will get rid of it all. We are trying to find a home for these whiteboards. Otherwise, we'll toss them somewhere. Boss's room, I was going to clear out. I was actually thinking about putting the bedroom up here. I was thinking about it. And then I was like, I was thinking about it. I'm not too attached to the boss's room being anything specific. Because, I mean, I can just move the executive desk there. I just move that, and the boss's room is wherever the hell I want it to be then. That's all I gotta do. And let's play Where Did I Leave the Sledgehammer? There's so many walls that are slated for removal that I sometimes lose track of them all. I did already start pulling the back wall from the executive office here. File cabinets, I'm getting tired of them. There are very many file cabinets in this place. Those two, I'm just going to straight up delete those. Should still have a garbage bin up here somewhere. Yeah, ladies' room. Now that I think about it, I might actually just leave the ladies' room here. It's not like we need anything other than a ladies' room. There's just a lady here. Just one lady. Doesn't even need an S, just the lady room. I'll be here all night, folks. Yeah, still a little bit more for muscle strain. Consolidate some furniture, and then we'll dismantle a couple desks, but otherwise there's not a lot left that I really want to dismantle. I was thinking about something to do with these low tables. Actually, I'm going to keep them as nightstands for the bed. Yeah. The bed is going to be a mahogany to match the rest of the mahogany here. There's one across the street in one of the houses. We could turn this meeting room into an even bigger one. We've got another mahogany table. We have the technology. We can expand it. We probably have enough chairs too. Fuck it. We're going hard here. That's what we do. We'll make this place an even bigger meeting room. This seat is going to get moved to the other side there. It's not actually a bad thing for the outcroppings. Not a lot else to put there. If I was going full into making this a castle-themed base, then I would probably actually turn these outcroppings into something like a rampart. But no, it's all right. I'll just leave it as is. It's I don't want to go like nuts with this place, more so than I already am. Mostly because I don't intend on staying here for too much longer than, like, I don't know, maybe another month or so. Tops. Like, the month is like an upper limit. If I don't accomplish what I'm trying to accomplish within a month, well, that just means that I need to fall back and reassess my strategies a little bit. Alright, now that should be another sledging. Yeah, we're sledging. Now, I could just eat the muscle strain. That is always an option. I don't want to put my girl into too much pain. We're not going to do too much of that. But I think she can handle 3 at a time. Especially if we're going to... What we're going to do now is, between sledgings, we're just going to read. That's alright. Plenty of progress left to finish this book. Now, so with the ladies' room, what we're going to do is, in Riverside, I have a very open floor plan. I just use some curtains for the bathroom. Oh crap, the sinks, I forgot about those. So having a walk-through for the bathroom is actually not... okay. You're going to be like that, are you? Fuck. So I have a question about when I designed a bathroom in Riverside. What I did was I didn't even have any of the little. I didn't have any of the stalls left over. There was nothing of the stalls left. So what I did was I made my own stalls out of office partitions. I don't know if that would actually constitute much privacy IRL, but in an apocalyptic scenario, it's a hell of a lot better than nothing. When it comes to partitions... Oh crap, the pause trick didn't even work down here. Yeah, just this central area. I guess the reverb is actually, I don't want to call it intentional, but yeah, it's a little too much to overwhelm there. So office partitions we need actual office buildings for. There's a couple of those nearby. But there may be Zeds, which is alright, we'll survive. Let's have a quick bite to eat so we're not hungry. Let's take this whole thing, and you know what? I'll also just straight up eat some kale. Because I know this kale is not going to last too much longer. So I will just straight up eat 15 of kale. Glorious. Technically speaking, I don't need my bandana right now. The corpses are mostly gone. Can't wait till they're replaced with more corpses. That is the life in Louisville right now. No escaping it. There are the walking corpses and then the dead corpses. And they both irritate me. But they must be dealt with. Because that is what we're here for. That is our mission. Alright, so this is residential. I actually thought that one was office. The next one is office, the next big building. Yeah, the one closer to Zulu, really. This one right here. Now, this one I cannot rule out there being Zeds on the first floor. So we got to have our wits about us going in here. I do think I've actually cleared, like I've been through most of this building on the first floor. So I've observed most of it, but that doesn't really mean too much. Here we are, partitions. So I want left or right? Left. And this, of course, it calls it cubicle. But it is, I call these partitions. They're pretty lightweight. They're only 3.0 encumbrance. We need a total of 1, 2, 3... 3, I think. Let's get 4 to be sure. No need for another mini fridge. These white couches are pretty looking, but I don't have too much space for furniture right now. This is definitely one of the more interesting buildings here. This is almost structured like a lecture hall, which normally a person would be like, why is there a lecture hall in an office? Well, the office I used to work at before the government let the lease expire. The office I used to work at was no, it had a couple of rooms just like this one. They would have computers on them because it was a tech building, so that's where they would train the pencil necks on how to do certain things. What's up with this guy? I did not kill this guy recently. There's no blood spatter, and there's a shadow underneath him. I don't know if that's particularly meaningful. I think this means he's still alive. Or he's a Zed that, look at that. Look at that. What an asshole move, my friend. Why did you gotta do that? That was unnecessary. I'm gonna humiliate you for that. You are a jerk. I'm gonna clown on you for that. Sorry. Every once in a while, when I see a Zed try to pull a fast one on me. I can't just kill them, I gotta kill them good. That was more human interaction than he's had for his entire existence as a zombie. So we did him a favor there. I'm sure he was very enjoying himself for a moment. Highly doubt I'll need these garbage bags anytime soon, but I'm gonna take them. I'm gonna take them. And I would like to leave a pipe wrench in a couple of my other vehicles, so we're taking that too. Otherwise, I think we're good. Of course. Do I need gray partitions instead of blue ones? No, we're gonna go with blue ones, and the reason for that is, if we really want to decorate this, we'll steal some blue curtains to go with it. Blue curtains are a thing that I use to decorate the bathroom on my main base. I like the idea. Rain shows no signs of letting up, so we're probably going to get overnight rain tonight. That's alright. Now, if I really wanted to turn the place that I'm building right now into something more than just a forward outpost with a lot of features, if I wanted to make a full proper base out of it, I'd probably loot some fun stuff from the bar here. That's alright. That's alright. We don't need to go too hard with it. I'm filling out some decorations that are already there right now. That's all I'm doing. Seeing as we're not well suited for combat right now. Otherwise, I'd be doing an evening patrol if the rain wasn't here. Now, I've never tried putting these down while the little door hinge things are still there. So this might actually not work. I might have to sledge those out if I want to. Now, is that because the toilet's there? That could be because the toilet's there. Let's try this. Let's try putting Down the backpack. Cubicles into the backpack. So we're not over-encumbered too badly. Let's just get one of the toilets out of the way and see what happens if we try to put it there after that. So I can't remember if it was a thing where you had to put the... Yeah, okay. Partition first, and then put the toilet down. It's one of those things. Alright, alright. If you're going to be like that, that's how it's going to be. Now that makes me wonder if I should just reorder the whole bathroom. Because, I mean, I'm going to have to... now that I've made a hole in the wall over here, I kind of want to just move the sinks. But since sinks are freshwater, let's actually... let's clean ourselves up. Make use of the water. Oh, wait a minute. Have both of these been emptied? Excellent. Both of them have been emptied. Okay, we can pick these up then. One sink broke. That's okay. Not worried about that. So that means we reorient the whole thing here. Because I was going to get rid of the little entries anyway. Yeah, those look ugly either way. Where my sledgehammer at? Over here. Oh, chance to break. I almost forgot that that's a thing. Now, you can rotate these, but I guess I have to pick it up first. There we go. You cannot rotate these cubicles at all. So we actually, the parts we picked up... Okay. Alright, alright. I see how it is. I see how it is, game. If you're going to be like that. It's really silly that certain things can't be rotated. I feel like that should not be that difficult of a thing, you know, from a development perspective. If you're going to add something to the game and make it pick upable, or something the player can pick up, why not just add all the rotations then and there, instead of not finishing it? But that's just, you know... general criticism I have of the design choices in this game, where they choose to add something and not finish it and then go work on something else. I wish the devs would do that a little bit less. That's what we got here. They have attention deficit disorder, even worse than me. You know, I could take this opportunity to make an even better bathroom. And it doesn't need to be, like, that much better, just, like, a little bit more room. I like bigger stalls. They don't just have to be for handicapped people. And that is also a way that I could use the other partitions. Yeah. Get rid of this entire corner here, most likely. Now, if I do that, it's actually going to look ugly, though. If I do that, this whole corner is going to look ugly because of the floor and the interior walls. The interior walls in there look really ugly. I don't even want to look at that. I'm just going to leave that as is. We're going to put a... we'll put curtains there, I think. Yeah. Which means if we're going to replace one side with curtains... that means the other side as well. I should just put the sledgehammer on the back at this point, seeing as we're not carrying around a heavy weapon. No strain, no gain. artful. So we'll replace those with curtains, and then let's see about the partitions in here. It's something we can do. Where did they go? Did I put them around the corner? Of course I did. Oh, you can rotate them. What the hell? Why did nothing happen when I pressed R earlier? That's silly. So if I put one there, and then maybe, what if I rotate the... Still can't rotate toilets. That's whatever. Even if we're the ones who put it down. Now, of course, every time you try to pick up a toilet, chance to fucking break. Oh, I see what's happening. It's not actually rotating. It's cycling between... I have two different ones here. Okay, so they're both fixed. They're both fixed in one direction. I just brought home a different set. That's okay. So if I put the toilets facing that direction and then partition between them here, then each can be like a little stall with its own sink. I actually like the idea of that. I like that idea a lot. From a design perspective, I've always been a big fan of the, if you're going to do like bathrooms in a professional setting, then give everybody like their own little stalls. Don't do the thing where it's like a frickin' assembly line. That's if you're trying to be make a nice place. If you're just trying to get something that works for everybody, then, well, options are options. Oh, okay. So right here, this tile right here, that's where the partition is. Right. Curtains would fix that problem, but curtains would also make it so you can't even see things, thanks to the isometric view. That's not bad. Yeah, and then we'll just partition between these. I like that a little bit better. That being said, if that's how we're going to do it, we'll need a different cubicle, I think. Yeah, we'll need a right blue cubicle, and this one is useless. We'll have to toss that. And we can pick up one of these spare toilets, because I had a feeling that one of those might break. No, I actually have an idea for the curtains for the doorways. I actually have an idea for that. Just down the road, we got the Romero Performing Arts Center. I think it's the pink one right here. I think that's it. And inside of it, it's got a whole bunch of ceiling-bound red curtains that I saw. I haven't confirmed that they can be picked up or not. I'm pretty sure they can be. I've never tested it though, so we'll find out. Absolutely, we will find out. Sorry, one of my homies sent me a meme, and that it demands a response. I have one for this. I hate iFunny. Damn it. No, that's too political. I can't show that to everybody here. Sorry about that, folks. See, I wanted that sink, but no, it had to break on me. And that one had to break on me. Thankfully, there's a beige one downstairs somewhere. I don't even know if I want to necessarily use the table extensions anywhere specific. We'll just put them up for now. I do want that back room sledged out, though. We're clear for another sledging, right? Yeah. Let's take out... that ugly thing, and this ugly thing. There's a beige sink right there. It's exactly what I came down here for. So as soon as we get a bite to eat, we'll go ahead and hit the sack here. So if both people get a dispenser and a bin, I think that actually will work. However, we cannot put the bin on the same tile as the... Okay. Alright, I see how it is. I see how it is. It's not the worst thing in the world. There's still plenty of room in front of it. Let's just imagine that that is one tile over. I mean, it's not like it's hard to move a bin. I mean, if I could just freely place anything I wanted wherever I wanted, the bin would go underneath the sink. And then just like, you know, make it so that it's like partially open so you can still access it. That's what I would do IRL, but sometimes you can't do things like that. That should be all the water fixtures, so I'm done with those. 2 more sledgings? We're good? Looking good. Okay, 2 more sledgings and then we hit the sack. Now, this light switch right here. This is one of the important ones. I guess I can't fuck with that one. Damn it. I really wanted an open walkway here. Or a mostly open walkway. That's alright, I guess. I mean, especially because this tile has the little, the bathroom sign on it. Whatever. I can't let it bother me too much. I've already put more thought into this place than it probably deserves, but that's okay. I enjoy this. This is fun for me. I apologize if you guys are not necessarily here for the base design, but that's one of the things I enjoy doing a lot. So you'll be seeing some of it here and there. Okay, what I need to do, I do need to step away IRL briefly here. So I will stand somewhere where the rain is not that bad. Yeah, we'll just chill right here. And we'll read a book. And I should be back in probably just a minute and a half or so. BRB.
Alrighty then, we are back. Almost. Notice of order. Oh, that's funny. I love it when that happens. A lot of people can say that their day job is very far away from politics. And mine sometimes is, sometimes. Every once in a while, though, the executive and or judicial branch will do something really silly, and we have to hear about it through our email distribution. Because that is how federal agencies work. If a branch of government does something silly that everybody in that branch, contractors and employees, need to hear about, then I will get silly little emails about things that I don't care about and are not at all relevant to my job or even the job of my client, sillily enough. Alright. Anyway, we are back. And we're really hungry. So we're going to do a round of sledging, and then we are going to go get some food. I really don't need this light switch here. I'll try to preserve it, but I don't need it. Very small area. So once again, it took out the... I should have sledged it from this side. I don't know what got into me just now. Anyway, let's get some food. We are hungry. Use these kale and potato leftovers for one more hunger moodle worth of removal there. That gets rid of that. The rest of those leftovers would actually have to actually be cooked. I don't know if you could bother me with that right now. Now, because this rain barrel here is flush with the wall, it's actually not getting quite as much out of the rain as it would. So we can just supplement it with this. It'll probably be full not too long from now at this rate. And better late than never, we can also just put up another one of those now. There's more than enough planks laying around after the finalizing of the removals down here. Hardly necessary, but why not? There's a backup if we run out of water at the main sink, which I have doubt we will, but you know, I put the garbage bags there for it. Might as well. Now that I think about it, this is actually the last room in the building that still has a door and is still fully enclosed, and it's dead center. That's actually not a bad spot at all for a bedroom right there. Turning this place into a bedroom, that wouldn't be a bad idea at all. It's a little small, obviously, considering how big the rest of the place is. But it would require the least amount of work, and I'm okay with that. See, it's the last place that I could put a door in and have it look nice. Everywhere else that I could put a door in, well, it would not match because I cannot make mahogany doors. Wish I could, that'd be really cool. Even if I couldn't make them, I wish I could pick them up and move them. I know there's a mod for that. But that's a mod that adds stuff to the game. Items. Adding items to the game is dangerous. It's dangerous. Those updates will get you. We'll put the plant right in front of the window. Why not? Let it actually get some light. Someday we actually will have potted plants that will die on us. On the flip side, I hope that means we can actually grow things in potted plants too. That would be cool. That would make me happy. Alternatively, I'm getting another idea here. I know I just put a lot of work into the bathroom. What if I just made this entire area the bedroom? This entire upper corner up here. Why not? Why not? I like it. That would require a little bit of retooling though. I'm still carrying around a white file cabinet. That needs to go over here. Oh, and we've gone a little bit past our bedtime here. Let's fix that, shall we? Wait a minute. Before we do, if that means we're going to give up on the bedroom down here, then we can start sledging out these walls. And that's 2 more parking spots right there. That's what that is. Yeah, you know what I'm going to do? We're going to take some painkillers here. Since we're about to go back to sleep. We should have done that before our first sleep. Look at that. Another light switch that... Wait a minute, that one went away. And yet I still have lights here. Okay. I'm not going to complain about that. Okay, that was... I accept it at this point. I accept it. I'm not gonna accept the middle lights, but everything else, it's whatever. All right, let's hit the sack before the pain comes back. We might have a hurricane on our hands here. Hurricane or just a regular thunderstorm. Whatever it is, it's already lasted 16 hours now, so it's probably going to continue. Unfortunate, but that also means that we're not really losing any good killing time by operating as we currently are. Our super meeting room grows. I think we've already exceeded the Justice League at this point. We have a bigger table than they do at the Justice League now. In fact, by adding the last one there, I actually made it so I can't get back into that corner there. I'm actually going to shift the tables down one unit, because otherwise that one would be flush with the wall, and that wouldn't look good. See, this is where the side of me that plays The Sims a lot. I don't play The Sims on stream, but this is the closest you'll ever see to me playing The Sims on stream. Just spending a long amount of time working on perfecting the furniture. Yes, absolutely, I do that. I'm one of those guys. Furniture must be perfect, or it must not exist. We would only need 2 more chairs up here, and that would be everything. Oh no, somebody just died. Once again, RIP, I guess. Now, using these as end tables for the bed is actually not... It doesn't look that good. They're too low. Hence the name, low table, as it were. That's alright. Already put more thought in it than it really deserves, but, now about these silly, whatchamacallits, the file cabinets that are, like, halfway opened, I think you can fix that just by picking it up and putting it back down again. Yeah. Look at that. Good as new. Take the crap out of it. It's too heavy for inventory. These are bigger anyway. Go away, sound. Not bad. Looks a lot better with the file cabinets not half open. Oh yeah, we're due another couple sledges here. Finally, I can get rid of some of these. I've always wanted to just get rid of this back room here. This has always looked ugly. At least part of it. I suppose if anybody who started watching me a little bit later than more recently, if you're not familiar why I like this building in particular, it's got my name on the front. It's my
My surname IRL. We are in the Reed office building right now. Not too many buildings in the game actually have my name literally plastered on the front door. Even though it's not our character's name, it's my name, so I'm gonna use it. How about we establish a garbage bag with nothing but doorknobs and door hinges in it? I might actually want that for a future base. That feels like a good idea to me. We almost filled up an entire garbage bag with nothing but hinges and knobs. At the very least, nobody can ever accuse us of being unhinged again. Never not gonna make the joke. Gotta make it. Gotta make it. Almost mandatory. New home for this broken glass. We can keep this in the corner here. These two are fine, I guess. Now I can have an executive desk. Not one, not two, but 3 computers on it. Yeah, that's how we roll here. That's how we roll here. I'll probably move those, to be honest. Yeah, we only really need one up here. You also do need room on your desk. Not everybody is a weirdo like me who just has nothing but computers, to such an extent that what I'm sitting in right now is technically qualifies as a desk. It has a surface for whatever it needs to have a surface for, but nothing else really qualifies as a desk. These are these tables that I'm using. This is a monitor arm with a keyboard mount stapled onto it, and this is a piece of an old furniture, an old TV cabinet. Just used a flat surface from it, and I'm literally using C-clamps to mount it onto my exodesc here. A real MacGyver shit you're looking at here. Sludging again. Oh, you know what? Over here. This is perfect for a bed. I don't know why I didn't think of this sooner. This little cubby right here in the corner next to the stairs. It's convenient because it's right next to the stairs, but it's also just wide enough. It's just wide enough that I like it. I like it a lot.
We don't have room for any more table back here, unfortunately. I could make it longer, but no, we're just going to put the table on the floor here. That's okay. Not ready for a sledging yet, are we? Maybe. Yeah, sure, let's sledge 2 more and then we'll go get something to eat here. I guess if anybody's joining, if you're not familiar, you don't want to get into the red muscle strain. So I'm trying to make sure that doesn't happen to me. Now, in a perfect world, a lot of what I'm doing today would probably have been better done yesterday. What I kind of like to do with my Zomboid streams these days is I kind of want to try to get the more exciting stuff available to do on weekends, and then a little bit more of the boring stuff during the week. That's what I would like to do in a perfect world. Unfortunately, I could not stream yesterday. I had a bunch of silly things come up that I just, yeah, yesterday the stars did not align. Would have been ideal. Very paltry stir fries, but we'll get those started. Everything else in here, we'll salad out those 2 things. There's the final bit of potatoes. At long last, we are done with the potatoes. That's cool. I was waiting for that for a long time. We've been using those potatoes for quite a while now. Just a testament to how long they last. I mean, it was last year's harvest. Like, it's literally been more than a year since I actually planted the potatoes that I just finished eating. It was April of last year. That's when I planted the potatoes. And now they changed the growing seasons since then with a different update. So both of these came out to be 15s. So I will literally eat these by the end of the day today. That's okay. They were always intended to be a little small. And what we're going to do is we'll take take just a few more kale out of the freezer, I suppose. I don't know, just like 4 more. And then we'll take some of this meat. So we got some more diverse ingredients. A chunk of rabbit there and 1 chicken. 1 whole chicken. Now, if I was going to do a bedroom here, I would start by moving the clock somewhere else. I like how we just can't put it there anymore now thanks to the stairs. That's unfortunate. So these carpets are another thing that you cannot change the orientation of, and that is alright. Actually, that's going to feel weird because the bed is too wide, or two units wide. I suppose that's actually not that bad. I can live with that, yeah. I can live with that. Oh, don't be another spam caller. Fucking course it is. Oh, I cannot stand spam callers. I really need to fix that app on my phone that turns the phone itself into a whitelist. The app broke a couple of updates ago on Graphene OS, and it just, I haven't, it's a lot of effort. It's a lot of effort. I care so little about my phone already. I have gone very far out of my way to make my phone a not central part of my life. Even though it's a really nice phone. Graphene OS is a great OS. And Pixel 7 is a great phone. Pixel 7 Pro. But I just don't really need that much out of a phone in this day and age. I use my phone as a thin client, and I remote back into my computer if I want to do something remotely. Remote desktop apps have come a very long way in the past decade or so. That stir fry was so weak, I just ate it. Despite not even getting 10 hunger out of it. I don't even know exactly why I cooked that. Overestimated the power of leftovers. Now I can carry an entire bed if my inventory is not too overloaded. How do I know if my inventory is too overloaded? Usually involves carrying around planks that I don't need to carry around. All 9 of these, which I actually couldn't even see there because of the silly truck. Gotta put the planks somewhere where I can see them. Perfect, okay. Something that never made sense to me. Sometimes I end up carrying around magazines that I don't need for way too long. I've been carrying around M16 magazines for quite a while now without ever even picking the M16 up. Lovely little inefficiency in my bag out loadout here. It's always good to have spare mags for your M9, but 8 of them is... That's a massive combat operation there. I don't need to be carrying around 8 of them with me. Okay, that has freed up a lot of space in my backpack. Enough to carry around a massive bed all at once. This room right here. So this, all 4 tiles of this weighs 20 encumbrance. But if you are a organized person with a lot of military backpacks, that is 1 into your offhand backpack, 1 into your main backpack, 1 into your primary hand, and I fucked up. I fucked up because I'm carrying a little too much still. I can fit my sledgehammer into my other backpack, and then a little bit of this loose shit that I should have left cleaned out first, and then my sword. Now I can pick up the last part and carry an entire goddamn king bed all at once, which is what I'm doing right now. I have the power of logistics. I can't remember if this painting right here, the lakeside painting, if that was a painting that could rotate or not. Ah, it is. I love lakeside painting behind mahogany bed. Look at that. Tell me that is not aesthetically pleasing right there. I have been waiting a while to make that happen. What else could we use from the residential? We could use 2 more windows back there. 2 more windows. How about... just the 2 windows for now. I know there's a mahogany cabinet back there. That's kind of a low priority item. I mean, honestly, the windows might help with the silly sound reverberation problem, but I cannot pick them up if I don't have a crowbar. Base tools on the ground, crowbar get. I've even looked at how big these are. Pretty big. I'll come back for that. Yeah, I got room for a trophy. I'll take your precious memories, why not? That's what I'm here for. These mahogany wardrobes are chunky. 20 encumbrance each. Wait a minute, no, I have a billion mahogany chairs. There we go. That's most of the unique mahogany furniture here. We were supposed to go over there and get windows, and then I completely forgot about it. Yeah. Accurate. Too accurate. So that door cannot be, yeah. That, okay. Oh, I know where to put the wardrobe. Yes. Perfect. That'll prevent me from accidentally falling down the stairs. I like it. I mean, hell, I could use the couch to finish that up. The couch would prevent the rest of me from falling down the stairs. That's a lot of stuff I don't really need. I was here for windows, but there's only one left in this particular structure. I will have to steal one from one of the neighboring houses. Low mahogany table over there. I actually like using those as nightstands. The low mahogany tables, these ones right here. But that's all the way over there. I'm not going all the way over there just yet. That's like almost 10 tiles away. No, I'm not risking it. I want this. This light switch needs to remain. It really needs to. See, I actually really like this because the wardrobe blocks. This is where the isometric view actually looks nice. The wardrobe blocks the fact that there isn't even a wall behind it back here. There could be like a low railing and you wouldn't even see it. I mean, hell, I could do the exact same thing right there. I was thinking about putting a couch there, but now that works good. And then, do we have another one of those wall tables? No. We have no more wall tables. The low tables just feel a little too low, as silly as that might sound. They're a little too low to be a good... yeah, it's just too low. Too low to the ground. They would go good next to a couch, if anything. Okay, I can finally start thinking about getting rid of the opening upstairs. The opening upstairs is a little bit too wide. Crowbar should be done now. So we want to do floors later. I think I will need 16 planks total. 2, 4, 6, 8. Maybe more than that. I'm not 100%. But that is all the planks I have down here, I think. Yeah. Actually, I think there is a problem with building, doors and door frames directly beneath a stairwell. I actually think that causes problems, which is okay. Yeah, as expected, we are short by 3 planks, which is exactly 1 log. And then if we want to do a door up here, I would like to do a metal door. That'll look nicer after we plaster these walls. Yeah, that's right. Got a mobile NES next to my bed there. Glorious. Can't play games on it yet, but the devs actually have stated they're working on that. Someday, perhaps. I think they intend on some level of interactivity from both the computers and the video game consoles in this game. Someday we'll be able to play Pong, probably. Or some other very simple copyright-free 90s game. So most of the logs that were already easily accessible down here have already been used up. Ah, there's one. I want to say the rain will be done tomorrow, but I don't want to make any definitive statements, because then the game will prove me wrong. I know it likes doing that sometimes. I just cut these trees down for to remove the obstructions, but now I can actually make use of the logs, assuming I need them. We only really needed one, but now we coming back with more than one. Reality of post-electrical shutoff. Your light bulbs suck. And they always go out. Oh, and that's a white light bulb that I put in there. I would like a not white light bulb. Okay. I just want it to match more than anything. Maybe sometime later in the future I will, find another one of these not white light bulbs, but for now. Now they're both white. Very nice. Just gonna put one of these sturdy benches down and then disassemble it. We never really needed to have that. Uh, 22:30, that's bedtime. Let's hit the sack first. Oops. A couple of sledgings before we go to bed. How about that? And there goes the rain. Good riddance. I don't yet know exactly what I'm going to use these planks for. I'm not going to throw them away on anything superfluous just yet. I had a few ideas, but I don't want to start just blowing them. let's grab some of this artwork here that actually matches a perfect match for mahogany. That is nice and pretty. I like that a lot. Unfortunately, the countryside painting here is not a good match for mahogany. So even though the incognito library here, that's a perfect match for the riverside painting, or the lakeside painting, and the trimming and the rest of the furniture, this is an outlier. It's more red oak than it is mahogany. Not a fan. Not a fan of how often it shows up in the incorrect places. They should just have the same little painting with maybe some different colors of frame. That'd be nice. I would like that. Now, if the bedroom loses its light switch right now, I think I will just deal with it. I'll just bring one of the floor lamps upstairs. It didn't lose its light. I wish I understood the inconsistency with that. I wonder if it's because the light has to be off. I would laugh really hard if that was the case. The only difference there between one that I destroyed before is that the light was off when I destroyed it this time. That's very interesting. Anyway, I've got another sledging in me here. The floating light switches are funny. That's all I can say about that. They're funny. Now, if I just shut the hallway lights off here, I can almost deal with that. The hallway lights are off. Now, if we lost the hallway room lights and the boss room lights, that would be a little too painful to deal with. That would be a lot of free lighting gone at that point. And I don't really like that. I don't like that. I'm feeling bold enough to test my theory. I'm going to test my theory. Let's... the light is off. The light is off. So let's see if this does the trick. Look at that. I think that's the kicker. I think that's the kicker. For some reason, if the light switch is off, the sledgehammer does not delete. At least that's my current theory. I have made the mistake of theorizing incorrectly before in this game. I'm not going to do that again. Nah. We're going to get more data before we gather a theory. How about we also gather a one of these plaster. Oh no, you can steal the light switch. You can pick them up, but actually right now putting them down is broken. I don't know if that was ever a thing in build 41. If putting them down did something functional. I know in build 42 it is broken. I actually have a light switch right over here that I picked up. Right here, I picked this one up earlier, and if I go to placement, it just gives me a red, fucking red. It doesn't let me place it anymore, no matter what I try. Like, I can't put it. It's not like there's an invalid surface. You just can't fucking put one down. It's kind of sad, but yeah. There's just light switch is just broken if you try to pick them up and put them back down. Kind of funny because there's like an electrical requirement to pick them up in the first place. All right, now if I turn off the hallway lights down here, at this point I'm not actually losing as much as I would before. Actually, forgot about those ones. So let me turn on the hallway lights again so that they're not meshing with the floodlight over there. It is significant, but it's not as bad. Especially now that I got the floodlights supplementing the ground floor. Okay, we're going to risk it. We're going to risk it. Got to risk it for the biscuit here. I think my theory might be onto something here. Yes, okay. So, shut the light switch off and hit it with the sledgehammer from the opposite side. I think that is the... Well, I mean, again, this is probably just a glitch. But what I'm hoping, of course, is that Andy Stone does not see fit to fix this glitch so that we can keep our switches. I would like that. I'd like to be able to keep my switches. For now, at least. In any case, we have one more sledging in us, I think, before we have to go to sleep. Interesting. Before, when I did that, the door frame went away. This time it did not. Anyway, that is enough sledging for tonight. Hitting the sack. All right, the water is gone and no fog. I am happy this morning. Let's pick up one of these buckets of water we left for ourselves. And with that, we will mix up some of this plaster stuff. And then we need a plastering trowel to put it on the wall, which I do not have. I think I picked one up recently, though. I may have put it... It may be in one of my RTB bags. I think I may have slated it for RTB. It's not over here, it doesn't look like. You would have thought that I would have put the plaster trowel next to the plaster. That would be a logical thing to do. Looks like I didn't quite make it that far. Didn't leave it in the fire truck. I know I got one somewhere. I'm not gonna... The reason I don't have to dig too far for it is if I don't find one, well, it's actually very easy to make one. You can carve a... Oh, you know what? I don't know if you can plaster with this. I know you can craft a trowel. You don't even need a level in carving for this. But I don't know if this counts for plastering. Let's give it a shot. Well, no, all we gotta do is right-click. Hey, look at that. Glorious. Now, if you're thinking, hey, that kind of looks ugly, you're correct. Absolutely, you are 100% correct. But it's partially ugly because of a... Oh, we didn't get any phantom poles this time. That's good. Now we just gotta put in a door, and it will be less ugly. The door will make it look okay-ish. 3 steel sheets. And a welding torch, which... We've got a steel sheet. 3 small steel sheets, actually. For that, we just want to take this steel sheet, and we will pull it apart. This was our welding... Yeah, here it is. We do not currently have any small steel sheets in there. That's okay. Just need a crafting surface, and we can pull this steel sheet apart. Oh, welder's mask required for the recipe. Do I keep... Yes, I have one over here. Oh, don't even need a crafting surface. Perfect. And now we just need 2 hinges and a knob, and we can build ourselves a metal door that actually looks good upstairs. And then, you know what? After that, we are done for quite a while with the base here. There's some mopping I could do on the floor. I'm not worried about that right now. Not right now. Later. Today we got good weather. Today we're gonna go out and do some killing. Wait a minute. Oh,
Don't have any welding rods. Easier thing would be to just pick up the damn welder's kit here. That's usually what I do when I go welding. Well, all the sound problems upstairs have now been dealt with. That makes me a lot happy. A lot happier. Nothing we can do about the sound problems downstairs because that is just a consequence of the metal gate. Cannot do anything about that. But that means the sledgehammer, I was just about to say it, last two walls right here. Now as soon as the rest of this furniture I don't really care about right now. Later on I'll dismantle the rest of this furniture. We'll have 2 more parking spots. Just as I intended all along. That, in my mind, was the ideal for this place. It's parking spots on the ground floor and on the upper floor. What is gumming up this place? I don't need to be carrying around a spearhead right now. Spears are currently busted. Now I can put a sledgehammer. No. Oh, the car battery charger. That does not go in there. There's literally no point in carrying one around in my field kits because these require a generator. Therefore, they go with that vehicle. Okay. Now I can do the whole wooden trowel next to the plaster. There we go. We will need some more food, though. We're going to get hungry soon. Let's finish off that salad. We pulled the chicken out of the freezer, so we just got to cut that up. There's some more perishable stuff to work with. I'm feeling some frying pan chicken here. Fillet. And fillet. And leg. And leg. And wing. You know, actually, this is probably just weird. In real life, I'm starting to smell chicken right now. Either one of my neighbors are actually cooking chicken, or that's just the sheer power of suggestion right there. Probably just the power of suggestion. Still kind of neat. If one of my neighbors is actually cooking chicken right now, that's kind of cool. That is just a sheer coinkydink is what that is. This might be the last bit we need to read for Electrical 5 here. Really close. Oh, that's perfect. We're on the last page. Sometimes the stars just align in this game. Alright, Electrical 5 can get put away more or less permanently now. I'll put it in here. It'll go back to Jericho at some point. Alright, my ammo counts. I need to start going back and getting the ammo trucks. I have a place to park them now. Okay, so that is a combat relevant thing. And because it is a combat relevant thing, we will we'll go ahead and allocate time for that now. Moving up the ammo trucks to this base is a very good long-term strategy, so that we have our ammo dump right here, front and center. And both of these stir-fries came out to be 80s. The 80 stir-fry is a rare thing. I think you can only achieve that if you're using some chicken or some really chonky other stuff. Alright, so here we've got the pillow for whoever's going to be sleeping with me here. Because that's a thing in this game. Even when there are NPCs, I don't think that's going to be a thing. The literal protagonists of this game are a husband and wife, but I don't think there's going to be any sleeping together mechanics in this game. Even something as vanilla as Fallout 4 would be nice, where you just get a little buff if you wake up after sleeping with somebody. That's nice. I would like that. Just an extra +5 happiness or some shit. I'm always down about the min-maxing. So what we're going to do is we're just going to do a little bit of towing here. We're just going to tow both of the ammo trucks up with us. Probably fastest to do it that way. I've been waiting my entire life for this moment. Respawns at Zulu. Actually, I think we've already seen a few. Now, I would pull this this black car. I would get that out of the way, but that took a lot of effort to get stuck in there. That's not going anywhere. That one can stay there. That took I had to ram quite a few times to get that one stuck in there. And I actually used my actual ambulance to ram that, which is a bit of a mistake in hindsight. Could have just used one of those many throwaway vehicles I have there. Wait. Die when I kill you. Now, I did try once before. Once before I tried, the fuck? Really, homie? You gonna be like that? I can't quite reach him from here. Does the M9 reach? It does. Perfect. I can't wait to see how many more zombies, are in the area that will show up for that gunshot. But yeah, what I was trying to say is I did try once towing one ammo van with the other. It technically works, it's just really fucking slow. Step vans have always been weak towing vehicles. So I'll just reorient them so that I can tow them with the ambulance. That's fine. Funny thing about these Scarlet Oak Distillery vans, these are both from Riverside. And we are actually really close to the Scarlet Oak Distillery itself. And there are like 50 more of these vans there. Exactly the same as these ones here. So we could make that a bit of a side goal. Just go to Scarlet Oak Distillery and assemble a fleet of high quality Scarlet Oak Distillery vans. Could always do that. I don't think I will. I'll obviously stop by there and see what's up, but I don't think I'll. There's no recovering an entire fleet of vehicles from one side of the map to the other. That's never happening.
I mean, at this point, we have so many more vehicles down here than I normally would want to have in a faraway place from my main base. But that's because of all the field bases we have here. The only vehicle that's guaranteed to come with me pretty much everywhere I go is this ambulance. Because, you know, quality 100 engine always starts when I try to start. Except for those a couple times that it doesn't, because of reasons that don't make sense to me. Like, I looked at the games code. Generally speaking, there are no reasons that I could see immediately on first parse as to why this ambulance should never start. Like, it should start 100% of the time. And yet it doesn't. There still seems to be like a 1 out of 100 chance. I'm wondering if the engine condition, despite showing up as 100, or sorry, not condition, quality. Engine quality is 100, but I'm starting to wonder if that is actually like a floating point number that's being rounded up or something. Maybe it's actually 99.6 or something, but the display is just rounding. That would actually make perfect sense to me. Because it does feel like there is like a 1 out of 100 chance or something like that for it to fail to start. I do still see that happen once in a while. But whatever. That's all I have to say about that is whatever. Thankfully for these, I don't need to access the hood for them, so that's fine to park it there. Let's grab the other one, and then we've got all of our ammo with us, so I don't need to worry about running low on 38 special. I saw this one on the way out. Like, she never even woke up. Alright, with this, the dismantling of Zulu is more or less complete. It is still a very good fighting position if I choose to come back and bring 1 or 2 more spare vehicles with me. It would still be an amazing fighting position. We just need to re-button up the entrance here. That would just be another taxi or a Niala or something. And the possibility of using Zulu again is not entirely reformatting crafting grind to be supplemented with a fishing grind. Nice. Get a more complicated but time to craft nails. So I guess what you're proposing is a trade-off for recipes just being hard locked behind a level. Is that what you're proposing as a replacement? So like if we yeah, various traits. So, like, if we, for example, the sledgehammer, you can make it, but you have to be level 9 in metalworking. So you would propose something, and I have heard other people propose something like this, so it sounds similar, where you just have a chance to fail the craft, or maybe craft something with really low condition or something like that, until you get to the level where you can craft a perfect one. Because that would make sense to me. I mean, I'm pretty sure, even though I know very little about blacksmithing, I'm pretty sure I could, even with somebody who has almost no idea, I'm pretty sure with just a little bit of training, I could figure out how to make a big old heavy metal lump that would barely qualify as a sledgehammer, but something that I could improvise as a sledgehammer for the purpose. Just wouldn't last long. That sounds very realistic to me, to be honest. I mean, what is learning but trying and trying again? Ah, yes, okay, yeah. For things that would make more than one, absolutely, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Because, I mean, at that point, that's like a realistic way of figuring out how to more efficiently use the materials that you have on hand, without as much waste. Which is, that's a very real thing in the world of trying to shape things. But now that we have our ammo vehicles, before closing up, I should have grabbed we need to open a new carton of 45 auto. I'm sorry, not 45 auto, 38 special. And we're really low. That might actually be my lowest. Yeah, there's no 38 special in this one. It's in this one, and yeah, we've got 2 cartons left. That's it. 24 boxes total. So, yeah, I mean, 38 special, that makes perfect sense. It is really good. I mean, like, honestly, I really love the balance of it being one of the quietest firearms and just always being able to carry around in your ankle holster. Yeah, we'll just hold on to one of these boxes. The rest go in the ambulance. Boom. We're well equipped now. Maybe one more box of shotgun while we drive here. Oh, I brought a flag with me. That was for the front of the building here. Oh yeah. We've gotten started on that. Yeah. No, that makes sense, Jabba, because that makes... I am literally this close to turning my phone off completely. I need to block that fucking number. It's the same spam caller who just tried a little bit ago. Okay, it's not the same spam caller. It's one of the things where it's the same area code and it's the same first 3 numbers, which means the same fucking call center. God, I wish I could just fucking range block it. That would be nice, but no, fuck you. I get it, there's a fucking election coming. I don't need to hear from you people. I already know what I'm voting for. I know how I'm voting on the proposals, not even just for the people who are up for election, but the literal fucking proposals. I've already researched it. Thank you very much. Go fuck off, please. Fucking political spam calls, man. I don't care what political party you're from. Cold calling is the most tiresome shit ever. There is a better way to do politics. There is a better way to do politics. I believe in it. You can have a drink of coffee, because otherwise we are a bit offset on the sleep schedule here. So we're just getting ahead of that now. And we are going to kill some Zeds. Where's my shotgun at? Where actually is my shotgun? Did I drop it on the floor and not put it back? Doofus moment. Actual literal doofus moment. That's okay, I guess. We've only gone a little ways down the road. Well, I mean, with hosting mods, you don't really have to, with mods for this game, you just put them on Steam Workshop. Basically, you just got to worry about being able to run the game itself and test things and make sure they work. But then when you upload the mod to Steam Workshop, they handle the they handle the distribution. Yep, absolutely. They are part of the problem right there. And that being said, there is a better way to do telecom in general. Telecom, as it is right now, especially in the United States, is suffering from a lot of really old and out-of-date regulations that call centers and spam callers take full advantage of. But, of course, that is a perennial problem with the United States. It is a lot easier to pass legislation than it is to fucking get rid of it. There's a lot of legislation that really needs to be gotten rid of, but, well, easier to pass than repeal.
That was my shotgun. I recovered that. The MSR 700 is in here. Okay, good. I know where everything is now. Never should have put the shotgun anywhere but the ambulance, but that was a doof moment, I suppose. Already kind of missed my opportunity here. I would prefer to kill them outside of the road. We're back up on corpse discipline now. And they split apart. I wonder. Yeah, if I get them rushing at me. Yeah. All right. I only nudged you that way. That's okay. That means that it's actually not too hard to just herd them together. Let's try it. Okay, a little dangerous. Okay, not bad. Couldn't quite get a free... Oh, shit. I also got to remember that it doesn't... The shotgun is not a guaranteed kill on the ones you're not directly targeting. Okay, that's enough screwing around. That is enough screwing around. We need a cleaner angle of approach here. Oh, that's a locked door. I don't care about it. You know, I thought this building to the south, I thought we had gotten the Zeds out of that. Overestimated that. Medium from across the street here. Should come right this way, sir. Now, on this character, don't think a lot of my current viewers were around at this time. Surprisingly early on in this character's lifespan, we did once take a direct scratch from a zombie. It was just a scratch. It was not a bite. It could have resulted in the end of this character's life. And the reason we took that strike was because a Zed was coming down north at us from the other side of the streetlight, just like that one. So these streetlights are actually slightly dangerous in very specific circumstances. Never fight directly in front of a streetlight if you have targets that could be coming from the north, like that bitch right there. Just avoid that, because what the streetlight does is it is always in front of everything, including the player and any incoming zombies, and it breaks up their outline. And by breaking up the outline, it makes them a little harder to pinpoint. Just what camouflage does IRL. It literally is just camouflage for Zeds and for players, really. Anything that breaks up the outline is there's a reason that's a thing. A lot of people are like, "Oh, look at camouflage. That means I'm invisible, right?" No, nothing to do with invisibility. What it does is it breaks up your outline, makes it just a little harder to notice. That's all you really need out of camouflage. In the world of warfare, making your troops just a little bit harder to see, just a little bit harder to establish an outline for. Well, that looks really good on paper, doesn't it? Individually, it's not going to do that much against a very determined target who's already got a part of you visible. But statistically, it's to your benefit. We're going to have to, speaking of statistics, we're about to get sick because how many corpses are nearby. Ooh, this guy has an axe at him and he fell on the ground. Got it, okay. I would not have been able to come back and find that easily. Got it before we forgot who he was. Let's put the mask on. Getting a little corpsey around here. This is a regular hiker Zed. A lack of armor tells me not a survivor's ed. Yeah. It was a big hiking backpack, which is nice, but not very objectively useful right now. We're overdue for a sharpen check there. Of course, right, ready for a sharpen. I hear a door scratcher in here somewhere. I have no idea what door that is. Not the best situation to run into right there. I feel like the Knox Bank is one of the POIs here that it doesn't initially have a lot of Zeds in it. There weren't that many in here to begin with. That's why there's still some intact windows. But I feel like it's one of those places where you turn the wrong corner and you'll just get an entire room full of them just spamming at you. That's what I feel like this place is. First time I've heard a jump scare stinger in this game for many, many years. What did I buy this game in 2023? A year and a half, I think, something like that. A lot of the other sounds we're hearing right now are second floor. Yeah. I'm not fucking with the back room if I don't have a sledgehammer. Which is actually, I guess it's a kind of a good thing that we just recently, oh, look at this, a bunch of jokers over here. Damn, couldn't quite get any multi-kills there. I tried. Stay out of the road, if you will. You could also stay off my van. You know what? I think we actually have a bit of a fight on our hands here. Now, this morning as prep, I did render one of my my loops. We actually do have one of my loops now finally rendered. What does that mean? That means I no longer have to open Audition. I just go to my music folder and the loop mixdown right there. We don't even need the opening. Let's just fire up the loop. I like this. I like this loop a lot. It's the 20 minute loop. Just goes through my top 6 favorite action themes from this game seamlessly. No transitions. Oh yeah, I see what you mean there. Quite a few fast ones here. An unknown number in the building there as well. Actually, how's my M9? 14 rounds. We only blew one on the fence thumper. 15, 12. Oh. Alright, here goes nothing. Standing our ground with the M9. And 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, reload. Backing up a little bit. Trying to get dents enough with the shotgun. That, I didn't intend on that, but they're making me want to fall back to X-ray. It's not far. We might have no choice. I was not quite expecting enough to be running out of M9, but that's what we're about to do. Yeah. I think that was it. Yeah, I put a magazine in there that was only had one bullet. Yeah, we definitely pulled a building that I wasn't quite ready to pull. That's okay. I'm not mad about it. All these zombies are gonna die eventually. Which means I fired up the music at the right time. Hello, friendos. You're not getting up. Would appreciate it if you could cluster more like that. That'd be real nice. Melee for a minute. No, I said a minute. Then they started lining up. Okay, these are mediums and slows. Peel these apart and melee them. So I thought. And then we got more. Sword is feeling weak. Does it need to sharpen? Or is it just on the edge of its span here? It doesn't need to sharpen. It is... Oh yeah, this sword is almost done. That's not good. That's not good. My swords are in my ambulance. My ambulance is on the other side of these zombies. Hello. Y'all think I need a sword to kill you? I am a short blunt specialist with a hammer. You only got shit on me. Ooh, hatchet lady. Actually, I should just move up and get that axe. And my axe. Come on now. There we go. Alright, we'll come back to the sword later. I'll leave it in the middle of the road so I don't forget about it. We need to train our hatchet anyway. Right. I should do a sharpen check. No, we're good. Well, the problem is the zombies being around the van has been solved. I guess if we're doing this, we're doing this. Y'all wanted to come up to the ambulance. Well, looks like you're coming up to the ambulance now. Give you actual reason for it. Empty M9 mags out. Let's eject the current one. Alright, fixed up on our M9. Other calibers are opening a 45 auto now. I'm intentionally falling back. Fresh sword is out. Decent opportunity to get to axe level 6 here. We keep them drip fed enough. Didn't opportunize that quite enough. Getting more from inside the bank than I was expecting here. Yeah, we're gonna have to put off the axe for a bit. That's okay. That's what we brought this for. Boy. Die when I stab you. Okay, they're split up enough now. I can do a little more axe. I'm really good at my corpse discipline right now. I'm feeling really good about it. We've kept them out of the streets. We have kept them out of the streets. I heard more than one over here now. There's one that's stuck inside. So she's throwing off my auditory by not just coming on out. Fuck it, let's just drop it. Oh, fucking fatigue. It's 2000 hours. The light levels actually threw me off a little bit. Let's have a half cup of coffee here. Look at that. Even with a stat bar, sometimes it just creeps up on me. Imagine how worse it'd be without a stat bar. Not too many of y'all need to imagine it. That's just how the game works. Gotta take those easy kills where I can get them. More coming through the apartment building, it looks like. I don't want to kill you. This lady's got a bone war hatchet in her. Don't know how that holds up versus a regular hatchet. Never really put much effort into trying. I think I've killed a few zombies with one before, but not much. Alright, I'm tired of hearing this one. She's throwing my auditory off, even though she can't get to me because of the fucking couch. We took care of the fatigue problem, but we have got another problem. Using the axe so much, we're actually a bit winded. Axe, we're still too low level for long-term sustained combat. So we just take a quick mosey and break. Just a little sit down in the van. Dude, my running skill is so high that running around all the time, even at mild encumbrance, we're fine. The running is not the problem, it is the axe. And only the axe right now. Otherwise, we're a combat machine. Hey, there's my noise machine. Hey, I forgot about this almost. It was underneath a bunch of corpses. Glad it's still there. One less thing I have to remake. I knew I heard somebody from the right. This is why I delete the trees. Better to fight on the other side, where all the trees are already fucking deleted. On my 6, times 1. We're good. Do a sharpen check. This sword is a bit fresh. No, we're good.
Hey!
I don't want him going back there to the fences. I will literally yell to stop him from going back there. We got 9 hours. I've been trying to keep pinned comment for folks who are just here for the combat. That includes me. By doing that in the future, I'll be able to do supercuts easier. It took them a while to break this door open. Zed's of the future favor there. I wonder how many of them actually came from this building. There were a lot. Dead, both dead. Double kill. I do not want to wake that building up. More from the north. Many from the right still. I have no idea if any of them are coming from that building I looked at and immediately turned away from. Is this guy a reporter? Looks like it. Suit, hat, fedora. One on my left. Hate having to go by sound. That was because of the fucking tree. One on my 6. Fuck it, I can't even blame the trees for that. That's just a moment of irresponsibility there. That could have turned bad. We're falling back a little bit. Trying to do a thing. Double kill. No, not even. Second guy just got staggered. Sharpen check. We probably need one, but I ain't got no light. Where's that axe at? I left an axe on the floor over here, didn't I? There it is. Literally just a random axe I found in a zombie. Perfectly good. Healing. You gotta be advised though, my stamina is not good to start with axes right now. We're down to 77. I think that's about it for tonight. That was a lot of killing. We plenty more to continue with that tomorrow. All I gotta do is stop making noise and they stop following me. I do really like this base now. It feels a lot more convenient to just drive in and out. Don't have to be driving on eggshells to make sure I avoid everything. Because there ain't nothing to avoid now. Nice and open area. Beautiful.
Reloading the bandolier. Put that noisemaker back. We don't need it now. Yet. Soon, TM. I mean, if there's going to be a bunch of zombies up there, maybe tomorrow we can do a couple of explosive traps. No reason not to. Just got to fire up a pipe bomb here. Now that we got both of our noise generators accessible. We ended up drinking one of our coffees, and this one that we have on us now is on its last leg, so we'll make a new coffee before we hit the sack here. Should have some honey and sugar for it. Beautiful. Bit late getting to bed, but perfect time. Still maintain a decent sleep schedule at this rate. HS. And that's an S with a little dinghy at the bottom. I don't know what that means. So what are we at? We are at 2:30. We've got about an hour and a half to burn. That'll be enough time to put us to sleep. Don't need any sharpenings right now. We're good on those. Do some ammo work. We need another carton of 45 auto. Oh, hello there. How's it going today? .323, 12 gauge. So we're down to, after opening this carton of shotgun here, we are officially down to 4 shotgun cartons. Hopefully we can counteract that a little bit when we hit the police station up here. I hope we'll come away with at least 1 carton. I don't quite know what to expect from a PD in Louisville. Ain't never been to the PD here, so we'll have to figure that out. Carton of 45 auto. That's what I was forgetting about. Got many cartons of 45 auto left. 45 auto is actually probably one of my most plentiful cartridges right now. And I am okay with that. So we'll open 2 boxes and put the rest back into the ambulance there. And you know what? How about we just straight up open a few more of these shotgun shells? It's only 25 to a box after all. Okay, that feels pretty good. Gotta lighten up on the 38 special. I should be far less afraid of using 45 auto given how much I have of it now. And what I have of it is, yeah, we got a fair bit. Pipe bombs. Let's put together one. Just one. I've already got everything except we need to open up 20 bullets here. So the way to make a pipe bomb in this game, assuming you're lucky enough to find the recipe, it only took me about 300 hours to find it myself. The pipe bomb recipe calls for the gunpowder of 20 bullets worth, because right now you seem to get the same powder from every bullet you open. So I'm currently, because 45 auto is my most plentiful round, we use that. And that's all we need. Everything else is right here in front of us. And there's another pipe bomb. You know what? Let's do 2 more of them. Why not? We've got another selection of 45 auto rounds. I set them aside specifically for this. Abuski. There's 2 pipe bombs. Now, what do we do with them? We want to put triggers on them. Remote triggers cost glue. I think we've got enough glue for a fair few more. Oh yeah, we got 5 tubes. We're good on glue for now. But if I go nuts with these, we will run out. Oh, I'm actually out of scrap. Electronics. I should have more in the van here. Yes, I have tons in the van. Let's just take a big chunk handful of those, toss them into the bomb-making kit. And let's try that one more time. There we go, remote trigger. So we take those and add those to the pipe bombs we just made. So now they are not just pipe bombs, but remote pipe bombs. And we will just toss those into the ambulance for tomorrow. So we've got a fire bomb that does not have a trigger. Fire bombs are a lot easier to just throw. Just throw them at a fence while there's a bunch of zombies pounding the fence. But remotes, we use noise generators and pipe bombs to very deadly effect here. We're going to have some fun with that tomorrow. Let's catch another sleep here. All right, here we go. Already got food for the day because we prepared some very big roasts. You can carry around this axe, why not? It's one of the ones that I just pulled out of a zombie, so might as well. It does need a sharpen though. So we'll spend a little bit of time here cleaning up. Yeah, that's right. I just ran over a rat. It got blood all over the grill of my van. And something you don't notice right away. It fucking minus 5% integrity to my windshield and my hood for that. For a fucking rat. I hit a fucking rat. Minus 5% integrity to my windshield and my hood. Is it a problem yet, Indy Stone? No, gotta bitch at them a little bit more before they fix that. Yeah, see, this looks like a nice group. No, we want to have 20 or more zombies if we're going to use a pipe bomb. This is just a small group right here. But before we get started with that, we have a bite of stir fry. Never skip breakfast. Unless you're me, IRL. I skip breakfast every day. I literally eat 1 meal a day. I'm not good about meals. We're just going to do a little classic zomboiding here. Split this group up. Use the sound of our footsteps to pull a group of them apart. And look at that, they're all at different speeds. Easy peasy to handle this. She flipped out a window and then she flips back in. Zombies, how do they work? Now there's a bunch up there, but they're a different group. It's like the groups that we had yesterday, just kind of split off into 3 or 4 factions. Alright, that smells like a sharpened check. No, we're good. My whetstone has taken 1 point of condition damage. One south? More than one south, easily. But I can't see any more. No? Okay. Just a couple of losers moseying around in the Gigamart there. Back alley back here is okay for now. So just a disparate little group up there. Yeah, we want to clear this chaff out of the way here. I want to find out where all these guys are actually coming from. What building is spilling forth? Because that... all this on the floor right here, this fucking roadway here, that was a building. I don't know which, though. It wasn't the bank. It wasn't anything on this street. It was something up street there. Let's just do a little sneaky sneak and pull these guys apart. We're actually getting a little better at sneaking. We're getting a little better at sneaking. That's kind of funny. We're conspicuous and clumsy, so we make a lot of noise. And we're easier to spot. And yet, I still got past a lot of those Zeds until just now. So I started killing them. That's one way of looking at it. Alright, so like I said before, just really small groups right now. If I'm going to be killing zombies with a pipe bomb, we're getting bigger groups together than this. Remember, it cost me 20 bullets to make the pipe bomb. So just simple basic math is we're killing 20 or more zombies with the pipe bomb. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. Otherwise, I might as well just shot him. Now look at this opportunity. I am up street. The streets are mostly clean, and I got a throwaway axe in my hand. And there's a bunch of these silly little obstructions to my line of sight in front of me. Wouldn't it be amazing if I could just make them disappear? This the fuck up here. She's gonna take a minute to get to me. It's the slow ones for you right there. Sometimes those ground attacks just don't land. Which building could we have hit? Or could we have... I wonder if we got the first floor of the mega tower here. I have never explored the mega tower. I haven't even like gone into B42 map to look at it. Big joint. One of the new buildings that is benefiting from the extra floors they've added.
See, this right here, this is one POI that probably gives a 7 days to die POI a run for its money there. I'm seeing a lot of bathrooms. Does that mean it's apartments? Yeah, like that right there, that in the center right of the screen, that looks like an apartment bathroom right there. You know, the 2 sinks, cosmetic products on it. It's not to say that that's not... Sure, some office bathrooms are so chock full of lady folk that maybe there will be cosmetics in the bathroom, but kind of a rare thing in the 90s, to say the least. Speaking thereof, this is a beauty salon that has not been looted and trashed. What does that mean? That means hair dye, and lots of it. I'm only really here for the exotic colors, though. I could not tell you how many, yeah, I'll take a purple, and I'll take a blue, but I don't really care about these browns and common colors. Yeah, black, that's common. Green is slightly uncommon. That's like a military green, almost. It's a shame I'm not rocking that anymore. If I was still wearing forest green, that could get my hair to match. But the time for that has come and gone. We are full tactical black now. We have entered our maximum tactical phase. Every gun owner goes through it, from what I understand. That was a bright yellow right there. So the back door is out. These are just bathrooms. Fiberglass tape, sure. And buckets, always. All the rest of the shit, nah. We out of here. Or, what is this? More cabinets? More cabinets, yes. Give me all of those rare colors. I will take all of them. A pink. More pink and green, too. I mean, we probably have enough dye at this point to establish yet another hair dye studio. Got one in Riverside. Why not have one in Louisville? That would be a Jericho thing. I wouldn't do that at Reed. Reed is too inconveniently placed for the long term. I know you can hold alt and force a ground attack. I had some bad results with that early on with this character's lifespan, like in part 1 of Anime's series. I tried to do that as like a response to the ragdolls. The ragdolls are messing up, and I felt like a ground attack, a manual ground attack, might fix the situation. No, the real fix to that situation was to just treat ragdolled zombies as if they're standing upright. From a range perspective and a swing perspective, that's right now that's the meta for zombies. Whatchamacallit, knocked on their ass while they are ragdolled. Separate all of the hair dye into this container. Toss that in the van, shall we? You know, I would try to blame the force attack for what's her face, Barb. I can't do that though. Barb, that was a skill issue. It was the force ground attack. With Barb, it missed. It missed. What happened was we had a zombie fall over a fence, and let's just pretend this zombie here in the high-vis, let's pretend he's the one who fell over the fence. I'm on this tile. I am fighting Zeds in this direction. I see the guy flip over the fence, and I do a regular ground attack. And, like, his head would have been, like, right here. But I missed it. Like, I took a swing and a miss. And, of course, because the zombie was on the ground right here, what did it do? It rolled up and smacked my feet, knocked me back this way a couple steps. And then there was a tree right here. Zombie came right out of the fucking tree. Grabs me. I push it back. I push it back successfully when it grabs me. But between getting my ankles swiped and getting grabbed by a zombie in this direction, the 2 zombies who were incoming from this direction, they grabbed me while I was being grabbed and pushed back. So that was GG for Barb.
That was a checkmate like no other right there. But, and I will never fail to say this, that checkmate could have been avoided by just maintaining a solid angle of approach. The only reason I got in that situation was a compounding series of mistakes, getting more and more confident. Confidence is what killed that character. So I'm going to mosey up a little bit here. I don't think it was from this direction that most of those Zeds came. I think it might have been the other direction. I mean, City Hall is almost empty right now. I never saw any Zeds coming out of it to begin with when we first did our... we did a siren blast through this neighborhood, which means if there were a bunch inside this building, they would have started flipping out by now. That 100%. Slow and insidious. Almost kind of like stress. Stress and confidence. Yeah. They are a slow and insidious skill. Insidious. So first time actually looking into City Hall here. I already see some flags that I'm stealing. I am now the municipal authority of the entire county, and therefore this City Hall is disbanded. The new City Hall is, well, that's all the way down in Riverside now. But I suppose for the Louisville locality, the new City Hall is going to have to be Jericho. So that is my most prominent base in the area. There's a lot of artwork here. Ooh, that's a rare one. I have not seen that one anywhere else. I don't even know if I can show that on YouTube. Thankfully, it looks blurry enough. I think it's okay. Wait, both doors. There we go. Just want these flags for the moment. You know what? Let's see what those weigh. I know that some of these paintings weigh like 20 encumbrance. Yeah, the Marguerite painting here, that weighs 20 encumbrance. I ain't picking that up right now. Maybe later. She's Got It painting. Okay. Yeah, that weighs 20 encumbrance right there. Yeah, she's got it, all right. She certainly weighs enough for it. 20 encumbrance for a friggin' painting. I don't even have room in the ambulance for that. So can you pick up the statues? I've never even tried. I feel like you probably can't. Yeah, you can't pick up the statues. Cool looking statue, though. Sup, friendo? You are the first zombie I have seen in City Hall. He's breaking my windows. Multiple. There's 2 more flags that I want there. I hear another one out front. I need to be careful here. I don't know where that second one is. It sounds like he's right on the other side of this door. Oh no, okay, he's just walking really slowly, and then he's going to spill into this window. Or is he going for the other one now? Did he lose interest? Oh, that's a slow shambler for you right there. Or is he upstairs? I don't see anybody on a railing or anything upstairs. Whatever. Now he's hitting some.
That's slow shamblers for you. Easily distracted and not worth waiting for many times. I feel like there's like an open balcony upstairs where there's doors that one is hitting right now. I have about exactly 10 encumbrance left right now. Elect turn weighs 7. These ones are a little small, but they're a matching pair. How big? Wow, these are also 20s. That's silly. It is downright silly. However, I can afford to carry them. If I put one in my hand... No, I cannot. I cannot. I would need to unequip something here. Painting of Riverside. Reminds me of home, doesn't it? Let's fuck up out of here. We got enough paintings for now. They're all the really heavy ones. Does it make sense that City Hall would have the heaviest crap? I am currently so over encumbered, I can't even pull my food out of my backpack. Like, I'm at 49 out of 50 encumbrance for the hard limit. That's alright. We rescued some art. That is, that's always worthy. If there was a real-life zombie apocalypse, y'all bet your ass there would be a SEAL Team 6 going in for the Mona Lisa. I'm not even kidding about that. Not even kidding. Well, no, it would be the GIGN. Or, fuck, who are the French. No, GIGN. I think that's it. The French SFs. We need to get Riverside painting out of our inventory ASAP. Let's just put that upstairs where it belongs. Incognito library was nice, but we've got something much, much better now. Same with Lakeside here. As predicted, it is a perfect match for mahogany. Thankfully, it's nice and blurry. Those are bigger than anything else you'll see in the game. What is that, E? It definitely looks bigger than D. Thinking like 28E, maybe something like that. It's the width. The width is impressive. She has definitely got it. Probably, she's got a lot of back pain, too. Oh, where's the other one? I had another one here. Did I put it in the van? Where did I put the other one? It's got to be in the van. Oh, no, it's in my hand. Kind of hard to remember that I have a painting in my hand. There we go. Now that is high art right there. We can put Incognito Library somewhere else here. That shouldn't make me laugh as hard as it does. I just love that is technically a different slot on the wall. That oh crap, not the mahogany. There we go. Different art posters occupy different slots on the wall. That's really funny. I find that very hilarious. Absolutely, 100%.
Now, I got to be very careful about putting art on walls that I've built. There's actually an ongoing problem right now where walls that the player builds and then plasters, if you put something on that wall, be prepared for it to be a permanent fixture, impossible to pick up. That is a real possibility. We any paintings we put on the plastered walls that we built here of our own, those potentially may never get picked up. So we're not going to put it directly on that wall yet. Island Beach here is also a candidate. I would really love to put it on the stairwell area here. I should have done that before. Oh no, Island Beach cannot be rotated. Island Beach is fixed to the northeast direction forever. You know, whoever gets to sit in this desk gets themselves a very nice view. How about that? We could do the same with Lakeside, somewhere downstairs. I'll probably take Lakeside downstairs. Maybe I could put it... Perfect. I like that. I like that a lot. Let's get some more flags up outside. Now, this is one situation where, yes, the wall vine comes off. If we've got a flag to put up, the wall vine... Now, this one right here, this low wall vine, it actually fits relatively well. Yeah, that fits pretty good. So we're slightly off. We're going to have one extra U.S. flag. One extra stars and bars. Let's do it like this. Let's do a stars and bars on the outer walls up here. Yeah, I kind of like that. And then we'll do another KY inside here. Works for me. I like it. I like it a lot. And that should be all of them, I think. That is all of our art recovery. Now here we've got this is mostly just RTB. The buckets are probably useful here. I'll leave the buckets on the floor. Otherwise, I will consolidate this into an RTB bag. I usually prefer using non-garbage bags for RTB if I can manage. For anybody, if you're not familiar, RTB is just return to base. Stuff that needs to not be out here at a field outpost, but at a more centralized location like Jericho. The entire contents of this duffel bag here, a lot of this is RTB. Some of it is just silly stuff. Why is there quagga cakes in there? The sleeping pills actually need to stay here. Broken glass, because that is a, yeah, okay. Now, some of this is not RTB, some of this is just, I need to sort through it. That includes everything else over there. That whole corner, those 3 garbage bags. Shit that I gotta sort through. I'm not too keen on sorting right now. And this military backpack should have been in mine this whole time. Should be no more RTB up here. There's just sleeping pills need to go to next to the bed here. Alright, RTB bag on the floor here. We are really thirsty because we ran out of water. Let's fix that. If I had a nickel every time that happened IRL. I've been trying to get better about it. Y'all see the massive friggin' 32 ounces that I keep on hand these days. Alrighty. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. Everything's sorted. Didn't even really need to bring much stuff inside. It was all, a lot of that was outside work. Now let's look into putting together a trap here. I would like to identify where the largest group of zombies just came from. I never really did figure that out. It definitely wasn't City Hall. It was not further up first. It was, I think it might have been over here to the right. Ah, a beer hat with water jugs. Oh, that's funny. I wouldn't mind seeing that. I'm always on the lookout for ways to make water lighter. The canteen right now is one of the best options, but that takes up the same slot that's currently occupied by my bandolier here. And that's no good. I want a bandolier if I'm going to be using a shotty. I'm starting to think the Zeds may have come from this direction. Ooh, look at... Oh, yes, yes. Okay, so the first floor of this building's got a lot of busted out windows. That makes me think, yes. That's a pretty blue duffel. Imagine having a duffel bag that big and only having gum in it. What a waste. That is a pretty blue. Almost a perfect match for law enforcement. It looks like it's probably slightly too saturated, but I would have to compare to be sure. Now this is the lobby of the mega building. Oh, no. Here's the mega building. Top Crown Plaza. This is just a Gigamart. Oh, Gigamart HQ. Right. Cool. So, this building, the biggest building in the game, bar none. 17 stories, I think? I'd like to know that. Let's take a peek. B42map.com, where you at? That's not it. There you are. Let's just set it to like its highest floor count here. Floor 29. So, floor 29, not quite. 28, 27. I feel like there's Yeah, it's not in the 20s. It's like a 18 or, yeah, 17? No. The other building is, no, that's not it. Okay, it is 15 stories. 15 stories. So not quite as big as a 7 Days to Die Tier 5. Not quite. I think the Zomboid devs are pushing it. The other building's over here. Oh, this one is... I think that fire is actually like a part of it. Interesting. Like that was something that happened before the apocalypse. This is one of those World Trade Center sort of buildings where there's just a little bit of everything in it. Fun fact, I was at the top of the World Trade Center once. There was a little restaurant up there. It was really cool looking. My mom took me to New York back in like, what was it, 99, something like that? It was like literally just a year or so before the big problem that the Twin Towers had there. I don't know what's wrong with the website here. It's just cracking out. We're going to reload it. That's fine. Needless to say, this is not the biggest building. In terms of just sheer floor count, the one beyond Spiffo HQ in this direction is bigger. I am noticing a disturbing lack of zombies in this direction. It's disturbing because it feels like there should be a billion right here. Spiffo HQ right here, isn't it? We're doing a sneaky... Ah, there they are. They all just came into existence. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome to reality. I will be your guide to the afterlife at some point. That might not be a bad place right there for a pipe bomb. Yeah, I think we're bombing Spiffo HQ, boys. We are absolutely 100%. Let's kill this one guy who's noticed us and get some traps set. Okay, ambulance has the BAMs in it. Let's go acquire the BAMs. Alright, now we got one of each, actually. We could do two noisemakers and two pipe bombs, but we'll do them separately. Remote noise generator, and that's still on 77K. So we got the generator and detonator for that. And we'll take one pipe bomb and a separate detonator for that. Get us a little distance from any of the other detonators there. And link this one to 68K here. So the pipe bomb is now linked to 68K. I think these are hertz. I'm not actually sure. 68K hertz, that 68,000 kilohertz. That's a little high for a remote, I think. I would have to ask my buddy. He was signal analyst at one point. So where shall we put it? I would prefer a nice, broad, open area with no trees obstructing the area. We got an axe for that. The axe does need a repair on the handle, though. Now, cutting trees actually does make a lot of noise. So let's just prepare ourselves ahead of time here. Having a bite to eat. And we're going to place the pipe bomb right next to this tree. Then we'll cut the tree, so that the tree is not in our way. Noise generator armed and set. Remote pipe bomb armed and set. Let's get the tree out of the way. We just had a lag spike just now. Let's put the firefighter axe in the backpack and get the shotgun out. And we will make some noise, as it were. So the plan here, well, you know what? If we're going to be making noise, got an ambulance right there. You know something I've never tried? I've never tried using a bomb trigger from a vehicle. Probably not a bad idea. So we'll start by firing the sirens right here. We will pull together a merry group, a merry bunch, as it were, from a number of buildings here, most likely. And we're probably gonna have to cut the the chill. What are we up to? 9 hours and 54 minutes. Let me get some time codes put down here. 9. Let's put 55. And about 9 hours minus some for the previous combat section. For the folks who enjoy the combat, of course. Here we go. And here goes nothing. There's the zombies. Found the zombies, boys. We found them. I'm going to go a little further down this road. And then do about face back here. Or not even about face, we're just backing up. Yeah, I don't want to get enclosed by those fast ones. Taking a side hit at this point, that would be bad. Now we might actually have enough for a bit of a party here. So let's try it. We want to activate 77K here. Yeah, it works from... Okay. Good to know. Good to know. So we moseyed out of there real fast. Now let's get a line of sight. Hello. That's second floor there. Interesting. So, just by line of sighting for a second there, all the Zeds who were after us. Look at that. Look at that. We had to do very little effort to get them into that little bunch there. And they're still joining the fray. Now after we blow this... Hey, a Spiffo mascot! Yeah. Now we want to hit 68K. That's what I'm talking about. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That was a very good success. Let's just trigger that noise generator again. I've triggered it multiple times and it's not going. I'm not sure why that happened, but we're falling back now.
yeah, we're falling back. Yeah, we're falling back. We don't have a clean approach here. We'll fall back, but we'll also fall back in style, as it were. You know what? Let's do one more of those pipe bombs. Where do we do it? We do it up here at this corner right here. Yeah. We have another noise generator on the same channel. Oh shit! I did not see that guy coming out of the law firm building. I got distracted. We gotta pull the van back. Oh, hello there. Okay, we got the noise generator going. We cut the siren now. And we line of sight the bitches. How much trunk space did we lose just now? We're good. We didn't lose that much. Actually just got tired. That calls for coffee, obviously. Now, unfortunately, because we didn't line of sight them, a lot of zombies are still on us. We're going to have to deal with them by hand before we move up and detonate that. And we're going to have to be quiet about it. Because I don't want to pull them away from the pipe bomb. That's going to be a challenge here. Skirmishing these guys when they're all fast. I'm not afraid of you. I'm afraid, just not of you. Something weird about this zombie. Yeah. Okay. Shit, north. One. Okay, we still got a big group up there by the bomb. That's what I wanted. Just want to make sure that the ones coming this way are fine. Deal with them, we'll go up and blow the bomb and get another lovely explosion there. Keep hearing one to the north. It's the fucking couch again. I'm literally gonna run in there and destroy that couch. Okay. All the ones that were on us have been dealt with. I want to trigger that noise generator one more time if I can manage. This would be a very risky endeavor. It's worth it. I've got to get up to that light pole if I can manage. Now, it's okay that I got that close because I'm line of sighting them now. I am line of sighted all those guys. And we are just going to sneak right out of here. Now, this might seem like I'm backtracking, and kind of, yeah. It's a bit dangerous. But that's okay, because we're just doing a big old roundabout here. Most of these guys on us will lose us. by the time we circle around this building. All it takes is a little bit of line of sight, and they, the goldfish memory kicks in, and they just lose interest. That is one advantage to the buildings here. They're big enough that if you just do a little loop-de-loop around them. Oh yeah, oh boys, we're gonna get a big one here. Okay. 68K primed. Lock and... Oh yeah! Oh yeah, that was more than 20, boys. Oh yeah, that was more than 20. Good shit, good shit. Falling back. Good shit, good shit. We killed a lot of zombies just now. That was probably one of my fastest established traps right there. That was kind of on the fly. I'm feeling good about that. Now we got to deal with the lots. There are lots now. And we are going to do the Raven Guard tactic. Attack, fall back, attack again. We will probably fall back to X-ray at this point. Yeah, we're going to lose daylight soon. And that sounded like an upper window. That's mildly terrifying. But we can't lose interest, and Call of Duty moment. Wait. I need to pick this sword up before I forget about it. Yeah, I need to replace it, but I also need to not forget about it. Yeah, this is worth falling back to X-ray. 100%. We'll just need to keep their attention. Now, great. I lost crawling. That's okay. Let's just go ahead and leave the sirens on and fire up the lights. No, don't do that, please. As much as I love the tactical knifing. Okay, we're cutting the sirens now. The sound of the shotgun will be more than enough after that. Okay, falling back to X-ray. What caliber do I have the most of right now? That is going to be both. I have a lot. We'll start with 38 special for now.
This is nothing intimidating for X-Ray. X-Ray is a, we're good. 9mm coming out. How many times do I have to shoot the same damn zombie? I must have shot her four or 5 times. It's the convulsing. Even with ragdolls off, sometimes they need to convulse before they're going to take damage again. Still haven't figured out why that happens. And these are all the slowies. I would rather skirmish them, but they're closing in a bit tight. That's all right. Getting some from across the street there. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Step fun into the light, shall you? Desperately needed a sharpen here. I kind of want them to keep moseying in this direction. That ought to do the trick. I think we got most of them. Yeah, from this particular batch that we pulled forward. There's many, many more in that shopping center for sure. Spiffo HQ ain't no pushover. I doubt we've even cleared the first floor. A pretty white jacket. I'll come back to that later. Okay, I think we're good. We don't even need to get to the 6th track tonight. That was a good night of shooting right there. Good night of shooting. Now that's an interesting email right there. Updating how Meta personalizes experiences. It's a fucking email from Facebook. It's a privacy policy change. It's just the fucking the phrasing. We'll start using your interactions with AIs to personalize your experiences and ads. So what is Facebook saying with this? What is Facebook really saying with this? We'll start using your interactions with AIs. What this means? No, what this really means... They're giving you a bunch of corporate bullshit right here. What this really means is that Facebook is running out of people actually fucking posting to it. So they need more AI posts, more fake people posting to it to sustain whatever the fuck business model they're currently operating on. You'd think at some point they've got enough data on people to sell them whatever they want to sell them. You think advertisers are going to run out of things to buy at some point? I guess data changes. I don't know. I've never gotten into big data, and I don't fucking want to. It sounds like a cynical world. That story I heard about Collar, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, Kohler, Collar, the fucking toilet manufacturer. How's a toilet manufacturer going to collect data on people? They want to put a camera in your fucking toilet, analyze the contents. I wish I was fucking joking. I wish I was fucking joking. That sounds like a fucking Onion article. I'm not lying. That sounds like a fucking Onion article or a Babylon Bee article. Some satire shit right there. That's the point we've reached here. That is the point we've reached with big data. It is all satire, trying to mimic reality. Having a bite to eat, and we are hitting the sack here. That was a great day of killing. My first time sleeping under the watchful eye of the H-Cup here. I'm talking about the trophy, of course. We have fun here. Got about an hour to screw around here. Do some ammo checks. Shoddy we're definitely still good on. Barely expended much ammo. I mean, to be honest, we did a little bit of it, but that's about it. Let's put this sword we picked up into the RTB. If we had a little bit more overnight time, I would probably go out and chop some of those trees down. Just remove more obstructions, as it were. I'm tired of looking at this scrap wood. It's actually kind of ugly. So I'm going to put it right on the floor. All on the same spot here. 90% out of sight there. Place hasn't had a long lawn mowing in a long time. Cleaned up my front yard. That is a night well spent right there. Only expended one full magazine of M9 there. Just replace that with another. We're out. The ambulance is out of M9. That's fine. That's why we brought the ammo vans up with us. That's why we brought the ammo vans. This lovely little desert camo military backpack here has got 30 more M9 mags in it, so I just tossed that straight into the ambulance. Beautiful. 4 a.m. we hit the sack again. Now this little delay before actually getting to sleep, that feels like a memory leak to me. Oh wow, we've already been at this for 10 hours. I imagine a lot of folks appreciate everybody who stuck around. Hats off to everybody who's... I have some viewers, according to the analytics, some viewers are actually chilling here for most of the stream. Shout out to you guys. You're the real MVPs for putting up with my yap for that long. That's a feat of engineering right there. But yeah, I'm probably going to cut... I mean, I have no choice but to cut things off in an hour and a half tops. So we'll start thinking about winding down. I want to do a little bit of combat while we got a good day here. A little bit of wind, but that's not bad. I think I'll do just a little bit more combat to clean up the road up there. I think we made great use of Zulu there, or X-ray there. I cannot wait to replicate that. Cannot wait to replicate this kill position design, because this feels really good. Just the 3x3 of 3x3s, because what is it? It's 1, 2, 3 tiles, 1, 2, 3 tiles, and then just 3 sets of those in each direction. It's fantastic. It feels really good. You get a nice open space to put it in, and it doesn't really matter what direction they come from as long as they keep flipping over the fences instead of coming directly at you. It buys you a lot of time while fighting them. Just a little obstacle course for them to go through. That's all that is. So let's see if my prediction holds up. Yeah, we're about the high 30s, 35s. Somewhere earlier in this stream, somebody was like, how many kills you got? How many kills you gonna get? And I was kind of thinking about it, and I was like, maybe I project something about 1,000 this stream, depending on how much time we end up spending indoors. And so far, we're on track. I am tired of these guys. I'm gonna kill these guys, and I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna pick that fucking couch up. Oi, don't you snarl at me. Get out of here. Hello! Jesus Christ! I did not see that guy. Fucking tight-ass corners in this place. I should have been more careful about discharging the firearm. Should have known there'd be stragglers. We're good. I just didn't, caught me off guard there. But we're alright. No more inside. We're not going in there anytime soon, then. Really? Sharpen check. We're good. Nah, too far apart. You have another one inside there. I'm guessing there must have been a large group in Knox Bank that only just got released. There is a second floor to the joint, but we've made enough noise out here that if there were a bunch of zombies on the second floor, we should have pulled them by now. I could not tell you what's going on there. duffel spotted. Those are cute, but I already have like 10 pairs of them. I got like 3 pairs of the pink frillies and 3 or 4 pairs of the red frillies. I just kind of wanted to recover my noisemakers and move back up a little bit, but man, there are stragglers to the nth degree. Is that a hunting knife on your back? I think it is. Oh yeah, it's a pretty one. So it is Halloween night. Normally that would involve participation in some trick-or-treating for me. But I don't live in my neighborhood anymore, so I'm not doing that. That is something I would do back in the day. But now that that time has passed. I would give out candy to the neighbors, but they don't come to the 3rd floor. They do not come to the 3rd floor. At least they haven't for the past 3 or 4 years I've lived here. Let's have a bite to eat. You know, I'm actually... Okay, so... I don't do too much political talk on this channel. Tomorrow, allegedly, unless something has changed today, SNAP benefits cut off tomorrow. I don't have any strong feelings about that one way or the other. It's not a good thing, but I've also noticed that state governments have more or less stepped up to fill the gaps in almost every state. So if you really need financial assistance, just double check your state programs. PSA on that. But why I'm thinking about that right now, there's a lot of grocery stores budget for the extra sales that they would get through the SNAP program, and if that goes away, grocery stores are getting less sales. That means starting tomorrow, you might start seeing some pretty deep discounts at your local grocery stores. Now, of course, like I said, whether that's a good thing, whether that's a bad thing, well, not interested in making political assertions on this channel for the most part. But that is something to be aware of. You live in the States, and the SNAP situation cuts off tomorrow. Now, there are also some theories I've heard. I have heard some theories that the Republicans are just doing a stunt with this, and they're going to actually find some money tomorrow, right at the last minute, so that they can blame the Democrats for the shutdown more. I think that's stupid for both sides. Everything about the current situation right there, everything about that situation is fucking stupid. But that's just a sign of the times, really. And it is, unfortunately, very plausible. It is very plausible. What I heard is that they're just going to find the money, just randomly. Almost as if it was there the whole time, and they just didn't allocate it because they wanted to freak everybody out. That sounds very plausible to me. Or they could just go hard with it. If they just go hard with it and actually cut off SNAP starting tomorrow, like I was saying before, check your local grocery stores for some pretty big discounts. Because if that actually happens, that's going to be a lot of less sales for them, unless they put things on sale. Speaking as somebody who used to work in a grocery store, I was not anywhere near sales. I was mostly stocking, but I did see pretty big changes in stock regarding in relation to a few political events that occurred back in the day when I was working at a grocery store. I want to say that we have mostly gotten the ones who were
Well, of course we have. Of course we have. I know, right? Very controversial takes. Very controversial takes. How dare I let people know that there might be a sale? Disliked, unsubbed. There goes my career. R.I.P. Noise generator recovered. ×1. I'm willing to bet the other one is still surrounded completely. That's what I'm willing to bet. I kind of was expecting to see a pretty big leftover crowd here, but I think we got a lot of the ones we initially pulled. I mean, look at that. Look at that. Yeah. We have gotten most of the ones we initially pulled here. Now, that, like I said before, Spiffos has still got plenty inside. Actually, it's got so many inside that I kind of just want to leave that noise generator there and pop it again and just use it to gather a crowd. We don't have any more pipe bombs to set right now. Don't really need any. Let's just trigger this. Yeah, we're just going to trigger that and get back in the van and augment the noise generator with a little bit of meat. And what this does, this will lure more out of the building, and then we just turn on around and get the fuck out of here with the van and let the noise generator take over for us. In fact, I'm just going to pull the same stunt that I did on foot here. I'm not going to get out and fight here. Not in this narrow-ass corridor. You're really going to make me do this, aren't you? Fuck you. Oh, that was a trunk hit, wasn't it? Yep. -3 storage space in the trunk. It was a front hit. We hit her from the front, but she didn't die right away. And she was still alive when we were bouncing over her. And I guess the killing blow counted as a trunk hit. That's what you get. One of the reasons I try just to never hit anybody. I try just to never hit anybody. You can't fucking win when you're hitting zombies with a vehicle that you care about. You're just always going to lose somehow. Just don't hit zombies with a vehicle you care about. That's my opinion right now. That is a really pink. That is a really pretty pink right there. That is a really vivid pink. I'm stealing that. I know there was a second one right around this corner. More than just a second. That's the power of line of sight right there. Not that I'm particularly looking for a crowd right now. I am not a fan of that narrow alleyway with all those iron fences for them to start smacking. Okay. Fucking blood off of my vehicle here. I am here seeking water. I heard footsteps outside. Yep. Got Tweedledee over here and Tweedledum. And look at that. See,
All I did was curve around the front there, and she already started smacking the fucking... Oh, good. No good. Not a fan. Alright, water refilled. I think we'll finish out the rest of today in-game. We'll finish out the rest of today. We'll probably, tomorrow morning we'll probably end the stream in-game. That works for me. I didn't really have too many other plans for Halloween, but, yeah, I am thinking that is it after this. If for no other reason than I'm feeling myself making a few more mistakes here. I've been at this for almost 11 hours here. And it is a weeknight, unfortunately. Or, not a weeknight, but it was a weekday today. So I'm burned as if it was a weeknight. I'm predicting we'll have a big one tomorrow. Multiple sound. The noise generator did its job, for the most part. It's actually kind of hard to get a beat on how many are over there right now. Partially because the, yeah, there's so many corpses. There's the Spiffo mascot over there. I kind of want that. Kind of want that. Yeah, alright. I don't really want to get too many holes in it. If I shot it with a shotgun, that would be a billion holes. That would also be the fastest way to kill these other zombies. Alright, we can put a moratorium on a little bit of the street sweeping. Oh yeah, there's still a lot coming out of, I forgot Gigamart is right there. Gigamart HQ. There's probably going to be a lot of Zeds in there. Not to mention the ones from these buildings. If I go too loud with the guns, then we will have to put the combat music back on. Shit. Well, that's what it's there for, I guess. That's what it's there for. Let's get a mark for this. 10 hours 30. $10 36. Yeah, that works. Not this again. Almost got our Spiffo boy. No, that's already a bunch of holes in it. Give me that hat. Perfect. Give me the uniform. I'm sure I can fix it. Okay, this is not good.
from my van. Fucking assholes. I know I got the sirens running. That's my fault. Damn it. Woo! We're good. We're good. We're good. That was a bit risky. We're good. That was a bit risky. I'll say it a fourth time. I don't know what's going on with this lady here. I'm not worried about her right now. Apparently she's still alive. We're actually out of finger food right now, so we're having some chips. They won't get out of the street. Partially my fault for driving the ambulance down the middle of the street. Yeah. I don't want to pollute the roads again. I've done a very good job of keeping them out of the roads. How about we try this? That's what I'm talking about. I enjoy that. Tell me we actually wiped him out before we got back to X-ray. I'm not okay with that. That just means we're pushing back up. Lots of slows. Melee these guys. Almost got that guy. shoot that guy. Hey, that's what I like to see. One north, just one. We'll blade these boys. Smart blade. They were going for the only window that isn't broken. Look at these assholes. Of course they were. I'll do them the favor. One to my other side there. Just stay out of the road, huh? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna let him get back up. That's alright. Get up, pal. Get out of the road. Don't blemish my record here. Clean streets are not a pipe dream. Maybe out in front of Spiffos they are. I let a lot of people die in the streets in front of Spiffos. That's fine. Don't have a clear flank. Still have people coming out of the some of these buildings here, like this asshole. And then there's this guy. Do we have a breather to sharpen here? Probably need to. Those guys are just going the wrong. I should have remembered I left the siren on. Of course, that's why the movements are like this. Kind of funny. Alright, we can cut the siren. Ammo check. Feeling pretty good. We did take a lot more than we needed. Block 1 north.
one more south than that one. Boy, get off of my apple tree. Come over here and die in the bike lane. One behind me, the rest north, looks like.
Hey!
Don't go into that road. There were quite a few coming out of Gigamart here, but I think we're good on that. Yeah, we've got the vast majority of the first floors of those buildings. I'm sure there are still plenty of stragglers in Spitbo HQ. Very big, busy building, I expect. Yeah, still plenty coming out. Let's use these low windows here, or these big windows rather, as low fences. Oh, we tried. How many spiffos they got in this place? I think you would be correct about that. They seem to be projecting themselves out onto me right now. One north. We do have a bus stop right here. I do enjoy the bus stop. They are basically just from 3 low fences. Almost layered low fences. Multiple north, backing up. Multiple north. Do not forget about the north. We're gonna have to fall back. Don't want to lose our ambulance here. Not again. Maybe a moratorium on guns for a moment. I'm afraid of you. Okay, we got our van back. Just what I wanted for Halloween. What I'm going to do this time is park the van a little further up and get back out and fight a little more. We failed the meal plan today, so we're having some chips. Shut the hunger up, that'll take care of that.
I have a feeling this sword is not long for this world. So we gotta... Here's the sword I made earlier. Yet another sword. Be very wary of these trees here on the side of the road. Do not want a barb situation. This is how barb situations happen. No. A lot of slow ones out here, so we still have the ability to skirmish relatively nicely. Get out of the road, all y'all. There will be no dead zombies on my road. Alright, sharpen check. Of course not. I've been letting it get way too broken. This thing is down to... Oh yeah, it's down to dull. It's down to dull. We're replacing our sword here. That's why we got the other one. Y'all think I'm surrounded right now? Y'all have no idea what you're in for. Oh, 45 auto is dry. Maybe I made a mistake. Alright, we got 38 special. You all do not scare me. Hitting the wrong target does scare me a little bit. And that scares me just a little bit. We got the 9mm for. A brand new sword. One north. That was a mistake. And now I actually got my count correct, too. Alright, I shall take some Spiffo skulls from my making here. It clips into my backpack. That is so goofy. That is so goofy. I kind of wish it had physics. I mean, we get other games, we get jiggle physics. Why not we hit tail physics, too? Come on, somebody's got to think of the furries here. Okay. Plenty of buildings up there left to spill their first floors. Look at the lag we just got. All we did was look at a couple new buildings for the first time, and that's all it took. Now our frame rate is tanked. I think that's it for today, folks. Calling it a little early here. We're backing up. That was a good slaying sesh. But yeah, we've got the. I need to back up to a safe place and get the game closed here. I couldn't tell you exactly what caused this memory leak we've got now, but can I even get back to base like this? I can make it back to base like this. It's painful, but we'll manage. See, I can't weave around a zombie like this. Not when there's like a half-second stutter going on. There we go. Alright. Here, I thought I had a back line nice and clear here. I have no idea what is possibly bottlenecking this hard. Oh, and it's done now. I guess we just got out of range of whatever the hell it was bottlenecking on. That's nice. We're still done for today. I think that's about it, though. The game is telling me to quit. I mean, we just hit the 11-hour mark, so I would have to leave in the next hour anyway. We would not have enough time for another full day at this rate. The days are 90 minutes now. That was pretty successful. I picked the Spiffo suit with all 10 of the slots have holes in them. Couldn't possibly be nightmare fuel, could it? We'll just have some FIFO heads to go with our pillows here. Imagine waking up to that in the middle of the night. Hell that I'm wearing here. Trophies of the damned, as it were. Alright, so we've got some for the RTB here. Yet another sword, bloody worn doll. Oh, those duffels need to go into the RTB as well. The noisemaker and its triggers can go back into the whatchamacallit, the vehicular device here. Now, there's been something I've been thinking about for a while, but the thought always kind of left my brain before I could test it. I would like to find out if a plastering trowel and a bucket of plaster is actually enough to fix the cracks in the buildings. For some reason, I wanted to say that that was actually a thing, but we got a bucket of plaster now. And here be a plastering trowel. Can we? Cannot repair cracks in buildings. Sad about it. I'm sad about it. I would very much like to be able to do that. There is probably a mod that lets you do that. Yeah, nothing. The only other thing I could think of would be clay cement, which we actually probably could. We might have enough grass to make a bucket of that right now. No, we need 50 grass. That's alright. I'm not too worried about it. I was just curious if that was a thing. It looks like it's not. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. A lot of cracks in these buildings up here. The run speed modifier of the Spitho suit is some of the worst I've ever seen. It's pretty wacky. We could repair it, I think. Can't be repaired. So never mind. All those Spitho suits, literally 100% useless. Full of holes, and I can't repair them, so I can't even rip it up. Might as well just go in the fucking trash. Can't repair it, can't rip it up. Nah, garbage. Literally can't wear it, it's too broken. Alright, so if you guys were here for the combat, that was definitely it for today. I made some mouth noises about calling it. We've got a little bit of time left before YouTube cuts us off. I'm just going to be doing some base work, cleaning up for the rest of the evening here. A little bit of cleanup, and then we will call it. I want to put some of these books away here, somewhere where it's easily accessible. How about my cabinet upstairs? Turn these into like wall trophies or something. We can use them as decorations in the cabinet, maybe.
These ornamental bushes, I actually do have a spot for them now. Now that they're no longer blocking my path when I'm trying to do anything. Oh, I need a shovel to put them down. I got one of those. I always have one of those. Ooh, I do like it. I do like it. It's not a perfect match, but it's okay. The green is a little dark, but that's bushes in general. They're always going to be a little dark. There's another lakeside. That means we have 2 lakesides. Good things come in twos here. Here's the other lakeside painting. Oh no, that's Water Beach Hills. Oh, this is the wide lakeside. Okay, cool. In that case, well, now we have 2 over here. Much more interesting than a corkboard that I cannot natively put things on. You can use the 3E placement, of course, but I would like to be able to natively do it. That'd be cool. I think we got room for Water Beach Hills over here next to the other Water Beach Hills, perhaps. Yeah, we do. How does that layer with the clock? It goes behind the clock. Look at that. I like it. I actually kind of like it. Much better. That fills in the gap. Perfect. Move the trophy a little bit here. Like it. I like it a lot. Multiple floor lamps here. Not a good spot for a lot of them. Let's just find a temporary spot, I guess. Toss them on the shelves. How about that? That was the sound of trash. There's still trash somewhere here. Doesn't sound like it. I mean, it sounds like it, but I don't see any. This sound you're hearing. It sounds like, it sounds like I'm stepping on glass or something. That's the sound of... There should be trash on this tile, based on that sound. Wacky. That's pretty wacky. We've actually already gone past our bedtime. We only needed to burn a couple of hours, but ended up burning a little more. That's good. So we've got just an overnight activity, and then we are calling it for tonight here. Pretty successful numbers for me for a Friday. About the same as last, a little bit higher. A little bit higher. I like anything that resembles growth. That's nice. I think it's actually time to pick up the mop and bucket really quick here. That's something, not a very climactic end to a stream like this, but it's, well, necessary thing. So in order to make a bucket that can do cleaning, what you need to do is get a bucket and take a little bit of the water out of it, and then replace that water with bleach. So I transfer liquid from the bleach container to the bucket of water. We only need, like, I don't know, 50 milliliters. It's probably fine. And now we've got bleach and water. That's exactly what we need. And we can make these ugly, ugly, ugly stains go away. Now, what blows my gourd is that some of these aren't stains. Some of these, instead of stains, they're actually just part of the flooring. And I think if you pick up the flooring and put it back down, it goes away, I think. Lots and lots of grime. You would have thought we were Grime Fighters 101 here. Basically in front of almost every single wall. It's as if these places never had janitors on staff before. That is us out of bleach. Or out of everything, really. Toss that bucket outside with the other ones to get filled more up with rain. That's enough mopping for tonight, I think. We did some good stuff there. We'll have to go grab another one of those bleach container or those buckets later. What I want to find out now is, can I, quote unquote, fix these silly
silly floor tiles that just look dumb. I don't think I can. See, here's what's happening. If you look at the floor underneath the floor, see how that's like riveted or warped a little bit? I think that's actually what we're seeing there. So if I put this back down, it's still there. I think what I have to do... Oh, no, not the light switch. God, that was close. Okay, pick up the flooring, and then disassemble the broken-ass shit beneath it here. And then just rebuild the floor. I need a nail for that. Let's get some nails. We've got nails somewhere. An entire box of them out here. Our other collection of nails is pretty low, so that's fine. Problem solved. That's a lot of floor tiles to replace. I'm not going to do that for all of them. It's kind of silly that that's what you have to do. That is kind of silly, but at least we have a solution. If I really, really, really cared about this place, yes, I would do it for every single one of those tiles that are affected. That's okay. This is a base that I like a lot. I don't like it quite that much. We're gonna eat some kale here, and then we're gonna book it in for the night, and that will be it for this stream here. Yeah, I'll need to make sure to remember to do some cooking at the beginning of next stream here. Alright, we sleep for tonight. We need to start thinking about weight gain again. We are down to 76 kilo. That's a job for Senor Butter. Let's see, did we reach 36K? Yeah, we did. 36,115. So my prediction earlier in the stream, yep, that's about where we're at right now. But we've done good things here. We've got ourselves a very lovely little place set up. And also, I'll do a little wider screenshot here. Alrighty then. I shall catch you all in the next one. Last thing we do here is back up our save. We are on our 60th save backup. Where are we at here? Zomboid / saves apocalypse. We just copy the entire folder. Then I go up to my backups folder here. And we have got one that we are naming 60 here. This is part 60 of Anime's series. We are well over a gigabyte now. 1.08 last I checked. Close to 1.1. Alrighty, folks. I shall catch you all on the next one.